Hiss. My brain felt like it was splitting open, like something was clawing its way in. Fragments of memory came pouring through, and the pain crawled all the way to my scalp. Northern Village. Kaohsiung Hamlet. The year 1960. The Great Famine. And me, Chen Feng, the village deadbeat. Son of a born loser? Couldn't I have transmigrated into some rich young master? That's when a woman's voice, half choked with tears, slid into my ears. Please go easy. I looked down. My eyes went wide. Whoa. Damn. So pale. There was a girl on the earthen Kong bed. I squeezed shut, biting her lower lip. Her whole face streaked with tears. My throat bobbed. Her name was Li Shuame, 20 years old, the flower of the village. She had a sister-in-law and a 4-year-old niece, and all 3 of them were starving to death. The original owner of this body had used half a pound of meat as bait to lure her onto this bed. Half a pound of meat? I scanned the room. 1 plain mud brick house, 1 Kong, and no meat anywhere. Because the original me never had any meat. He'd lied her into bed, pure and simple. That bastard, nicely done. Real piece of work. You, what exactly are you? Taking care of you right now. You'll get there. And before I finished, I leaned in. I didn't kiss her lips. Her nails dug into my arm. Easy, she whispered. The wind howled outside. The window paper, stuck on 22 years ago, finally gave up. The gale was vicious. Rip. The paper tore clean through, and the wind blasted into the room, cold enough to make your bones rattle. 30-some below zero out there. Brutal. Inside was better, a few dozen degrees warmer. Easy. The wind kept on for a solid hour. Then, finally, the storm died. HNN. HNN. Li Shuame's shoulders shook as she cried, her whole body trembling. I held her. Weren't you the one just saying you wanted to get there? And now you're not happy about it? I let out a long breath, no smoke in it, and looked up at the ceiling. Funny thing about that afterglow, it sobers you right up. This era, the Great Famine. The original owner, a deadbeat with no parents, no wife. He stole chickens, scrounged scraps, drifted along waiting to die. The whole village couldn't stand the sight of him. A few days back he'd gotten his hands on a little meat somewhere, ate it, and then used half a pound of meat as bait to coax a cornered Li Shuame onto the Kong. And then, at the worst possible moment of excitement, I'd taken over the body. Didn't exactly leave the original hanging, though. The deed got done. Just one problem. There was no half-pound of meat to give her. Gurgle. A stomach growled. Not just mine, hers too. The half-pound of meat you promised me. Please, give it to me. She'd finally come back to herself. A moment ago, she'd thought she was going to die. It had been agony. She spoke with her back to me. My sister-in-law and little Ling are still home waiting. They're almost gone. Give me the meat, and I'll leave right now. Those few sentences filled in the whole picture for me. I said nothing. Pulled my arm out from under her shoulders, rolled off the Kong. I started searching. From the memories, there was supposed to be food somewhere in this house. Maybe. Probably. The stovetop, empty. Not even a fleck of grease in the pot. The crock in the corner, empty. Hadn't seen food in who knows how many days. The rice bin, cleaner than my own face. On the Kong, Li Shuame heard me rummaging and slowly turned over. Wrapped in the blanket, hair tangled across her face, tear tracks not yet dry. Something clenched in her chest. What was Chen Feng searching for? If he had half a pound of meat, he'd just hand it over. Why tear the whole house apart? Unless… Chen Feng, where's my half pound of meat? I ignored her. My fingers brushed against something in the corner. I pulled it out. A Wowatoo, a steamed cornmeal bun. Not as hard as I'd expected, a little warm even, probably from the fire in the outer room. Just a touch sour. Her eyes locked on my hand. Her pupils shrank. A cornmeal bun? Not meat. Stop looking. There's no meat. I just laid it out. I'm broke. End of story. What? Her mind went blank. I said there's no meat. I waggled the bun. This is all that's left. My entire fortune. 2 seconds of silence. She frowned, looked down at the stark red stain on the Kong. When she looked up again, tears fell in fat drops. You lied to me? Yep. I owned it. No hesitation. But the deed's done. No point dwelling on it. She couldn't hear a word of it. You promised me. Half a pound of meat. I traded my body for it. Her voice cracked, gone shrill and hoarse. My sister-in-law is dying. Little Ling is only 4. She's so hungry she can't even walk. You don't have any meat? So why did you lie to me? I didn't fire back. Li Xiaomei was starving to death. Her sister-in-law was starving to death. Her niece was starving to death. But guess what? I was starving to death too. A couple ounces of cornmeal bun. For people about to die, it wouldn't split 4 ways. Wouldn't even fill the gaps in your teeth. So it wasn't getting split. I needed to live. You stay alive first. That's the only way you keep staying alive. She stared at the bun in my hand. That bun, give it to me. She rolled off the Kong, bare feet slapping the freezing floor, and lunged at me, stumbling. Even without meat, the bun's fine. Give it. Give it to me. Otherwise, everything she'd given up was for nothing. I raised the bun high in one hand and stiff-armed her with the other. A woman starved for days, arms thin as kindling. 1 block, and she staggered back 2 steps, nearly hit the floor. I'm begging you. She missed, legs buckling, and dropped to her knees, kneecaps cracking against the hard-packed dirt. A dull thud, even half of it, for my sister-in-law and Ling. Please. I looked at her kneeling there. Still had the strength to kneel. She wasn't dying just yet. So, right in front of her, I stuffed the whole bun into my mouth. A few bites and it was gone, choking my chest so bad I needed water to wash it down. She knelt there, frozen. That had been her last hope. Gone. Half a pound of meat gone. The bun gone. Her body gone. Everything gone. Her sister-in-law and Ling were still home waiting for her to bring food back. They'd wait forever now. Her lips trembled violently. No sound came out, just tears streaming down in strings. Then her whole body shuddered. Ah! A shriek tore through the mud brick room. From God knows where, she found the strength. She shoved off the ground, sprang up, and threw herself at me like a mad woman, 10 fingernails aimed straight at my face. Chen Feng, I'll take you down with me. I tipped my head back, swept my right hand out casually, and 5 fingers clamped around her wrist like an iron band. Weightless. A person starved for days couldn't have pinned a chicken with that lunge. Her other hand swung at me. I didn't even bother dodging, just raised my left and caught that wrist too. Let go of me. She thrashed for all she was worth, feet scraping the floor, neck cords standing out. But I held her up by both wrists, and she dangled there like a coat on a clothesline, swinging, never reaching. I'll kill you, you animal. I spread her arms wide and gave a tug. She stumbled, nearly did the splits. Let go. Tears smeared her whole face, curses pouring out. But her voice was getting smaller, her legs starting to wobble. Already starving, and now all this thrashing. She had nothing left. I felt the strength drain out of her wrists, bit by bit, like air leaking out of a pig's bladder. Deflated. You'll die a dog's death, she sobbed. I let go. She dropped onto her backside, heart gone to ash. Rage or cold? I couldn't tell. Maybe both. She sat there wiping tears, shoulders heaving, but not one more word came out. Cursing burns energy too. Right then, a knock at the door. Thud, thud, thud. Xiaomei. A woman's voice, choked with tears, hoarse. Xiaomei, are you in there? Open up. Thud, thud, thud. The knocking was urgent but weak, like a cat pawing at a doorframe. And right behind it, a thin little voice. Auntie, auntie. So faint it was thinner than a mosquito's whine. Barely a thread of breath. In an instant the blood rushed to Li Xiaomei's head, then drained away just as fast. Her head snapped toward the door, then back to the stain on the Kong, then down at the wreck she'd been made into. Her face went from white to red, then from red to gray. That your sister-in-law? I asked. She didn't answer. She scrambled up off the floor and threw herself at the Kong, clawing at the blanket, trying to cover that red stain. Don't open the door, she yelled at me, voice splitting, then dropped to almost nothing. Don't open it. Please. She started fumbling with her clothes, frantic. Thud, thud, thud. Xiaomei, are you in Qinfeng's place? Say something. The woman outside, Lulan, was frantic now. The little girl's crying came in broken hiccups, whimpering auntie, auntie, each one fainter than the last. Li Xiaomei yanked at the blanket, couldn't cover it, hands shaking like she had the chills. She turned to me, eyes full of terror. Not terror that I'd hit her or curse her. Terror that her sister-in-law would see her like this. Chen Feng, don't open that door. Pure pleading now. I'll do anything you want. Just let me get dressed first. Hold the door. Don't let her in. Who are you talking to in there? Xiaomei. Lulan slapped the door again. I stood in the middle of the room. I ignored Li Xiaomei. took a big step toward the door. I don't play the turtle. She panicked completely, leapt off the Kong to stop me, but one step in, her legs gave out and her knee cracked against the Kong edge. Half her body sprawled across it, one arm reaching, unable to hold herself up. Chin foam. Stop. I didn't stop. My hand was already on the wooden latch. I lifted it. Creak. The wind pushed the door open a crack. The door opened. Cold air poured in like it was free, dragging that 30 below chill straight into my face. A woman stood outside. Early 20s. A little ugly. No, that was just the color of her face. A small girl in her arms, around 4, head lolling, like a sprout snapped under snow. Lulan. Li Xuemei's sister-in-law. I frowned. The hell? Is it all old, weak, and sick around here? Not one person who could actually help. Chin foam. The urgency on her face stuttered when she saw it was me. She craned her neck on tiptoe, peering past me. Xuemei? Xuemei, are you in there? No answer. Chin foam move. Xuemei said she was coming here for meat, that you owed her. It's been over 2 hours and she's not back. What did you do to her? There's no meat, I said, flat as a weather report. Huh. I said there's no meat. Not an ounce. Her face froze for half a second, then her brows knit. Then where's Xuemei? Is she in your house? She's here. The only reason I was standing in the doorway was to give the woman inside time to dress. So what's she doing? Let me in. Lulan shoved forward a step, and the kid in her arms whimpered like a kitten. From inside, Li Xuemei's voice finally forced itself out. Sister-in-law, don't come in. Something went wrong in Lulan's gut at that sound. She'd lived in this village 20-some years. She'd heard every kind of crying voice there was. This one from Xuemei, it wasn't the anger of being bullied, wasn't the irritation of a quarrel. It was the shame of being stripped bare and thrown out into the street. Her eyes left me, dropped to the half-foot of Kong edge she could see through the gap. Her pupils dilated, slow. Chin foam. 2 words squeezed out of her throat. What did you do to Xuemei? I'm 5'11", all of it solid. I looked down at her. Quit yelling. I slept with your sister-in-law. Clean and simple, like splitting firewood. One swing, dead even. Lulan didn't move. The whole of her just locked up. Inside, Li Xuemei heard me say it and looked like she'd been clubbed in the back of the skull. Chin foam. Shut your mouth. Too late. Lulan's eyelids fluttered hard. Her body started tilting sideways. Sister-in-law. Li Xuemei cried from the Kong. But that was all she could manage. Lulan's knees gave. She pitched toward the threshold. The little girl flew out of her arms, a tiny body light as a rag, tumbling onto the floor. I moved fast, caught Lulan's arm before her head hit the threshold. Out cold. Completely. Eyes shut, lips trembling, not a drop of color in her face. A body that had been running on its last gasp for days. That gasp went out, and she was done. The girl, Ling, lay on the floor. Didn't cry, didn't fuss. Just lay there. Her lips moved, pushing out a sound smaller than a mosquito's hum. Mama. Li Xuemei rolled off the Kong, clothes half-righted. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, wake up. She shoved past me, crouched, cradled Lulan's head. Lulan's head lolled back, neck soft as a noodle, impossible to hold up. This is all your fault. Xuemei whipped around at me, eyes bloodshot. Why did you say it? Why did you have to tell her? I crouched, checked under Lulan's nose. Breathing. Not dead. The girl on the floor was crying now too, in broken pieces. Auntie. Mama's hungry. Ling's hungry. That tore Li Xuemei's heart in two. Half for the sister-in-law, half for the niece. Her tears poured down. She threw herself over Lulan, shoulders shaking. I took in the whole wretched scene. One passed out. One bawling. One starved flat. Plus me, dead broke. For people on the edge of death, crammed into a wrecked little house. Mountain snowed shut outside, 30-some below. All right, stop crying. I crouched, slid both arms under Lulan, and hauled her up off the floor. Light. Way too light. Li Xuemei looked up, tears still on her face. You. What do you think you're doing, you animal? Nothing. I shot back. I really didn't want to do anything. Starving like this, who's got it in them? And even if, food first. I carried Lulan to the Kong and laid her down. When her body touched the still warm surface, her brow creased and a muddy little moan escaped her. Don't touch my sister-in-law. Li Xuemei chased over to block me, genuinely afraid this animal would try something. She'd seen what he was capable of. Who wants to? I said, sour. I went to the outer room and fed the fire a little to warm the place up. I stood, clapped the dust off my hands, and looked over my 3 burdens. On the Kong, Lulan passed out. Beside her, Ling starving. In the corner of the Kong, Li Xuemei curled up. 3 women, each one more pitiful than the last. Honest truth, I didn't want any part of this. Every one of them was dead weight. If it were just Li Xuemei, fine. I bore some responsibility there, and I'd gotten something out of it for free. But the other 2, TCH, if they turned out to be useless down the line, they were getting kicked out. Li Xuemei found strength from somewhere and threw herself at me again. The punch landed like cotton hitting a wall, not even a thud. I didn't turn my head, reached back, caught her arm, twisted and pushed in one motion, and sat her right back down on the Kong edge. Settle down, would you? Isn't it chaotic enough? She landed hard, the back of her head nearly hitting the wall, panting with fury. Chen Feng, you good for nothing. Let go of me. I'd already let go. Then, cold. One more sound out of you, and you can get the hell out. Don't want to leave? Then shut up. You. She looked at her sister-in-law, then at Ling, gritted her teeth, tried to crawl over and pick the kid up. Sit. I didn't look at her. I went to the door, bent, and scooped Ling off the floor. The kid was terrifyingly light, a 4-year-old weighing about as much as a sorghum stalk doll. I was half afraid I'd crush her. Auntie, Auntie. Ling squinted, voice like a thread. Stop calling for your auntie. Your auntie's busy crying herself, I said, and set Ling on the Kong beside Lulan. The little thing immediately burrowed into her mother's side, like a mouse finding its nest, wriggled twice, and went still. Li Xuemei watched me, lips trembling, but didn't dare curse out loud this time. Then, on the Kong, Lulan's eyelids moved. Sister-in-law? Sister-in-law. Li Xuemei rushed over. Lulan's eyes cracked open, eyeballs rolling, landing first on Xuemei's face. Xuemei, I'm here. Don't move. Lulan's mind was still fogged, gaze unfocused. After a few breaths, her eyes sharpened onto me. Her rims went red instantly. She grabbed Xuemei's hand, voice shaking. Xuemei, diddy. Li Xuemei didn't answer. She turned her face away, and turning away said everything. Wasn't it obvious? Chen Feng had tricked her sister-in-law, and she knew exactly what kind of person her sister-in-law was. You animal, how could you trick Xuemei? Are you even human? She was already charging at me. Calm down. I gave her a shove, and she staggered. Aya. Lulan dropped to one side, scrambled up, jabbed a finger at me. You ruined my sister-in-law. You deserve a bullet, you deadbeat. You. Sister-in-law, stop. It's my fault. Li Xuemei's eyes went dim. Your fault how? This animal lied to you. The 2 of them were really getting into it. Exhausting. Enough. I cut in low. Save your strength for staying alive. Lulan choked on it. Mouth open, blank for 2 seconds, then angrier, but she really had no strength left to keep cursing. Black spots swam in front of her, her stomach twisting with pain. Li Xuemei hung her head beside her, tears dropping one by one. The room went quiet. After a while, Li Xuemei wiped her eyes. Sister-in-law, let's go. She didn't want to stay another second. Lulan got yanked up and nearly buckled, legs too weak to stand. So was Xuemei. 2 women starved for days, holding each other up, swaying toward the door. Ling whimpered from the Kong. Mama. Lulan turned to pick her up, and as she bent, her vision blacked out. She almost went down again. I just watched, thinking, how do I get food? Where do I get it? Sister-in-law, I've got her. Li Xuemei crouched and gathered Ling up, the child's head burrowing into the hollow of her shoulder, even her warm breath gone cold. The 3 of them stumbled to the door. Lulan reached for it. I stood up off the Kong and walked toward the door. I'd figured out where to get food. Go collect a debt. I reached the door, looked at Xuemei, and sighed. They still owed me the price of the ticket, after all. If you don't want to die, you'd best stay put. I'm heading out for a bit. I'll be back soon. And I walked out without looking back. Li Xuemei and Lulan stared at my retreating back. Lulan frowned. The cold wind cut through her frail body and cleared her head considerably. Chen Feng's words had landed. Home was far. She had Ling with her. And there really was no food at home. If something happened to Ling, what then? What about Xuemei? She was hurt right now. Could barely walk. Xuemei, maybe. Let's go back inside first, she murmured. Who's going into his house? He's a liar. Li Shuamei's mouth was hard, but her legs betrayed her, knees shaking nonstop. But, the state you're in right now. Lu Lan didn't spell it out. And there's nothing at home. She looked at Ling. Li Shuamei looked at Ling too. The little mouth hanging open. She didn't argue anymore. But sister-in-law, there's no food here either. Just the thought that her body had been tricked away from her filled her chest with bitterness. If it weren't for these two, she might already have killed herself. The way Shuamei saw it, at the very least, find some food for her sister-in-law and niece. Let's get inside first and talk. It's cold out here. Lu Lan pushed Shuamei back through the door. The Li family courtyard. I stared at the gate. Bang. One kick and the wooden door bounced open, slammed against the fence, bounced back. I caught it. I strode into the yard, straight for the main room. Inside, Li Dahuai sat cross-legged on the Kong, a clay brazier in front of him, a dry tobacco pipe in his hand, puffing away. Wang Hohat sat on the Kong, edge mending clothes. Li Jizai squatted on the floor feeding with chips into the brazier. Li Jiming leaned against the wall, hands tucked in his sleeves, dozing with his eyes shut. A family of 4, riding out the winter. The door wasn't latched. One push and it opened. Cold wind blew in with me, scattering ash from the brazier everywhere. Who is it? Shut the door, shut the door. Wang Hohat yelled without looking up. I didn't shut it. I stood in the doorway and looked the whole family over. Li Dahuai. My voice wasn't loud or soft, but it carried the weight of a man come to collect a life. He lifted his eyelids, pipe still in his teeth. Oh, Fengzi, what brings you here? Neither warm nor cold, with the airs of an elder. I didn't take the bait. I stepped inside, pulled the door shut behind me. Your 2 boys borrowed half a pound of meat off me. Today they pay it back. Straight to the point. The room went quiet for a beat. Li Dahuai's pipe froze at his lips. Wang Hohat's needle paused. Li Jizai glanced up at me and looked down again. Li Jiming's eyes opened, and he sized me up sidelong. What meat? Li Dahuai pulled the pipe out, knocked the ash off, playing dumb. Who borrowed meat from you? I never heard about this. You don't know? Ask your sons. My eyes settled on Li Jizai. Jizai? You tell him. Jizai squatted there, not moving, eyes darting toward his father. Fengzi, you sure you didn't remember wrong? When did I ever borrow meat from you? Half a month ago. Half a month ago? He scratched his head. I don't remember that. I smiled. Not because it was funny, the kind of smile that comes right before fists. Fine. You don't remember. I took a couple steps to the Kong edge, looked down at Li Dahuai. Why don't you have your son think a little harder? Li Dahuai set the pipe on the Kong edge, leaned back, took his time. Fengzi, you come here to pick a fight? We all live in this village, see each other every day. Anything to say it nice. I did say it nice. You didn't get it. I turned and looked at a clay basin sitting by the Kong. A bowl flipped over inside it. I reached out and lifted the bowl. Underneath were 2 cornmeal cakes. Golden, the warmth still rising off them. Oh ho, your family's still eating cakes. My voice ticked up. Hey, what are you doing? Wang Hohat shot up off the Kong to grab them. I threw out an arm and blocked her cold. She couldn't get close. Chen Feng, put those down. That's our family's rations. Your family's rations? I set the bowl aside without touching the cakes, just left them uncovered. Where's my half pound of meat? That's my rations too. Li Dahuai's face changed. Not fear, the irritation of a man called out to his face. He was an elder, somebody with a little standing in the village, and here a deadbeat had barged into his house demanding a debt to his face. His pride couldn't take it. Fengzi, settle down. His tone went heavy. Even if my boys really did borrow something off you, that's between them and you. What are you throwing your weight around in my house for? Between them and me? I pointed at the Kong. They live in your house, eat your food, use your things, borrow, and don't pay back. Who am I supposed to come to if not you? I said I didn't borrow it. Li Jizai finally stood up, face flushed red. Fengzi, don't go slandering people. I glanced at him, ignored him, turned and walked to the corner. A hoe leaned there, a wooden stool beside it. I bent and grabbed the stool. What are you doing? Li Dahuai's backside came off the Kong. Helping your son remember. Bang. I swung the stool into the edge of the stove. Mud and plaster rained down. The bowls and dishes on the rack rattled. A chipped coarse bowl rolled off and shattered on the floor. My bowl. Wang Hohat wailed. Remember yet? I planted the stool on the floor and looked at Li Jizai. He backed off half a step, mouth opening, nothing coming out. He had borrowed it. Half a month ago, Chun Fong, the original, had gotten his hands on a piece of meat somewhere, and the two brothers had come over, said they'd borrow half a pound, pay it back in a couple days. That coward of an original got spooked by the two of them and handed it over, didn't dare say a hard word. But he couldn't admit it. Admit it, and he'd have to pay it back. Half a pound of meat, worth more than a life right now. Where was he going to get that? Fengzi, you can smash my whole house. Won't do you any good. Li Jizai stiffened his neck. I didn't borrow it, didn't borrow it. You got any proof? I nodded. Fine. I raised the stool again. Wait. Li Dehuai jumped down off the Kong, grabbed the stool leg. Knock it off, damn it. 2 more hits and my stove caves in. Then have your son open his mouth and tell the truth. Jizai, he whipped his head at his eldest. Did you borrow it or not? Li Jizai pressed his mouth into a line, holding out. Li Dehuai looked at his younger son, Jiming. Li Jiming, who'd been leaning against the wall the whole time, slowly pulled his hands from his sleeves and rolled his eyes. So we borrowed it, so what? Half a pound of meat. He really has to come throw a tantrum at our door over it. Jiming, Li Dehuai glared. Oh ho. I smiled, slowly lowering the stool. So pay it back and we're square. Who said anything about paying it back? Li Jiming pushed off the wall and stood up straight, half a head shorter than me, but neck stiff as a board. I said it's half a pound of meat. No need for all this drama. So are you paying it back or not? Where's their meat right now? He spread his hands. Couple days. Couple days. I tilted my head. Last time you said couple days too. It's been half a month. How many couple of days have come and gone? You? Today? Now? Right now? This second. I bit off every word. His face darkened too. He stepped forward. Chen Feng, don't push your luck. What are you anyway? A deadbeat. And you've got the nerve to come throw your weight around in my house. He rolled up his sleeves. I stared at Li Jiming. My eyes changed. I'd changed my mind. A crowd like this. No way they walk without paying interest. Half a pound of meat, plus a pound of cornmeal, I said low. What? Li Dahuai thought his ears were broken. Interest, I said. Half a month. Got to be some interest, right? Half a pound of meat plus a pound of cornmeal? Li Jiming craned his head forward like he hadn't heard right. Chen Feng, you dreaming? Dream your mother. I'm wide awake. I stepped forward. Li Jiming didn't hesitate either. Sleeves up, he lunged, right fist whistling straight at my face. By village standards, it was a respectable punch. At least he committed to it, and the aim was true. But I just tipped my head left, and the fist skimmed past my ear. He'd punched air, pitched forward half a step, all his weight thrown ahead of him, no way to pull it back. Crack. A sharp report. My palm landed flat across his left cheek. Not a play slap. The force measured out just right. Hard enough, loud enough, memorable enough to last a lifetime. He spun like a top, shoulder hitting the Kong edge first, then bouncing off the wall, the back of his head smacking the earthen wall, dirt crumbling down. He slid down the wall and dropped onto his backside, eyeballs rolling twice before they found north. The room went silent. Wang Hohat's mouth hung open, her needle and thread fallen to the Kong without her noticing. Li Dahuai's pipe hovered in midair, his lips working twice without producing a word. Li Jizai squatted frozen, legs gone to lead. Jiming. Wang Hohat came back to herself and shrieked. He lay slumped against the wall, the left half of his face swelling up like risen dough, a thread of blood at the corner of his mouth. He braced against the floor to get up, put strength into his arm twice, couldn't manage it, slumped back down. I walked over, lifted one foot, set it on his back. Not heavy, but it pinned him to the floor like a fish on a cutting board. He could flop, couldn't flip. Get your damn foot off me. Face pressed to the ground, mouth full of the taste of dirt, cursing through the mud. I didn't lift it. I shifted my weight forward instead. I'll say it one more time. Listen close. I looked down at the man under my foot, unhurried. Half a pound of meat, plus a pound of cornmeal. Interest. You don't pay. I take this leg off you and burn it for firewood. His face screwed up, words squeezing through his teeth. You wouldn't dare? My father is. I pressed down. Ugh. His voice cracked an octave. Your father? Your father's standing right there. Want him to come save you. I turned and looked at Li Dahuai. His throat bobbed. 47 years he'd lived, and he'd seen a few things in this village. Brawls, scraps, plenty. But Chun Feng's way of fighting, that he'd never seen. When Jiming threw that punch, he'd watched it, straight for the face. A solid hit, would have staggered anyone. And Chun Feng just tipped his head and slid past it like it wasn't there. And that return slap was too fast for the eye to follow. This wasn't the wild arm-swinging brawl of village men. This was somebody who knew how to fight. Li Dehuai, you going to pull your son out of this or not? I asked him. His lips quivered. Fengzi, move your foot first. We can talk this out nice. Nice. I pressed down another notch. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Dad, Jiming howled. Fengzi, cool down, this is on us. Li Dahuai wrung his hands, every crease in his face trembling. I cocked my head at him. That's not what you were saying a minute ago. A minute ago, I was being a fool. His back bent 30% lower. Jitsai and them borrowed your stuff. They should pay it back. They will. Dad. You. Li Jitsai panicked beside him. You shut your mouth. Li Dahuai roared at his eldest, the cords standing out on his neck, then turned a different face on me. All smiles. Fengzi, let your foot off. Jiming's young and stupid. You're a bigger man than that. Cut the useless talk. I broke in. Bring the goods out first. We really don't have half a pound of meat. Wang Hohat yelped from the Kong. Look at this house. Where would there be meat? Go on, search. Fine. I answered, and leaned a little harder with my foot. Ugh. Ma, stop talking. Stop talking. Jiming screamed like a stuck pig. Wang Hohat's mouth snapped shut, tears spilling down. My patience was used up. I'm going to count to 5. Count's done and it's not out here. I stopped stepping on his back and start stepping on his hand. Jiming's whole body jerked. His hand? If his hand got wrecked, how would he work the rest of his life? Dad, go get it. Hurry, he yelled at Li Dahuai from the floor. 1. I started counting. Wait, wait, wait. I'm going. Li Dahuai spun and limped toward the outer room. 2. Wang Hohat slid off the Kong and ran after him. 3. From the outer room came the sounds of boxes and chests being torn open, a crock lid clattering against the rim, a clay jar knocking the floor. 4. It's here, it's here. Li Dahuai's voice drifted in, half sobbing. 5. I didn't stop. He came stumbling back, both hands cradling something wrapped in rags, a cloth sack pinned under one arm. Li Dahuai came stumbling back with that rag bundle in his shaking hands, catching his foot on the threshold, nearly going down. Wang Hohat trailed him, clutching a half-empty cloth sack, her face like she was being cut for flesh. My foot was still on Jiming's back. I looked down at what was in Li Dahuai's hands. Open it. He pulled the rag aside. A chunk of meat, frozen rock hard, a few stalks of dried grass stuck to it, the color gone dark. Looked like it had been sitting a while. I weighed it in my hand. Li Dahuai, who do you think you're fooling with this? That's all there is. That's really all. His voice cracked. Look around this house. Where else could anything be hidden? I turned the meat over, dug a thumbnail into the frozen surface, brought it to my nose. Not spoiled. Frozen solid, weather like this, it'd keep a good while. And the weight was right, a little over half a pound. Fine. I tucked the meat against my chest. Li Dahuai's shoulders visibly loosened. He started to say something. My hand was already reaching for the cloth sack Wang Hohat was clutching. She jerked it behind her back on reflex. That's our family's cornmeal. Got nothing to do with you. Interest. 2 words. What interest? We said half a pound of meat. You got your meat? What else do you want? Her voice climbed 9 notches. I looked down at Li Jiming under my foot. He lay there moaning, left cheek pressed to the cold floor, that side swollen high, the blood at his mouth trickling down his chin into the dirt. What did I just say? You all deaf, or playing deaf? I lifted my foot off his back. Not because I'd gone soft. The meat was in hand, and stepping on him was just effort now. Jiming rolled half over, propped himself up to sit, right hand cupping his left cheek, eye sockets red. He opened his mouth to curse, caught my eyes sweeping toward him, and swallowed it. I walked up to Wang Hohat. She backed up a step, spine hitting the stove. She hugged the sack tighter. This is our family's lifeline. 4 of us living off this little bit of grain. You took the meat, and that's not enough? Now you want the cornmeal too? Chen Feng, are you even human? Whether I'm human's got nothing to do with you. I put my hand out, palm up. Give it. No. You can beat me to death. I won't. I didn't waste more breath. I just grabbed the bottom corner of the sack. She clamped down on the mouth of it for dear life. and the two of us hauled it up and down between us like a tug of war. "Old man, do something," she shouted at Li Donghuai. He stood there, mouth opening and shutting, hands not knowing where to go. Do what? How? He'd watched with his own eyes, his younger son's punch, and Chun Feng's head sliding aside like it had eyes, that slapped back fast and sharp. Jiming was a decent fighter by village standards, and he'd hit the floor before the exchange even registered. A 47-year-old man with bad legs charging in? That was just asking for a beating. "Woman, give it to him." Li Donghuai's voice came out dry. "What?" Wang Hohat's eyes bulged. "What did you say?" "That's cornmeal. A whole pound. You know how many meals a pound of cornmeal makes if we go careful." "I know, but you've got him riled. Forget a pound. He'd haul off 10 if you wanted." Her mouth twitched. I didn't wait for her to think it through. One pull, and the sack came out of her hands. She lurched at empty air and sat down hard against the stove. "My cornmeal." I hefted the sack. "Light. A pound of cornmeal at most." I pulled the mouth open and looked. Coarse ground corn flour, yellowish, mixed with husk. Edible enough. "Chen Feng, you'll die 1,000 deaths." Wang Hohat sat on the floor and started cursing, voice thin and shrill. I tied the sack off, slung it over my shoulder, pulled open the door, and walked out big as you please. Behind me, Li Donghuai's legs gave, and he sat back down on the Kong, reaching for his pipe, fingers shaking so bad it took 3 tries to grab it. Wang Hohat sat by the stove, her cursing dropping into one wail after another. "My cornmeal, a whole pound of cornmeal, enough to stretch 2 more days if we were careful." "Enough." Li Donghuai flung the pipe down on the Kong. "Wailing for what? Man's gone. Who are you wailing at?" "I'm wailing at you. You useless lump. You watched a deadbeat walk in and rob us blind, and you just stood there. Are you even a man? Why don't you go up against him? Go on." He jabbed a finger at the door. "You see Jiming's face? One slap. One. Go figure out if that old face of yours can take it." She went quiet. Li Jizai finally got up off the floor, brushed the dirt off his pants, lips pressed tight. Li Jiming dragged himself up too, bracing on the wall, swaying twice before he steadied. The left side of his face was swollen like a steamed bun, the corner of his mouth split, his words coming out with a leak. "Dad, we can't just let this go." "Shut up," Li Donghuai snapped, and his voice was a lot harder than it had been for me. "If you're man enough to beat him, why didn't you a minute ago? When you were flat on the floor screaming, where was this talk?" Jiming choked, face going red. The mood hung heavy and stale. After a long while, Li Donghuai exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said low, "From now on, keep your distance. Don't provoke him." I tramped back through the snow to my own yard, pushed the door, bolted from inside, meaning they hadn't left. I knocked twice. Thud, thud, thud. "Open up." A few breaths later, the door creaked open a crack, half of Lu Lan's face showing. Eye rims red and swollen, nose tip frozen raw. When she saw it was me, her face dropped. I didn't bother with her expression, just turned sideways and squeezed in. "Shut the door." She bolted it and pressed herself against the door panel, keeping her distance from me. I went straight to the stove in the outer room, pulled the sack off my shoulder and set it down, then dug the rag-wrapped frozen meat out of my shirt and dropped it on the stovetop. Smack. Solid sound. From the Kong in the inner room, Li Xuemei's voice came out. "Sister-in-law?" "Xuemei, he's back," Lu Lan answered. I ignored her, peeled the rag open. Over half a pound of frozen meat sat on the stovetop, hard as a rock. Beside it the sack gaped open, the corn flour just visible inside. Lu Lan's eyes flicked to the stovetop. Her step hitched. She came forward 2 paces, eyes fixed on that chunk of meat, nailed where she stood. This is meat." Her voice had changed, not the kill Chen Feng and eat him tone from before, but something stunned. "It's a rock, what else?" I jabbed back. Her throat bobbed. Her gaze slid from the meat to the cloth sack and back. Her lips trembled like she wanted to ask something. Then she swallowed it. "Xuemei," she suddenly called toward the inner room. "What is it?" Weak voice. "Come out and look." Rustling from the Kong. After a good while, Li Xuemei came out steadying herself on the doorframe. Her eyes dropped to the stovetop, stared at the meat for seconds, lips moving, no sound. Then over at the sack of corn flour. Where'd it come from?" Her voice shook. "What's it matter where?" I didn't explain. She edged forward 2 steps, eyes on the frozen meat, throat clicking. She genuinely swallowed. Is it really meat? Lulan reached out and touched the frozen surface, fingertip meeting the cold skin, and pulled back. Not from the cold, from the rush of it. There's a pound of cornmeal too, I said. Lulan's eyes flooded red on the spot. These two things, in the winter of 1960, were life itself. Not an exaggeration. They could genuinely save a life. This deadbeat. He hadn't lied to Shuamei after all. Li Shuamei stared too, honestly not expecting that Chen Feng had actually made good on his word. Seen enough? Seen enough? Then get cooking. One works the fire, one cuts the meat. I haven't eaten all day. Li Shuamei turned her body away from me. What did you say? Ears not working? Cook. You're telling me to cook for you? Her voice climbed. Problem. I tilted my head at her. Her fist clenched inside her sleeve. What? What gives you the right to order me around? The grain I went and got. You. That's what you owe me. Don't want to do it? Then get lost, fast. You won't see an ounce of meat from me. Not a sliver of negotiation in it. She looked at that lump of meat, face going red. Then I'll just. The words cut off mid-sentence. Because Ling was in no shape to travel right now. Even a short trip was dangerous, and there was no firewood waiting at home anyway. Shuamei. Lulan jumped in quick. Same fear as Shuamei, worried for Ling, worried for Shuamei. Sister-in-law. Shuamei turned to her. Let's just cook first. Lulan headed for the stove. Passing me, she looked at me, froze 2 seconds, eyes complicated. In the end, she lowered her head. Said quietly, sorry. Please, please don't make us leave. I glanced at her, thinking, at least this one's not blind. The earlier hysterics I could understand too. A mother will give anything for her child. A sister-in-law will fight anyone for her husband's little sister. Lulan finished and reached for the cleaver above the stove. Her body swayed. She caught the stovetop to keep from falling. I'll cut the meat. Shuamei, you work the fire. Li Shuamei paused a few seconds, then finally crouched down, struck the match twice before it caught, shoved it into the kindling at the bottom of the firebox. The flames leapt up, the corn cobs in the pit crackling. She pulled the bellows handle, working it back and forth. At the stove, Lulan had started on the frozen meat. Too solid to cut. So she set the pot up, added water, dropped the meat into thaw, planning to slice it once the surface softened. The water bubbled, the surface of the meat slowly changing color, a meaty smell rising. Ling crouched by the stove, nose lifted, sniffing hard. Mama, it smells good. Good? I caught the reek of that low-grade firewood. Good my foot. No seasoning, strictly there to fill a stomach. Not done yet. Wait, Lulan said, turning the meat. I don't want to wait. I want to eat now. Ling stamped her foot. What's all the fuss? Keep yelling and you won't get any, I said flatly. Spoil a kid and this is what you get. Ling jumped, looked up at me, shrank behind her mother's leg, didn't dare make a sound. But her eyes kept sneaking toward the pot. Lulan fished the surface-thawed meat onto the board and sliced, putting her wrist into it, a tremble with each cut. Bad knife work, but she couldn't bear to waste a scrap. Skin, membrane, none of it tossed. Even the fingernail-sized bits scraped into the bowl with the knife tip. Bring the cornmeal, she said over her shoulder. I nudged the sack toward her. She poured the flour into the clay basin, added water, kneaded it with both hands. Then she patted the cakes flat against the inner wall of the iron pot, one after another, a ring of golden cakes. The sliced meat went in too, stewing in half a pot of water. She opened the salt crock, and there was actually salt inside. Shocking. Lid on. Cook it all, I said. Before long, the smell of broth was leaking out from under the lid. Not exactly fragrant, but they were truly starving. Lulan's hands shook as she kneaded. Even Li Shuamei's bellows pulling sped up on its own, faster and faster. I stood with my arms crossed, and somewhere along the way my eyes drifted off the pot. I was watching Li Shuamei crouched at the firebox. The heat had flushed her face red. She reached to feed another stick into the fire, sleeve riding up to bare a sliver of wrist, startlingly white. My throat bobbed. Like she'd sensed something, she suddenly turned her head. Our eyes collided across the outer room. I didn't look away. Her face went up in flames. She shot me a glare and whipped her head back around. By the time we ate, it was long dark. The wind moaned outside, the window paper bellying in and out. The kerosene lamp was down to its last drop of oil. The flame shrunk to the size of a mung bean. Lulan cleared the bowls and scrubbed the pot. Li Shuamei fed the last 2 sticks into the firebox, sparks flaring then dying. The Kong was still warm, enough to last past midnight. Put out the lamp, it wastes oil, I said from the Kong, peeling off my coat and setting it at the head. Oh, Lulan went and turned the wick down. The bean-sized flame shivered twice and died. The room dropped into pitch black, couldn't see your own hand. Ling was already asleep, curled at the far inside of the Kong against the wall. After a few bites of meat and half a cake, her little belly was round, and she'd been out the second her head touched the pillow. Get up on the Kong and sleep, I said into the dark. Li Shuamei stood at the Kong edge, not climbing up. Shuamei, come on up, Lulan called softly. Li Shuamei felt her way over and found a spot beside Ling, lay down on her side, back to the outside, wrapped herself up tight. Lulan climbed up too, on Ling's other side, a 4-year-old between her and Shuamei. The Kong wasn't big. For people packed on, you could barely roll over. I got on last, lay down on Shuamei's side, and the Kong was full. 4 of us in a row, me on the outermost edge, Shuamei against me, Ling in the middle, Lulan by the wall. In the dark, nobody could see anyone's face. Quiet for a bit, just the wind outside and Ling's even breathing. Then Li Shuamei went rigid. An arm came over from behind and draped across her waist. Her breath scattered. You, Shu, my voice right behind her ear, breath warm on the back of her neck. She grabbed my wrist, trying to shove the arm off. She put strength into it, but my arm didn't budge. It pulled back instead, dragging her whole body into me. Her back pressed against my chest. Let go, she hissed, voice thin as a mosquito. I didn't. The arm tightened, locking her against me. No room to move. What do you think you're doing? There are people right here. Urgency in it, teeth grinding. Sleeping. You call this sleeping? Gave the blanket to the kid. I don't hold you, you'll freeze to death. You? She shook with fury, but didn't dare raise her voice. Ling was asleep right there, and her sister-in-law too. She twisted twice, hard, and my arm just clamped tighter the more she fought. You move again, and I won't stop at holding. She went still all at once. Her face burned, her whole face like it was roasting over the firebox. Couldn't be seen in the dark, but she knew. Hot enough to fry an egg. My hand sat at her waist, over the cotton coat, perfectly still. But the position alone had her wired tight, my breath landing on the back of her neck in a steady rhythm, like counting. She gritted her teeth, silent. This thug. 1 Ling away, Lulan lay with her eyes open, staring at the black ceiling. She couldn't see a thing, but she could hear everything, even the rustle of cotton against cotton. Her heart clenched into a knot. Her hand found Ling's arm beside her and gripped it, like gripping something to hold on to. She knew Shuamei was enduring it. That rotten man had gone out this afternoon and brought back meat and cornmeal. They'd eaten his food, and Lulan couldn't put a hard word together about it. This deadbeat. He really had ruined Shuamei. And now this, right in front of her. Lulan rolled over to face the wall, pulled the blanket corner over her ears. No use. She could still hear. There was movement on that side again. Where do you think your hand's going? Li Shuamei's voice dropped lower, almost pure breath. Nowhere. Your waist's digging into my hand. I'm just moving it. You? What you? You warmed up too, didn't you? She had no answer. The man's logic was beyond reason. After a while, Lulan heard Shuamei's breathing turn quick and shallow, like she was forcing something down. Lulan dug her nails into her own palm, but her body was locked under his arm. No breaking free, no running. And slowly, whether from exhaustion or the Kang's real warmth, Shuamei's body unwound, bit by bit, no longer so stiff. I felt it. Didn't say anything, didn't loosen my arm, just settled my hand where it belonged. In the dark, nobody spoke. I shut my eyes, thinking. For people on 1 Kong, I needed to find a place with 2 rooms, east and west, or this was just a pile of miserable siblings. Back at dinner, little Ling had let it slip. Their home was wiped out. No firewood even waiting if they went back. So they couldn't leave. Leaving meant dying, which was why I'd told them, you want to stay here, fine. 2 conditions. 1, do as I say. 2, pull your weight. It wasn't light yet when I woke. Li Shuamei had rolled over at some point, facing me now, head tucked under my chin, hand fisted in the front of my coat, gripping tight. Asleep, She behaved. I didn't disturb her. Slowly drew my arm out, braced on the Kong edge, sat up. The Kong had gone cold over most of its surface. No one had fed the fire in the back half of the night, and the heat dropped fast. Ling was curled in a ball. Lulan lay coiled by the wall, face to it. I pulled my coat on and crept off the Kong. The outer room was colder still. Every breath came out as white fog. I didn't rush to light a fire. I stood at the stove, looking at the deflated cloth sack. Last night's half-pound of meat, a few cakes, for people, not much left. Under half a pound of corn flour in the sack, and a fist-sized chunk of frozen meat. Wouldn't last 2 days. To live, I had to find food. The mountain was a good way out of this. But hunting up there, empty-handed. What was I supposed to hunt with? I leaned against the stove, hands in my sleeves, mind racing. A slingshot, a bow, wire snares. Get any one of them, and I could go up the mountain. I rummaged in the outer room, pulled out a half-burnt stick, weighed it in my hand. No good. I needed a real weapon. I pushed the door open, and a gust of cold blew straight into me. Just past dawn, gray and dim, the snow glaring a pale, sickly white. A night's fresh snow lay in the yard, crunching underfoot. I'd thought it over all night. A slingshot was easy to make, but couldn't take down anything big. Wire snares needed wire. A bow was the handiest, but carving one myself would take real effort, and with no good timber it'd come out a limp thing. Fastest method, find one ready-made. I walked east along the packed snow path through the middle of the village, turning over the original owner's memories. Deadbeat or not, the man had spent years prowling around the village. Whose house had what? He knew a little of all of it. The Lee family had a hunting bow. The original remembered it clearly, because he'd coveted that bow once and never had the nerve to ask. Halfway down the path, a figure rose out of the snow ahead. Li Jiming. The kid was bundled in a ragged cotton coat, neck pulled in, coming out of his own yard with a carrying pole over one shoulder and a bow in his right hand. A bow. My step hitched. That bow. Birchwood body, string twisted from ox sinew, the limb about a forearm long. Not big, but in this village that was good gear. Li Jiming saw me too. The two of us stood 10-some paces apart, face to face on the snow path. His step slowed visibly. The slap mark from yesterday was still on his left cheek, the swelling mostly down, but the bruise was there, a dark, sooty smear, like he'd wiped his face on the bottom of a pot. He stopped, didn't come forward, didn't back off. I locked eyes on the bow in his hand and strode toward him. Chin Feng, don't. He shrank back half a step on reflex, words cut short, then forced himself to stop. He clenched his teeth, puffed out his chest, slung the bow behind his back. What? What are you looking at? You. I'm telling you about yesterday, his voice ticked up. My dad said to steer clear of you. But I, Li Jiming, am no coward. Don't think one slap means you can. I couldn't be bothered with the speech. 10 steps, 8, 5. He watched me close in, that pressure bearing down, mouth still running tough. What do you want? I'll tell you. I'm not alone today, my brother's behind me. 3 steps. I lifted a foot and kicked. It caught him in the gut, not too hard, but he was standing on snow, footing slick. He went over backward. The pole flew, the bow left his hand, and he hit the snow flat on his back, the back of his head smacking the packed surface, stars bursting in his eyes. Ugh, 2 steps, and I was on him, a foot planted on his chest. Same move as yesterday, same spot, same force. He lay in the snow, chest pinned, legs kicking twice, going nowhere. His face flushed red, and the slapped side started throbbing again. You again? He struggled to rise, ground down under my foot. I'm asking you. Whose bow? I bent and lifted the bow from the snow. Birchwood, good in the hand, string drawn tight. I flicked it with a finger, and it sang out crisp. Good gear. That's my family's bow. Put it down. He kicked his legs, shouting. I turned it over, ran a hand along the string, drew it half open to test the draw weight. Plenty. More than enough for pheasant. No trouble for hare either. Though hares are night animals, basically can't get them in daylight. Chin Feng, you're flat out robbing me. I looked down at him. Yeah, I'm robbing you. What are you going to do about it? His mouth twitched. He'd never met anyone so shameless. He lay there, chest under my foot, yesterday's slap still burning, now flipped into the snow on top of it. And the worst part, that my brother's behind me, line was hot air. His brother Li Jizai hadn't followed at all. He was alone. Chen Feng, you wait, you just wait. I'll get my dad, my brother, the whole village to deal with you. Go ahead. I crouched, elbows on knees, and tapped the tip of the bow against his nose. You bring them, and I'll tell them all about how Li Dahuai's youngest hauled a hunting bow up the mountain at the crack of dawn. Where were you headed? Hunting. His mouth shut. The production team's bow? You sneak it out to use, and the team captain finds out. You guess what happens to your dad? His face changed. The bow really wasn't theirs. It was the production team's property. After the autumn hunting crew disbanded, the bow and a few wire snares were turned back into the team office. Li Dahuai, who kept the workpoint records, had a foot in the door and quietly hidden this birchwood bow in his own storehouse. Hardly anyone in the village knew, but I knew. More precisely, the original knew. That deadbeat, drifting around the village day and night, had once seen Li Jiming pull the bow out of the storehouse in the dead of night, and he'd kept it filed away, never daring to make noise about it. Now I had the nerve. How? How do you know about that? Jiming's voice dropped a notch. I didn't answer that. I took my foot off his chest, stood, and brushed the snow off my hands. He scrambled up, slapping snow off his backside, eyes darting between me and the bow, a fine sweat breaking on his forehead. Chen Feng, give me back the bow, and we'll both pretend none of this happened. Give it back. I took the bow off my shoulder, weighed it in my hand. Let me ask you. You hauled this bow up the mountain. Bag anything? He didn't answer. Did you? No. Look at you. Wasting a good bow. I clicked my tongue. You lug it up there, and what if you run into the militia on patrol? What if the commune sends people down to inspect? Your dad hiding team property. One poke, and it's blown wide open. His throat moved. He had thought about this. Every time he snuck the bow out, his heart drummed. He saw a shadow on the road, and his legs went weak. But there was nothing to eat at home, and his dad had told him to try and bring back a pheasant. Let me lay something out for you. My tone shifted, dropping the menace, going almost earnest. You roam the hills with the production team's bow. Coming home empty isn't the problem. Somebody catches you, and your dad's neck is on the line. He opened his mouth, didn't argue. You think you're the only one who knows about this bow. I leaned in half a step, dropped my voice. Old Lady Zhou's mouth, you know what that's like. She lets it slip one day, and your whole family's standing up at a struggle session. His face went white on the spot. Old Lady Zhou's mouth was the loudspeaker for the whole East Village, better than the tin horn on the team office roof. Anything that passed through her got around the entire village inside half a day. Then what do I do? His voice had a tremor in it now. There it was. I was laughing inside, didn't show a flicker of it, frowned instead, the picture of a man fretting on his behalf. This bow at your house is a liability. You carrying it out to use, bigger liability. Sooner or later someone sees, someone reports it, and once they slap that stealing public property label on your dad, it never comes off his whole life. He swallowed. But the same bow in my hands. Different story. How's it different? What am I? A deadbeat. I thumped my own chest. Who in this village thinks anything of me? Nobody. I sling a bow over my shoulder and head up the mountain. Who cares? Worst case somebody says, there goes that bum with another junk bow he scrounged from somewhere. And that's it. Nobody digs. He blinked. That almost made sense. But it's my family's, my dad hid it. He mumbled. Your dad hid it? Fine, then your dad stole it. In your storehouse, it's stolen goods. In your hands, it's evidence. I flicked the bow limb. Think about it. I take it off your hands. Your house comes clean. Commune comes to inspect. They turn your storehouse upside down, find nothing. Your dad's in the clear, right? His head buzzed. Something fell off, but he couldn't name what. Every sentence I said held up on its own, and strung together it held up even better. And I'm not taking it for nothing. I read his mind. I take the bow up the mountain. I bag something. I cut you a share. You don't take the risk, you get to eat meat, and your family's headache walks out the door with me. So tell me, you losing here or winning? Share? Cut me a share? The more he heard, the less right it felt, but the worse he was at putting his finger on it. My word good or not. Go ask your dad. Yesterday's pound of meat and pound of cornmeal, did I let your family carry it a single day on credit? I added one more. Besides, yesterday I stepped on you and walked off, didn't take a hair more than I was owed. Today I kicked you and didn't even beat you after. You go offend somebody else in this village, see how that goes. Zhao Yuhua's a lot meaner than me. Somebody's chicken wandered into his yard once. He wrung its neck and stewed it. And when they came knocking, he turned it around on them. Me, at least I reason with you. He stood in the snow, head like it had been filled with paste. He'd taken a kick, lost the bow, but the way I told it, it was like he'd come out ahead. So, you'll really cut me in? What would I lie to you for? To trick you into eating meat. I slung the bow over my shoulder, a few arrows with it. Go home. Quit standing in the snow. You catch a chill, and it's grain wasted nursing you back. He stood there watching me stride off toward the east end of the village, bow on my shoulder, head still muddled. The nagging sense of being sold and counting the cash for the buyer. But he couldn't work out which link in the chain had gone wrong. The bow was gone, but so was the trouble. He scratched his head, tucked the pole under his arm, and turned for home. A few steps on, he stopped and looked back at my retreating back. This guy, is something wrong with his head? Robs you blind and has a whole speech ready for it. He muttered it, pulled his neck in, and trudged home. I left the village and climbed the old path along the foot of the mountain. The snow at the base was waist deep, but near the tree line the wind had scoured it thinner, only shin deep there. I bent low and slipped into the edge of the woods. Pine and birch tangled together, branches loaded with snow, a stray gust shaking loose a soft cascade. There was no wind inside the woods. Snow lay thick on the pine boughs, a clump now and then dropping on its own with a muffled thud. Otherwise, nothing. No sound at all. I crouched. There was a line of marks on the snow. Not footprints. Last night's snow had buried most of the old ones, but this set was fresh. 3 toes forward, 1 back, the spacing tight, the scratch marks shallow, the edges not yet blurred by wind. I cleared the loose snow beside it with a finger and uncovered a little knot of black-green droppings underneath, not frozen through. Pheasant, probably. And close by? I straightened, in no hurry to chase. First I read the lay of the land. A row of old pines on the left, trunks too thick to get my arms around. A patch of low scrub on the right. Ice beads hanging off the twigs, the snow beneath clawed open to show withered grass roots. The tracks came from the pines, curved, and headed for the scrub. I didn't walk straight at it. I cut an arc, working in from downwind. Winter pheasant is hard to take. You have to be careful. They're skittish, one wrong sound, and they're gone. But they've got a weakness, gluttony. Once a pheasant finds a spot where it can scratch up grass seed, it comes back again and again. In front of the scrub, the scratch marks grew denser. I dropped low, nearly belly to the snow, and inched forward. After a moment I stopped and eased my head out. A pheasant, a real beauty, a male. Figures the males are the lookers. A white ring around its neck, long tail feathers trailing across the snow. Not big, a pound and change, head buried in a snow hollow, scratching for food. My hand went to my back and drew an arrow from the quiver. Slow, very slow. When the arrow met the string, the bow limb gave the faintest creak. The pheasant didn't react, still scratching. I drew the bow, arrowhead lined up on the pheasant's body, just under the head. 30 meters. Depends on the bow's quality, a bit of a stretch. Squint. Aim. Release. The snap of the string and the hiss of the arrow came almost together. Thwip. The shaft drove into the pheasant's breast, head buried whole, the force shoving it back half a foot. It thrashed its wings twice, legs kicking, nearly got airborne. I ran over fast, pressed one hand on its crest, and wrenched. Crack. Then I pulled the arrow free, blood spurted, but no matter, it drained off quick. I waited. A pound and a little over. On the lean side, but good luck for a first hunt. I held it upside down and started home, plucking feathers as I walked. A step, a fistful. A step, a fistful. Get the coat off it while it's warm. Let it go cold, and it won't come off. Home. 2 in the afternoon, I finally got back. I dragged a bundle of firewood up, pushed open the gate, and knocked at the door. Thud, thud, thud. Who? Lulan's voice, muffled, through the panel. Open up. Low. The door creaked open a crack. Lulan pulled it wide, and I dropped the bundle of firewood off my shoulder, leaned it by the door. She reached out on reflex to take it, and her eyes caught what was hanging from my other hand. Her motion froze. A bird. A bird plucked clean and bald, gutted and split open. Neck drooping, a hole in its breast, blood long since drained, frozen stiff. featherless or not. The size, the build, plainly a ring-necked pheasant off the mountain. Her mouth fell open and didn't close. You this. Get inside first. I turned sideways through the doorframe, shoved the pheasant into her arms, set the firewood down beside. Bang. Door shut. Lulan stood there holding the pheasant, both hands shaking. He'd actually caught something? Hunted it? Or where did the firewood come from? He can hunt. Where did he even get the tools? Xiaomei. She carried the pheasant into the inner room. Li Xiaomei's eyes landed on the bird, and she went still. This pheasant, Lu Lan said tightly. He brought it back. Li Xiaomei stared at it for a few seconds, lips moving, nothing coming out. I clapped the snow off myself. Both women on the Kong watched me, eyes full of shock, plainly not wanting to believe it. I took the bow off my shoulder and leaned it in the corner, quiver and all. What are you looking at? Never seen a pheasant. Lu Lan came to, swiped her sleeve across her eyes, asked low. You went up the mountain? I sat on the Kong edge, pulled off my boots, slid my feet onto the warm surface, jerked my chin at the pheasant in her arms. Get it cooking. I'm starving. I'll go right now. She swallowed and hurried to the outer room. After yesterday's meet, she had a little strength back. I glanced at Li Xiaomei. Still hurt. Humph. She came back to herself with a cold snort, climbed down off the Kong, limping, and went to help. For in the afternoon, the big iron pot in the outer room bubbled and steamed. Lu Lan took the cleaver and chopped the plucked pheasant into small pieces, quick and clean, body swaying with each stroke. The coarse cloth of her shirt couldn't hide her figure, especially bent over feeding the firebox, the curve of her pulled taut. I sat cross-legged at the head of the inner room Kong, enjoying the free view through the doorframe. This widowed sister-in-law, she had something to her. A real worker and a body with some life in it. The water came to a boil, and she dropped the pheasant pieces in. Before long, a thick, meaty smell wound through the door crack and bored straight into your nose. These days, who got to smell meat in their own house? The scent alone could pull the soul out of you. Lu Lan stirred the broth, mind churning. Yesterday, she'd wanted to take a cleaver to Chin Feng. Today, watching this pot of meat roll and bubble, her resentment had flown off to the clouds. The man's a scoundrel, sure, but he can bring home meat. In a winter where people starve to death, a man who can put a mouthful of hot meat broth in front of the three of us. Forget making me cook. Even if he made me do other things, I'd accept it. She stole a glance at me on the Kong. Strange how easy on the eyes this deadbeat had gotten. Fengzi, the food's ready. She'd even changed how she addressed me. She carried a big clay basin in and set it on the Kong table. For cornmeal cakes beside it. Ling had been swallowing drool for ages, draped over the table edge, eyes glued to the meat in the basin. I picked up the wooden ladle and started dishing. Myself first. 2 big drumsticks plus a fat chunk of breast, a full bowl of meat and broth. Then Ling, a bowl of broth with 2 soft, tender pieces picked out for her. Eat. Don't burn yourself. I pushed it over. She grabbed a cake and shoveled the broth in with loud slurps, hissing at the heat, but refusing to slow down. Thank you, Uncle Chun, she mumbled. Lu Lan had taught her that. Lu Lan got a bowl next, a generous helping of meat. She bobbed her head, flattered. Thank you, Fengzi. Last, I dished half a bowl of broth, a wing, a tail, and some scraps, and pushed it in front of Li Xiaomei. She was hunched at the far corner of the Kong, well away from the table. She'd had nothing but a sour face for me since I walked in. Last night's humiliation was still fresh. This bastard had taken her innocence, and now here he was playing the good guy. Come eat. I rapped the table. She turned her head away, wouldn't even look at the bowl. I'm not eating. Heh. I smiled. Got some backbone. What? The pheasant I caught not to your taste. She gave a cold snort. The stuff you bring back, it's filthy. The room's temperature dropped to ice. Lu Lan jumped, set her bowl down fast, reached to tug Xiaomei's sleeve. Xiaomei, what nonsense is this? Come eat. This is meat. Li Xiaomei shook her off. Sister-in-law, you can stomach it. I can't. Did you forget how he bullied me yesterday? Lu Lan's words jammed. Xiaomei had given up her innocence for the two of them, and it gnawed at her. If she could choose, she'd rather it had been her own. But what could she do? Not eat. Then what about her daughter? What about Xiaomei? Wouldn't the innocence have been thrown away for nothing? She wanted to talk Xiaomei around, but something stopped up her chest. I set my chopsticks down and looked at Li Xuemei. What did you say? The girl was unhinged, the way I saw it. Yesterday, she gave herself up over half a pound of meat. Now I'm feeding her free and she's putting on airs. Li Xuemei stiffened her neck, chest out. I said I'm not eating. I'll starve before I touch a bite of your food. I nodded, reached over, and lifted the bowl of broth from in front of her. Good. More for me. I turned and tipped the tail piece into Ling's bowl. Here, kid. For you. Ling didn't care about any of it. Saw a piece of meat appear and clapped her hands. Li Xuemei froze. She'd assumed Chen Feng would coax her or force her to eat, especially after how domineering he'd been with her today. I didn't spare her a glance. Took a cake, bit into it, chewed it down crunchy with the broth. Let me put it plain. In this house, I'm the sky. The food I bring back didn't blow in on the wind. Don't want to eat? Door's right there. Go drink the northwest wind. Lulan panicked and rushed to plead for her sister-in-law. Fengzi, don't hold it against her. She just can't turn the corner yet. Dish her another bowl. I shot her a sidelong look. You keep talking, and I won't even give the kid the tail. Lulan's mouth snapped shut, didn't dare let out a peep. Her daughter was her heart and liver, and the girl had gotten meat 2 meals running. Rare. Xuemei. She called softly, wanting her to bend. Li Xuemei turned her face aside. Lulan sighed, ate half and saved half, meaning it for Xuemei. She didn't notice. I saw it, and ate her half too. You. She frowned, got out 1 syllable. I glared at her, and she couldn't get the rest out. I kept eating. Pheasant's a little stringy, but all natural, no additives, passable. I chewed the bones loud on purpose, slurped the broth loud enough to carry to the yard. Li Xuemei curled in her corner, eyes gone red. She was hungry, truly hungry. With the meat smell in the air, her stomach felt like it had a fire lit in it. I gave you my innocence. Can't you cut me an inch of slack? She felt wronged. Watching me tear into a drumstick, her stomach betrayed her with a long, loud gurgle. Loud, clear as a bell in the quiet room. I set down my chopsticks and turned toward the window. Oh, thunder in a snowstorm. At that she flushed with shame and rage, wishing for a crack in the floor to crawl into. She buried her face in her knees, tears dropping. Wronged. So wronged. Her body taken, and now she couldn't even get a meal. This was no way to live. I paid her no mind and kept at it. With a dumb little princess like this, the best cure is a few skipped meals. Once she's hungry enough, she'll crawl over and ask nicely on her own. Pining lapdog? Not a chance. I caught that game by my own skill. Why would I spoil her? And I was honestly curious. An era like this, and there's still a precious little princess? Was Li Xuemei some kind of founding ancestor of the type? Phew. Stuffed in content, I let out a loud, satisfying belch. Bliss. 2 days since I'd landed here, and finally a full meal. Lulan cleared the bowls briskly. When she reached mine, she paused, nearly half a bowl left uneaten. This was. She quickly carried it off to wash. Ling, full, keeled over at the head of the Kong and slept like a log. Outside, the sky went fully dark. Winter nights come early, dinner done a little past 4, and by not quite 5 it was pitch black. The room's warmth began to fall. The fire in the firebox died down, cold air sliding in through the window seams. I pulled off my shoes, sat cross-legged at the head of the Kong, soaking in the warmth under me. I turned my head, looked at the foot of the Kong. Li Xuemei was still curled there. She hadn't eaten, had no heat in her, and now she was shivering. The thin coarse-cloth shirt was no shield against the cold. She'd balled herself up, shoulders twitching, still crying. I lay at the head of the Kong, the warmest spot. Stuffed, warm, but only for now. It'd get colder past midnight. I needed something to warm me up. I turned my head, looked to the side. Li Xuemei was curled in the middle of the Kong, a good half-meter from me, that thin shirt useless against the night cold. Balled up tight, shoulders jerking, shivering. And worst of all, her stomach. Gurgle. The sound was startlingly loud in the quiet room. I snorted a laugh. You raising toads in there? Croaking up a storm. Back to me. She shook with anger. Go to hell. She pushed through her teeth. She inched further in, her back pressing right against the sleeping Ling past that was Lulan. I wasn't about to coddle her. I reached out a long arm, cleared the half-meter, and caught her by the arm. What do you think you're doing? She gasped. A twist of the wrist, and I dragged her whole body over. Starved limp. She had no strength to resist. The room spun, and she slammed into a broad, scorching chest. The man's heat came through the cloth, tightening her skin. Let go of me. Both hands braced on my chest, shoving for all she was worth. That little bit of strength couldn't scratch an itch. I didn't let go. I folded my arm in and locked her against me, a big hand settling over a waist you could have circled with two hands. So thin. Women in this era had nothing on them, not an ounce of spare flesh at the waist. You animal. Don't touch me. She kept her voice down, terrified of waking her sister-in-law and niece. I touch my own woman. Nothing more natural. Who's your woman? Have you no shame? Beside herself. What? I slept with you, and you've still got eyes for some other man's woman. You. She had no comeback. Right? Do I even get to choose? I'm not clean anymore. Humiliation. So much humiliation. She opened her mouth, going for my shoulder with her teeth. I caught her chin fast. Born in the year of the dog? Trying to bite? You eat my food. Live under my roof. I let you warm a quilt, and that's a crime. I didn't eat your food, she raged. So your sister-in-law and niece aren't people? My logic was airtight. Move again, and I'll do more than hold you. Idle hands and all. That one had teeth. Her body snapped rigid, didn't dare twitch. She knew exactly how shameless this man was. There was nothing he wouldn't do. I smiled satisfied. There you go. Lie still and behave. I run hot. You won't freeze. I shifted into a comfortable position and tucked most of her into me. She was forced flush against me, the man's presence closing over her on every side. She shut her eyes and let out a faint whimper. Warm wetness slid from the corner of her eye onto my thin shirt. I pretended not to notice. I hate a weepy woman more than most, but this quiet, it didn't bother anything. Made decent sleeping aid, even. One sleeping ling away, Lulan was, in fact, wide awake. Back to the outside, she lay coiled under the blanket, both hands clutching the corner of it. The wooden Kong carried sound beautifully. Every tussle, every word, every rustle of cloth between me and Shuame, she caught all of it. Her cheeks burned, the heat spreading to the roots of her ears. This deadbeat, a flat-out, living, breathing scoundrel. Right in front of her, his sister-in-law present, and he dared to. And yet, under the shame, she couldn't summon much real anger. She was a widow. Her husband, 3 years gone. 3 years pulling a child along, caring for a sister-in-law too. Every waking thought bent on food and survival. She'd long since forgotten what a man even was. And now, on the very same Kong, less than a meter off, a young, strong man was working on her sister-in-law. Listening to Shuame's stifled whimpering, something in Lulan's chest turned sour. Shuame was suffering, all for this family, but she didn't dare make a sound to stop it. The pheasant Shin Feng dragged home today had shattered her bottom line clean through. In a winter where people starved, a man who could bring home meat was the sky itself. She didn't dare cross him. What if, in a temper, he threw the 3 of them out? 30-some below outside. Out the door was death. She gritted her teeth and forced her eyes shut. But her ears wouldn't obey, latching onto every movement on that side. Her face was hot enough to scald. Shame on her. How could she eavesdrop on a thing like this? And yet her body went and produced its own strange reactions. The warmth under the quilt seemed to climb and climb. She couldn't help pressing her hands together, her breath going short. This deadbeat. A real scoundrel. Lulan shook her head hard, flinging the tangled thoughts out. What a sin. All she could do was murmur it silently to herself. Next morning. First light. The room was cold as an icehouse. I opened my eyes and felt a weight on my chest. Looked down. Li Shuame had folded herself into me for warmth, cheek to my neck, breathing even, sleeping deep. I lifted my arm, no ceremony about it. Aya, she yelped, eyes flying open. Taking in the situation, she shrank back in fright, her back hitting the wall. You, what are you doing? Voice low, face scarlet. I should be asking you that. I sat up, started pulling my pants on. Crawling into a man's arms first thing in the morning, taking advantage of me? You liar. Flustered, she snatched up her pants. It was clearly you, last night. Last night what? I shot back, full deadbeat. Who was the one so cold she had to press up against me? I do you the kindness of being your furnace and you turn around and blame me. She ground her teeth, face burning. It was clearly this bastard who insisted, behind sister-in-law's back. All right, drop the innocent act. I hauled my pants up and got off the Kong. We're an old married couple by now. No need to be so stiff about it. You've got no shame, she cursed, too rattled to get the words out straight. Put your pants on. Not even embarrassed, I said, turning away. Her teeth clacked together. She'd never met anyone so brazen. The thief crying thief, flipping it all back on her. Animal, she spat, scrambling to pull her pants up. A noise from the outer room. Lulan was already up, lighting the fire at the firebox. I pushed open the main room door. A blast of wind and snow hit me full in the face, stinging. Outside, white as far as you could see. Goose feather snow filling the air, the yard buried past the knee, the wall nearly drifted flat. I frowned. The snow was coming down too hard. Mountain sealed shut. Any plan to go up there was dead. In weather like this, you couldn't tell north from south in the woods, never mind find game. Get it wrong, and you'd leave your life up there. Lulan came over with the fire tongs, looked out at the heavy snow, her face all worry. Fengzi, this snow's wicked. Don't think anyone's getting out today. I shut the door, sealing the storm outside. Lulan quickly turned her face away, not daring to look at me. Feeling, somewhere deep down, a flustered kind of heat. I dug out a few bone-dry willow rods and a small coil of hemp rope that had been sitting who knows how long. I took them back to the Kong edge, pulled the little knife from my pocket, and started whittling. Wood shavings drifted to the floor. Ling, who'd been sprawled on the Kong playing with the slingshot, turned at the sound. She propped her chin in both hands and watched my hands, not blinking. After a bit, she screwed up her courage and crawled over on all fours. Uncle Chun, what are you whittling? She leaned in close. The knife didn't stop. Making something. Making what? A snap trap. I set the finished rod aside, picked up another. Ling tilted her head, puzzling over it. Couldn't work out what a snap trap was. Can you eat a snap trap? She swallowed. I chuckled. This kid, nothing in her head but food. You can't eat a snap trap, but it catches things you can eat. I cut a notch into the rod with the knife tip, clean and quick. Catches what? Her eyes lit. Sparrows. Lucky day, a sand partridge. I fit the whittled rods together, sizing it up. Hearing it could catch meat, she scrambled up and crowded in closer. Uncle Chun, are sparrows good? She draped herself on my knee, little face turned up. Good. Pluck him, roast him over the fire, sizzling with fat, bones and all. Chew him right down. I drew it out on purpose, painting the picture. She listened, drooling, her own stomach growling in answer. What about sand partridge? She asked. Sand partridge is bigger than a sparrow, more meat. Stew it in the pot, and the whole house smells of it. I picked up the hemp coil and started knotting it to the rods. She was wrapped now, both little hands clamped on my knee, like she could eat roast sparrow and stewed partridge this very second. Uncle Chun, you're really something, she said, heartfelt. I raised an eyebrow, said nothing. I lashed 4 rods into a square frame, then started picking the hemp coil apart, splitting the thick rope into thin strands to weave a net inside the frame. Uncle Chun, how does this catch birds? She stared at the empty frame, baffled. Snowy days, birds can't find food, half-starved. I wove as I explained. Scatter some cracked corn on the snow, prop the trap up with a little stick. Tie a long string to the stick, and you hide inside holding the other end. She hung on every word. When the sparrow ducks under to eat the corn, you yank the string. I jerked my hand to show it. Snap. The trap drops, and the birds caught under it. Whoa, she gasped. Uncle Chun, you're so smart. Li Shuamei sat at the foot of the Kong, mending a piece of clothing, something she and her sister-in-law had brought from home. She listened to me and Ling, scolding inwardly. This bastard. Not content bullying me, now he's working on Ling. She's 4. What does she know? A few sentences, and he spun her right round. Yesterday scared half to death of him. Today it's Uncle Chun this and Uncle Chun that, sweet as you please. Li Shuamei set the clothing down, looked up, and caught Ling draped on my knee, gazing up like I hung the moon. Her chest tightened. She scooted over fast, grabbed Ling's arm, hauled her back. Ling, come here. A hard edge in it. The yank nearly toppled the girl on the Kong. Auntie, what's wrong? Ling looked at her, hurt. Stop pestering him. Li Shuamei tucked Ling behind her, eyeing me warily. I paused, looked at her, half a smile that wasn't. What? I teach the kid a survival skill, and you've got a problem with it? She doesn't need you to teach her, she said, face cold. Fine. I nodded. Snow stops. I trap a sparrow. You don't get a bite. She bit her lip, didn't answer, leaned to murmur in Ling's ear instead. Ling, remember what Annie says. Stay away from him. He's a bad man. Ling looked at her aunt, then at me, not understanding. Uncle Chun brings meat. He's not a bad man. She pushed back, small voice. Li Shuamei choked on it. This little thing. Bought off with one meal of meat. You, what do you know? Did you forget how he scared you yesterday? Ling pulled her neck in, didn't dare say more. Li Shuamei, that's about the size of you. I picked the trap back up, kept knotting hemp. You've got the spine, don't eat what I bring back. Eat my meat, and then turn around and call me a bad man. Your face is thicker than the village wall. The barb landed. Her face flooded red. She wanted to fire back, couldn't find the words. She just gathered Ling and shrank toward the foot of the Kong, keeping as far from me as she could. I stopped paying her any mind and bent to the trap. Lulan came in from shoveling snow in the yard. She stood by the door, taking in the scene. Me at the Kong edge, head down, knife and rods in hand, working sure and absorbed. She watched the side of my face, and a strange feeling rose in her, unbidden. This man was a little something. Lulan's cheeks went a touch warm. She thought of the noises from under the quilt last night, Chun Feng and Shuamei, that scent of man you could catch through the bedding. 3 years a normal woman had gone without anything of the kind. What woman wouldn't have a stray thought or two? Watching those broad shoulders, the forearms bared as he worked, Lulan felt her own heartbeat pick up a few notches. Sister-in-law. Li Shuamei's voice cut in at her ear. She jumped. She came back to herself fast. What are you out here for? Not staying in the inner room. Li Shuamei walked to the stove, puffed up, dropped her voice. I can't stand it in there. Look at the state of him. He's even fooling Ling. Lulan ladled water from the pot into the slop pail beside it. Fooling Ling how? He took a wooden frame and swore up and down it can catch sparrows. Even sand partridge, talked it up prettier than a song. And now she's Uncle Chun, all sugar. The more she said, the angrier she got, panting with it. Lulan turned, flicked the cold water off her hands. Shuamei, Fengzi's teaching Ling a skill. These days, the more you know the better. No harm in it. Li Shuamei's eyes went wide, her whole face disbelief. Sister-in-law, you're taking his side? Lulan sighed, drew Shuamei to a corner of the outer room, away from the inner door. Shuamei, keep it down, don't let him hear. So what if he hears? Like I'm scared of him. Her mouth was hard, but her voice dropped on its own. Watching her sister-in-law, Lulan thought, despite herself, you didn't sound so brave last night. All those soft little cries. Shuamei, hand on your heart. These 2 days, if it weren't for Fengzi, what would the 3 of us be right now? She pressed it, low and heavy. Li Shuamei clenched her teeth, silent. Yesterday's pheasant broth. This morning's meat mince. Did you eat it or not? Lulan bore down. That's what he owed me, she retorted, the ground gone soft under her. Owed you what? Owed you your innocence. Lulan shook her head. Shuamei, these days, what's innocence worth? Shuamei's eyes reddened, tears swimming. Sister-in-law, how can you say that? I gave it up for you and Ling. I know. Lulan cut in, her own rims going red. I'll carry your kindness the rest of my life, but you've got to see things as they are. Fengzi's a scoundrel, yes, but he didn't throw us out, and he brings us food. Think of your uncle's family. We went to borrow grain. They wouldn't even open the door. And Fengzi? He marched straight over and hauled the meat back for us to eat. In a world like this, reason gets you nowhere. You've got to be hard, like him, to stay alive. Li Shuamei turned her face away, tears falling. He's a robber then? And he forced me. Lulan sighed. Forced? Shuamei, if you'd truly been unwilling, could he have gotten you into that room? You knew it in your heart. Besides him, no one could save Ling. It struck home. She wept. Sister-in-law, you're driving a knife into my heart. Lulan's resolve cracked. She pulled her in, patted her back. I'm not blaming you. I ache for you. But what's done is done. We have to look ahead. Fengzi takes soft, not hard. Go along with him a little, and he won't treat us badly. Li Shuamei pushed her off, swiped at her tears. He's a thug. An animal. Last night he He even. She couldn't finish, face gone crimson. Hearing it, Lulan's heart gave a hard thump. The scenes from last night surfaced in her mind again, and the heat in her face climbed straight up. Shuame, the truth is, he's not all that bad, Lulan blurted. The words were out, and the outer room went dead quiet. Li Shuame stared at her, dumbstruck. Sister-in-law, what did you just say? Her voice shook. Lulan realized her slip and dropped her head fast, pretending to reach for the gourd dipper by the stove. No, nothing. I just meant he can bring food, so we've got to count on him. Li Shuame grabbed her arm, gripping hard. Sister-in-law, have you lost your head? He bullied me, and you speak for him? 2 meals of meat, and he's charmed the soul right out of you. It struck her own buried thought. Her face flushed to the neck. She flung Shuame's hand off, voice rising a notch. What right are you talking? Who am I doing this for? For you and Ling to stay alive. If it came to it, I could go and keep him company in your place. The words leapt out, and the outer room went so quiet you could have heard a needle drop. She wanted to slap herself. How had that slipped loose? She ducked her head, turned away, grabbed the gourd dipper off the stove, made a show of scooping at the slop pail. Li Shuame stared at her sister-in-law, tears spilling. She understood. This was Lulan shielding her. Ever since her brother died, Lulan had raised Ling alone, looked after her too, swallowed how much hardship, how much grief. And now, to spare her a little of Chunfeng's bullying, she'd put words like that in her own mouth. Sister-in-law, don't be a fool. Li Shuame caught her hand, squeezed it tight. My body's already given to him. That can't be undone, but you can't throw yourself in after it. Lulan sighed, turned her hand to clasp Shuame's. Shuame, I'm a widow already. As long as no one knows, I don't care about the name. As long as the 2 of you live. Listening, something in Li Shuame's chest ached. Shuame, Lulan forced out a smile. Go along with him. He won't do you wrong. Li Shuame bowed her head, and after a long while, she nodded. I'll hold myself in check from now on. You mustn't do anything foolish. If you really went to him, I'd never be able to face my brother as long as I live. Hearing it, Lulan let out a breath she'd been holding, though somehow another seemed to lodge in its place. All right, as long as you've come around. She patted the back of Shuame's hand. The snow stopped. The thick cloud cover overhead split along a seam, letting through a thin, once slice of sunlight. The snow in the yard lay deep, crunching under my boots. I stepped out, pulled the door shut behind me, and ran my eyes over the bare old elms past the courtyard wall. On the branches sat a few small, dark fluff balls. Sparrows. My hand crept into my pocket. I drew out the slingshot I'd traded a sand partridge for, then fished a smooth little pebble from the other pocket. A small clay pellet would have been better, more accurate, but a stone would do. Left hand on the jujube wood fork, right hand pinching the pebble into the cowhide pouch. The band was cut from a tractor inner tube, springy as hell, took real strength to draw. I squinted one eye and lined up on the fattest sparrow at the very top. Drew the band. Released. Snap. A fluff ball dropped off the branch, thrashed twice in the snow, went still. The others startled, wings beating, just about to take off. My hands were fast. Another pebble, loaded, drawn. Snap, 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 snap. A few in a row. A miss here and there. One after another, the sparrows dropped dead. I walked over and bent to gather them. Tiny things, barely an ounce apiece, all bone and hardly any meat. Honestly, this kind was halfway to extinct. 5 sparrows clenched in my fist. I turned and pushed open the gate. Cold air rushed in with me as the main room door opened. Lulan was crouched at the firebox feeding wood and looked up at the sound. I walked over and dropped the 5 sparrows straight onto the stovetop. Sister-in-law, clean these up. Pluck them, gut them, keep anything you can eat, then roast them in the firebox. Lulan stared at the sparrows, eyes going straight. Fengzi, you got these with a slingshot? Astonishment all over her face. What else? Caught them with my hands. I shot back. She stood up fast, picked one up, turned it over. Fengzi, your aim is uncanny. Bitter cold like this, sparrows are sharp as anything. Most folks can't get within a feather of them. Cut the chatter. Get them going. I walked to the inner room door and pushed it open. Ling had been sprawled on the calm, But at the noise in the outer room, she scrambled up and ran out without even putting on her shoes. Uncle Chun, you got sparrows. Bare little feet at the threshold, she craned her neck toward the stovetop. I looked down at her, reached out, and pinched her cheek. Uncle Chun is so distant, I teased. Then what do I call you? She blinked her big eyes, and out it popped. Daddy. Lulan caught it just then, her pupils snapping tight. She rushed over and clapped a hand over Ling's mouth. You little thing, what nonsense are you babbling? Call him Uncle Chun. MMF. Ling squirmed under the hand. Li Xuemei, off to the side, glared at me, muttering something I couldn't make out. I shot her a glance, let it go. I still figured everyone keeping to their proper titles was the cleaner arrangement. A moment later, Ling was back at it. Uncle Feng. Uncle Feng's amazing. She'd switched. Want some? I came over to the stove, taking in the lines of Lu Lan's figure. Yes. Ling nodded hard. Then wait here. Once your mom roasts them, she'll share you some. I went and sat on the Kong edge. Ling bounced in place, circling my legs. Uncle Feng's the best. Uncle Feng can shoot big pheasants and sparrows too. This little thing. Yesterday she'd been crying scared of me. Today, after a bowl of meat mince and a few sparrows, she'd switched sides completely. Watching Ling's spineless little display, Li Xuemei couldn't hold her temper. Ling, get over here. Ling, mid-circle around me, stopped at her aunt's call and turned reluctantly. Auntie, Uncle Feng got sparrows. We can eat soon. I said get over here. You hear me. Li Xuemei's voice sharpened. Ling pouted and shuffled over. Li Xuemei pulled her into the far corner of the Kong and dropped her voice to almost nothing. How do you have no memory at all? Did you forget how he scared you yesterday? Ling hung her head, little hands twisting together. But Uncle Feng gives us meat, she mumbled. Gives you meat so he's a good man? He's tricking you. He's a bad man. You stay away from him. Uncle Feng isn't a bad man. Ling looked up, making her case. Great-uncle's family are the bad ones. They wouldn't give us food. Uncle Feng gives us pheasant, and he shot sparrows for me. Li Xuemei choked. No answer for it. What do you know? Just remember what Annie says. No getting cozy with him. And don't you eat what he gives you. Why can't I eat it? I cut in hard. Li Xuemei jumped, looked up, found me watching her with open interest. Meat I caught with my own skill. I'll feed it to whoever I please. I gave a derisive snort. You manage heaven and earth. Now you're managing whose mouth food goes in. You, her face flooded red. The man never had a kind word in him. I gave her no quarter. What poison are you pouring in a kid's ear? I'm a bad man. If I were a bad man, you three would have already frozen stiff in the snow. You, she ground out. Don't think scrounging up a little food buys people's hearts. What you did to me, I'll never forget as long as I live. Forget it or don't. Suit yourself. I shrugged. Either way, you're eating my food and living under my roof, and tonight you'll be warming my quilt again. Your mouth stays hard, but your body's honest enough, isn't it? You've got no shame. She shook with rage, snatched up the clothing in her hands, and flung it at me. I batted it aside without a thought. Watching her, furious and helpless at once, I felt thoroughly pleased. This woman had to be handled exactly like this. The prouder she got, the more fun it was to grind her down. So keep it up. I liked it. A sizzling sound came from the outer room. Lu Lan carried the sparrows to the water crock. A thin skin of ice had formed on top. She cracked it with the gourd dipper and scooped a little water out. Fengzi, these are so small, bleeding them out would leave no meat. I'll just pluck and gut them straight. Okay, she asked as she worked. Do it your way. I leaned in the doorframe. Get them clean. Don't leave me a mouthful of bird droppings. Quick-handed, she had all 5 stripped bald in no time. She found a thin wire, threaded the sparrows on it in a row, and laid it straight across the red coals in the firebox. Sparrows have little meat, but the bones run with oil. Once the fire licked them, that scorched savory smell spread out in an instant. Stronger than yesterday's pheasant broth, even. Dead of winter, getting a bite of roast sparrow. That's a treat for landlords and rich men, Lu Lan said, turning the wire, marveling. Fengzi, with a skill like yours, this family won't go hungry from here on. Ling, in the inner room, caught the smell and couldn't care less about Li Xuemei's scolding anymore. She broke free of her aunt's grip and bolted to the outer room. Mom, it smells so good. She draped herself over the stove edge. eyes glued to the sparrows on the coals. Don't lean so close, you'll singe your hair, Lulan warned, turning the wire. Before long, the 5 sparrows were roasted golden and crisp. Lulan lifted the wire out, set the birds on a clay plate, and carried it into the inner room. Fengzi, they're done. She set the plate on the Kong table. 5 sparrows, sizzling, skin brown gold, the scent of meat genuinely mouth-watering. This time it really was good. Ling draped herself over the Kong table, swallowing hard. I sat up, picked up a sparrow, handed it to Ling eat. She cheered and shoved it in her mouth, hissing at the heat, but refusing to spit it out, chewing it down crunchy, bones and all. I picked up another and passed it to Lulan. Sister-in-law, have a taste. She was flustered by it, waving her hands. I won't. You need the strength for the mountain. Eat more. I tell you to eat, you eat. Where's all the fuss? I pushed it into her hand. She took it red-faced, nibbling in small bites, her whole face content. 3 left on the plate. I picked one up, weighed it in my hand. Then I lifted my eyelids and looked at Li Shuamei, curled at the foot of the Kong. She had her head turned, pretending to watch out the window, but her ceaselessly bobbing throat had already sold her out. I took the oil-dripping sparrow and held it straight out in front of her face. That domineering meat smell bored right into her nose. Her throat lurched twice, beyond her control, and her stomach answered with a muffled growl. But she turned her head, wouldn't spare the bird a glance. Take it away. 2 words pushed through her teeth. Heh, I smiled. I didn't take it away. I pushed the sizzling, oil-beaded sparrow closer, nearly to the tip of her nose. Really not eating? I raised an eyebrow. She shrank her neck back, spine flat against the cold wall. Her stomach felt like a hand was clawing at it, frantic with hunger. She swallowed, her throat making an audible sound. Not eating, she bit out stiff. I pulled the sparrow back, held it under my own nose, sniffed, smacked my lips on purpose. Smells incredible. Game's just different, oil right down to the marrow. Get a whiff of this, better than yesterday's pheasant. Dead of winter, getting a bite of this. Landlords don't eat this well. She shut her eyes, refused to look at me. But her stomach betrayed her with a gurgle loud enough for Lulan to hear from the outer room. I laughed out loud. Stomach roaring louder than thunder, and your mouth still hard. Li Shuamei, you're the type who'd rather suffer than lose face. What's it to you? She opened her eyes and glared. I'll starve before I eat your food. Fine. I nodded, turned the sparrow a couple times in my hand. Today I'm going to make you eat it. You don't. You can forget sleeping tonight. Do you have any decency? She sputtered. I am the decency. I held the sparrow out again. Open up. She turned her head away. I reached out, caught her chin, forced her face back around. The man's grip was strong enough to ache. Open up. I repeated it, a thread of thread in it. Don't make me shove it in. Weren't you obedient enough in the quilt last night? How come you put your pants on and stop knowing people? Her face went crimson, and she thrashed, frantic. Shut your mouth. Sister-in-law's right outside. She cursed under her breath. So she's outside. I touch my own woman. Who's it bother? I didn't care in the least, pushing the sparrow forward again. Quick now, open up. 1 bite. And tonight I won't bother you. She looked at the roast meat right under her nose, golden skin still beaded with oil. Hungry. So hungry. Reason crumbles before hunger. The wall inside her started to give. What's 1 bite? My body's already his anyway. Eating 1 bite of his meat is only fair. This bastard owes me. Right. She slowly opened her mouth, ready to bite down. And just as her teeth were about to meet the crisp little bird, I flipped my wrist and popped the sparrow into my own mouth. Crunch. Bone and meat, chewed down crisp. Li Shuamei froze. Mouth open, still leaning forward, the whole of her locked in place, her mind a beat behind catching up. I chewed and watched her, my face all mockery. Want some? I said around the meat. Too late. Her face went crimson in an instant, the red spreading down to the roots of her neck. It hit her. She'd been played. The bastard had never meant to give it to her. He just wanted to see her bow her head, see her cave, see her wag her tail and beg like a dog. Chin foam. You bastard, she shrieked, eyes going red on the spot. I paid her no mind, reached over, took another sparrow off the plate, and tossed it in to keep chewing. Curse away. Keep going. I'm listening. Mouth running with oil. This meat's good. Shame somebody can't have any. Told you to eat just now, and you put on airs. Now you want it? No chance. She shook with fury, swung a fist at me. I batted it aside. What? Want to fight? I swallowed the second sparrow, clapped the crumbs off my hands. Save that little bit of strength. You'll want it tonight. Tears spilled down her face. She hugged her knees, buried her face in them, shoulders heaving. Too cruel. This was no way to live. Innocence gone, and now even a mouthful of food got dangled and yanked away like this. Watching her, I felt thoroughly easy. Putting on airs with me? I specialize in curing every kind of defiance. The prouder you are, the more I'll grind your backbone to dust. One sparrow left on the plate. Ling had finished hers and sat staring at the plate, the whole rim of her little mouth shining with grease. I handed the last one to Lu Lan, who'd been standing in the doorway watching the show. Sister-in-law, this one's yours. She waved her hands fast, backing up. Fengzi, I've eaten, you have it. You burned through energy hunting, the family's all counting on you. Take it when I tell you to. I pressed it on her. Lu Lan looked at the golden roast sparrow, then over at Li Shuamei curled, crying at the foot of the calm. Something dawned on her. Fengzi left this for Shuamei on purpose. Her mind worked quick. She figured, Chun Feng knew Shuamei was stubborn, that handing it to her direct she'd refuse, so he'd riled her on purpose, worn her temper down. And now, putting this last sparrow in her own hands, wasn't that asking her to pass it to Shuamei? This man, hard mouth, rough methods, but somewhere in there he still thought of Shuamei. Otherwise, with that appetite, 5 sparrows wouldn't fill the gaps in his teeth. How could he leave just one? A wave of feeling moved through Lu Lan. This man, hard and tender both. Okay, I'll take it. Thank you, Fengzi. Just then, a knock at the gate. Thud, thud, thud. Not loud, but jarring in the quiet house. Lu Lan stood frozen, the roast sparrow in her hand, and turned toward the main room door, uneasy. Mountain snowed shut. Who'd come calling? I stood, brushed the crumbs off my hands, walked to the outer room, and pulled the door open. Cold wind and snow gusted in. A man stood outside. Li Dongwai's eldest. Li Jitsai, bundled in a ragged coat, neck pulled in, hands tucked in his sleeves, shivering. He craned his head, peering into the house, half a withered sweet potato pinched in one hand. My tall frame blocked the doorway, cutting off his view entirely. What are you here for? My tone was anything but friendly, brows knotted. He jumped, retreated half a step. He'd clearly expected Lu Lan or Li Shuamei to open the door, not this living king of hell. He'd watched, crystal clear, the day I came collecting and ground his brother Li Jiming into the floor, and he'd cowered inside, hadn't dared make a peep. I'm looking for Lanzi. He stammered, I's not daring to meet mine. I gave a cold laugh. Lanzi? Awfully familiar. What do you want with her? He swallowed, gathered his nerve, looked past me, and caught sight of Lu Lan by the stove. Instantly, he switched to a fawning smile, ignored me, and called into the house. Lanzi, come out a minute. I brought you something good. Hearing it, Lu Lan's brows knit. She backed up a step, disgust all over her face, wanting nothing to do with him. He saw she wouldn't come and pressed forward 2 steps, trying to slip around me. Lanzi, don't hide. Starving these past days, aren't you? I've been thinking of you. Saved you a bite special. He raised the shriveled half-sweet potato high, dry, withered, dusted with ash, the sight of it turning the stomach. But it would fill a belly. He kept on, all oily smiles, voice slick. Lanzi, this is straight from between my own teeth. My folks don't even know. Take it. Line your stomach. Watching you go hungry, my heart just aches. Lu Lan stood by the stove watching. He'd always found reasons to crowd up to her, trading on his standing as the elder brother-in-law, forever angling for some advantage. To stay clear of trouble, she'd always kept her distance. And now, at a moment like this, he came peddling his attentions. She knew exactly what he was after. Li Jitsai, take your thing and go. I don't need it. Cold-faced, full of contempt. He wasn't having it, crowding closer. Lanzi, why so formal? We're family. You and Ling suffering over here. It pains me. Eat the sweet potato, and if you're still hungry tonight I'll scrounge you something else. That was about as blunt as it got. My brow furrowed. I reached out and seized him by the collar. His neck snapped tight, the whole of him lifted off the ground. Chun Feng, what are you doing? Let go. I didn't bother with words. One hand on his collar, I hauled him out into the yard. Let go of me. What business is it of yours if I see Lanzi? Still mouthing off. I reached the middle of the yard, put my arm into it, and threw him. Thud. He hit a snowdrift hard, mouth full of snow. He scrambled up, spat it out, jabbed a finger at me. Chin Feng, you deadbeat. What right have you to hit people? Lanzi's my sister-in-law. What's wrong with bringing her food? I took a step forward, my frame blocking the wan light. Your sister-in-law? Your whole family watched them starve and wouldn't lift a finger. Now you come playing the good man. I leaned in, voice going cold. Now half a sweet potato, and you think you can buy yourself a favor? What do you take this place for? His scheme laid bare. His face cycled red and white. I just feel for her. What's it to you? I gave a cold laugh. Heh, let me put it plain, here and now. I pointed at his nose. Lu Lan is mine now. Eats my food, lives under my roof. Anybody so much as eyes her, I'll cripple them. In the doorway, Lu Lan's eyes went wide, her heart slamming at the words. The words landed, and the yard went dead silent. Li Jitsai stood stunned, gaping at me. And in the house, Lu Lan was frozen too, the roast sparrow still pinched in her hand, her heartbeat skipping half a step. What did Chin Feng just say? Lu Lan is mine now. She felt her face heat, the burn climbing to the roots of her ears. She knew the line was probably just to drive off Li Jitsai, or just him treating her as a fixture of this household. But in her ears it took on another flavor entirely. Since her husband died, she'd raised a child alone, swallowed endless cold looks and bullying. Men like Li Jitsai harassed her every few days. All she could do was hide. Never once had a man stood in front of her so brazenly, shielding her, taking her side, and laying claim, domineering, she's mine. Her heart thudded and thudded. She stared at my broad back, her mind a tangle. Is Fengzi staking a claim? Does he want me to? And that daddy, Ling cried yesterday. Did he put her up to it? Do I say yes? The more she thought, the redder she went, the more outlandish it got, her breath quickening. In the yard, I looked at the dazed Li Jitsai and snapped, impatient. Still here? Waiting for me to invite you to dinner. I stepped forward, made to kick him. He shuddered, scrambled out of the snow, spun, and ran for the gate. Only once he was through it did he dare stop. He looked back at me, ground his teeth, dropped his voice to nearly a lip-read whisper. Chin Feng, you wait. You've seized my sister-in-law. This isn't over. 4:30 in the afternoon. Li Jitsai stumbled all the way back to the Li courtyard. Li Dahuai sat cross-legged at the head of the Kong, a brass-bowled pipe in hand. No lamp lit, the light dim. Li Jitsai dropped onto the Kong edge, cursing. Dad, that Chin Feng's gone mad. He's a walking bandit. What are you wailing about? Where'd you go to come back looking like that? Li Dahuai asked sourly. Li Jitsai swallowed and laid out what had happened in the yard, embellishing freely. Dad, you hear the kind of thing he said? Right to my face, he said Lu Lan is his now. Eats his food, lives under his roof. Anybody who eyes her gets crippled. Who does he think he is? A deadbeat. And he dares climb up onto our Li family's heads and take a dump. Li Dahuai heard him out, said nothing, dragged hard on his pipe twice. Dad, say something. Li Jitsai burst out. Second brother got beaten just days ago, even had his bout taken. Now this one sees Lanzi too, and we just sit and watch. Word gets out. How does the Li family hold its head up in the East Village? Better a bowed head than a starved corpse. Li Dahuai's voice shot up, finger jabbing at his son's nose. You brainless thing. What did you go provoke him for? That kid is a death-wish lunatic right now. Li Jitsai blanked, then stiffened his neck. So he's crazy, so what? We've got several grown men in this house, scared of one. You understand nothing. Li Dahuai slapped his thigh, furious. Look at the times we're in. Mountain snowed shut, every household scraping the bottom of the pot. Our bit of cornmeal, a pound of it got hauled off by him just days ago. Keep losing it, and we starve. And you've got the leisure to meddle over Lu Lan. But Lanzi's still my sister-in-law, and Ling's my own niece. What right has Chin Feng to hold them? The right that he can bring home meat. Li Dahuai cut to the bone. You think Lu Lan's a fool? With Chin Feng she eats meat. With us, she drinks the northwest wind. What are you going to meddle with? That half a dried sweet potato you couldn't bear to eat yourself? Caught out. Li Jitsai's face cycled red and white, and he couldn't squeeze out a word. Li Dahuai sighed, his tone easing. Eldest, take your father's advice. Chin Feng's barefoot now, nothing to lose, doesn't fear the man with shoes on. Even Team Captain Zhao Fuliang won't go courting his bad side. The thing that matters most for this family is getting through the winter. Don't go provoking him. Li Jizai gritted his teeth, silent. You hear me? Li Dehuai bore down. I hear you. Sullen. His mouth said yes. What was in his head? Who knew? The Qin courtyard. After throwing Li Jizai out, I clapped my hands and turned back into the main room. Lu Lan still stood by the stove, the roast sparrow pinched in her hand. She watched my tall frame come in, her heart pounding. That line from the yard, Lu Lan is mine now, kept circling in her head. I stepped inside, glanced at her. That one glance, she felt her heart leap into her throat. She ducked her head fast, not daring to look at my face. I didn't bother with whatever she was thinking. Sister-in-law, get that half pheasant from yesterday out and chop it to stew. Oh, okay, I'll get to it. She answered quick. I turned into the inner room. Li Xuemei was still crying. Ling sat on the Kong and chirped out, crisp. Uncle Feng. I patted Ling's head, then went to the Kong edge and looked down at Li Xuemei. Bawling at a funeral? I'm not dead yet. Save the tears till I've stopped breathing. She lifted her head, eyes red-rimmed, glaring hard. Glaring at what? No mercy from me. Eat my food, live under my roof, and still expect me to enshrine you like an ancestor? Get out there and help cook. All you do all day is cry. The production team's donkey isn't this idle. She blanked at the scolding, the wronged feeling welling up. She wanted to fire back, but the words died at her lips, and she climbed down off the Kong and went out, meek. I watched her go, gave a cold snort. This woman just needs handling. Starve her a couple meals, curse her a few times, and it works better than anything. Li Xuemei came out to the outer room. Lu Lan was at the chopping block, cleaver in hand, working the pheasant, and turned at the sound. Seeing Xuemei's red, swollen eyes, an ache went through her. She set the cleaver down, caught Xuemei's arm, drew her into a corner of the outer room, out of the inner room's line of sight. She opened her hand and pressed the golden roast sparrow into Xuemei's palm. Xuemei froze, looked at the sparrow, then at Lu Lan. Sister-in-law this. Take it, eat it. Voice low. Fengzi left this for you on purpose. Xuemei's rims reddened again. She pulled her hand back stubbornly. I won't eat his food. He just cursed at me. How are you this pig-headed? Lu Lan pressed the sparrow firmly into her hand. Men are all about face. His mouth curses you, but his heart still thinks of you. Otherwise, why would he leave just one and hand it to me? Xuemei lowered her head, looked at the oil-dripping sparrow in her hand, and her stomach growled right on cue. Eat it quick, before he sees. Lu Lan patted the back of her hand. Full belly, then you've got strength to work. In this world, staying alive beats everything else. 6:30 in the morning, sky barely gray. The room was cold enough to drop your ears off. I opened my eyes. The quilt, at least, was warm. Li Xuemei jolted awake, body going rigid in an instant. What are you doing? There was anger in her voice, her face flushed. I looked at the state of her, honestly puzzled. Isn't this normal? Touching my own wife, against the law? You let go? Sister-in-law's right there. She was nearly crying, voice shaking hard. She's out cold, can't hear. I pressed close to her face. Besides, the night before last you were a lot louder, and she didn't wake. What's there to be scared of now? The line scorched her red to the roots of her neck. I didn't much care. Qin Feng, don't go too far. She panted, eyes reddening. I keep you fed. What's a little owed back? There was more force in my words now. H&N. She couldn't hold it, a muffled sound escaping her throat. On the other side of the Kong, Lu Lan had long since woken. Back to the two of them. She held the sleeping Ling tight, not daring to breathe loud. Listening to my crude talk and Xuemei's muttering, her face burned, heat rolling through her in waves. She couldn't stop the picture from rising. Me in the yard yesterday, shielding her. Lu Lan is mine, now kept circling her ears. She gritted her teeth and forced her eyes shut, playing deaf. But it was agony. Phew. At least I didn't do anything else first thing in the morning, otherwise it would have been even harder on Lu Lan. I sat up, got off the Kong. Li Xuemei turned away fast, shoulders heaving, clearly good and angry. I shoved my feet into the woolly boots stuffed with sedge grass. Clumsy as they were, in 30 below snow they beat any cotton shoe. I took the hunting bow off the wall, slung it over my shoulder, grabbed the slingshot too, and pushed open the main room door. Today I had to bring meat back. Up the mountain. After more than an hour, I stopped before a dense thicket. I crouched and studied the marks in the snow. Across the white, a scatter of small, messy claw prints. 3 toes forward, 1 back, tight little strides, the prints fresh. I pinched up a bit of snow and looked. I had it. Not pheasant, claws too small for that. Sand partridge. The proper name's gray partridge, a small thing, half a pound at most. I followed the prints, slowing my steps, hunched low, easing past dead twigs, breath gone soft. Around a snow hummock, from under the thicket ahead came a faint rustle of wings. I eased my head out. 7 or 8 gray-brown sand partridges clustered together, clawing at the dead grass under the snow, dipping their heads to peck. About 20 meters. I set the bow down in the snow and drew the slingshot from my pocket. Squint, aim, release. Snap. The pebble tore out with a whistle. The partridge had no time to react. Stone caught it square in the head, and it pitched over into the snow, legs kicking twice before going still. The sudden movement spooked the flock. The rest beat their wings in a panic, making for the depths of the thicket. My hand was already fishing a second stone from my pocket. Load, draw, release. The whole motion in one breath, not half a second's pause. Snap. Another crisp report. A partridge half a meter off the ground took it in the wing and dropped straight into a snow hollow. I didn't stop. Snap, snap, snap. A miss in there, but luck held. The third partridge took it in the neck midair and tumbled down. The rest seized the gap and vanished into the brush. I put the slingshot away and walked up. 3 partridges in the snow. I bent and weighed them. About 3 ounces each, near a pound of meat, all told. Decent luck. I'd taken my game, so I didn't push deeper. Mountain snowed shut. Go farther and you risk wolves and the like, and all I had was a bow and a slingshot. Not enough. I followed my own tracks back, the downhill quick. Plucked and gutted as I went, picked up some scattered firewood. Every little bit counts, enough to last half a day. I'd left early, so I got back early. Just as I was about to cut into the village, someone stepped out ahead and planted himself square in the road. I looked up. A young man, early 20s, Zhao Yuhua, youngest son of East Village team captain Zhao Fuliang, a famous good-for-nothing rich kid around here. Oh ho, Fengzi. His eyes slid right past my face to the ragged cloth sack in my hand. This Zhao Yuhua, trading on his father being captain, had run plenty of bullying and chicken thieving in the East Village. Something you want. Flat. Quit playing dumb. He jerked his chin at the sack. What's in there? Take it out. Let me see. Quick, open it. I gave a light laugh. Heh, what makes you think I'd show you? Cut the chatter. He pressed a step closer. Leave the goods, you can go. And if I don't? Calm. Heh. He smiled. Fengzi, gotten bold, have we? You're not scared I'll have the militia. Before he finished, I walked straight past him, not sparing him a glance. You stop right there. Ignored, and someone actually doesn't take me seriously? So he reached out to grab at me. Next instant, Zhao Yuhua went airborne. Aya. He flipped a full somersault and slammed headfirst into a snowbank, the whole of his head buried. MMF. I glanced at him. Idiot. The Chin courtyard. Thud, thud, thud. I knocked. Who is it? Lulan's voice. Me. One word. The bolt slid, and Lulan leaned out, pulling the door wide to let me through. I stepped in, shut the door behind me, and dropped the ragged sack onto the wood block by the stove. Fengzi, what's this? Lulan came over, eyeing the sack with curiosity. I untied the hemp cord at the mouth and tipped it out. 3 bald sand partridges rolled onto the block. Sand partridges? She gasped, delighted. Mountain snowed shut and you bagged live game again. I shook the empty sack twice and hung it on the wall nail. Already plucked and gutted them on the way back. Wash them quick, chop 2 into the pot to stew. Add plenty of water, make a hot broth. She nodded eagerly, quick-handed, scooped half a dipper of water from the crock, rinsed the partridges clean. The inner room door stood open a crack. Li Xuemei poked her head out, eyes landing on the 3 partridges, then ducked back onto the comm. Lulan took the cleaver. Chop, chop, chop. Minced 2 partridges fine, then clapped the wooden lid on. The room slowly warmed. I sat at the stove, warming myself by the fire. Fengzi, your hunting's no small thing, Lulan said, feeding the firebox, praising in earnest. The old hunters in the village won't go near the mountain in snow like this. You head out once and come back with meat. This is nothing. I lean back. Snow melts a little. I'll bring you a wild boar to open your eyes. She laughed at that. Bring back a boar, and we won't worry the whole winter. Long as you all behave, I guarantee you won't go hungry, I said evenly. Behave? Something clenched in Lulan. Does Chin Feng mean he wants me to go? Sister-in-law? That meat about done. I'd called a few times with no answer. Oh, about done. She came back to herself, lifted the lid, gave it a couple stirs with the ladle. About done. She smiled, watching my face, finding it more and more agreeable the longer she looked. A while later, I held out a big bowl. She took the dipper and filled it brimming, broth and meat, and passed it to me. I blew on the steam and slurped a big mouthful. Rest you all dish for yourselves. She got 3 small bowls, ladled Ling half a bowl heavy on the mince first, then half a bowl for herself. Xueme, drink it while it's hot. She held the bowl out. Li Xueme opened her mouth. I'm not eating, circling on her tongue. Instinct said refuse. Hold on to that last scrap of pride. But her stomach picked that exact moment to growl, loud enough for Lulan to hear. Embarrassed, she turned her face away. Lulan sighed and dropped her voice. You stubborn girl. What's the holding out for? Mountain snowed shut. You think it's easy, Fengzi, going up there for this bite of food? Look at the grown men in this village. Who dares head into the hills right now? He risked his neck for this meat, and you won't take a bite. Isn't that slapping his face? Li Xueme ground her teeth, silent. Even if you won't think of yourself, think of Ling. Lulan pushed the bowl forward. You collapse from hunger. Who helps me mind the child? Listen to your sister-in-law. Staying alive beats everything. Men are all about face. Go along with him a little, and the days will pass. Listening, the picture flashed through Xueme's mind, me coming back through the snow with the partridges. Harsh as he was in word and rough in deed, these past days he was the one who'd put meat in their mouths. She swallowed the refusal, slowly reached out, and took the coarse bowl. The heat against the walls scalded her hands, but it steadied something in her. Head down, she sipped in small mouthfuls. The freshness of the partridge spread across her tongue. She drank slow, even licked the mince clean from the bottom. The last mouthful gone, she climbed down with the empty bowl. Sister-in-law, I'll wash the dishes. Lulan blinked, then quickly handed over her empty bowl. Watching her sister-in-law crouch at the basin, head bent over the work, she let out a long breath. The girls finally come around. Once she learns to bow her head, the days can go on. She turned, her gaze drifting to me of its own accord. The man sat there like a wall, radiating a steadiness she couldn't name. Ling, full now, got bolder. She toddled over to me on her short legs, tipped her face up, and chirped, Uncle Feng. I looked down, rubbed her head. Full. She patted her round little belly, eyes crinkling into a grin. Standing there, hearing that Uncle Feng, Lulan's mind flashed back to the daddy Ling had cried yesterday. And right behind it, my line in the yard at Li Jitsai rang in her ears again. I'm his. Her cheeks heated, the burn climbing to her ear roots. She stole a look at me. This man is solid, no question. That shout in front of Li Jitsai yesterday, was it just to drive him off? Or did he really have that intention? The more she thought, the faster her heart went. If Chin Feng really has set his eye on me, then what? He tells me to behave. Does he mean he wants me at night too? She gritted her teeth, twisting the hem of her shirt in both hands. If he really put it to me, could I refuse? Xueme's already in it, and that girl's got a fierce streak, gets worked over every night, crying in secret. If I could buy Xueme some peace, by Ling a mouthful of food, with myself, I'd be willing. I'm a widow, my name's long gone anyway. As long as the children live, what does it matter whose I am? Besides, Chin Feng, he's not actually bad. She drifted off into it, already running the whole night through in her head. I turned suddenly and looked dead at her. Sister-in-law, what are you blushing for? Night. The kerosene lamp had long been blown out. The house had one thin quilt, and it was all over Lulan and Ling. My side, mine and Li Xueme's, was bare, nothing but tough it out. I reached out a long arm and scooped Li Xueme, curled in the wall corner, into me. You. She kept her voice low, both hands braced on my chest, shoving hard. Cold. Let me hold you a bit. shameless and steady, no give in my grip. I only pulled her tighter. She couldn't break free, forced flush against me, the man's heat coming through the cloth until she flinched. Sister-in-law's right there, nearly crying, voice pressed to almost nothing. She sleeps like a pig, can't hear. I didn't care in the least. Her body snapped tight, both hands clamping down on mine. Don't. I'm begging you. A sob in it now, her breath gone ragged. I leaned to her ear, heat pouring against her neck. Ate my meat, me collecting a little interest. Only reasonable, no? She wanted to curse, but the broth in her stomach had come from me. In times like these, a mouthful of food could buy a life. What could she stand on? I'm sore. She grabbed for an excuse, trying to make me stop. Sore or not, you'll bear it. I keep you fed, not to enshrine you. No mercy. She snapped, furious. You're an animal, right? I'm an animal. The sand partridge you ate today, an animal brought it home. I threw it back at her. She swallowed it down, helpless. Squirming where? The kang's only so big. Where are you going to hide? I pressed in, dropping my voice. A faint sound slipped from her throat. She startled, clapped a hand hard over her own mouth, terrified of making another. I found it funny, leaned to her ear on purpose. What? You were a lot more capable a minute ago. She wept with rage. All she could do was thump my shoulder with a fist, that little strength on me about the same as a tickle. This woman just needs handling. Before long, Li Shuamei stopped arguing. She had no answer and no strength left. The other end of the Kong. Lu Lan lay back to them, the sleeping Ling in her arms. She wasn't asleep at all. The room was so quiet that even with us straining to keep our voices down, she caught every word. She lay with her eyes screwed shut, both hands gripping the quilt corner, palms damp with sweat. She couldn't stop the picture of me coming back from the hunt. Tall, solid, harsh in word but quick in deed. A man who could hold up the sky. Yesterday in the yard, finger in Li Jitsai's face. Lu Lan is mine now. The lines circled in her head like a spell. If it were me lying in Chen Feng's arms right now? The thought startled even her. She bit her tongue, forcing herself clearer. That's Shuamei's man. Her sister-in-law. Lu Lan, have you no shame? But the body couldn't lie. Listening to the wind outside come and go, she shivered with cold even as the heat under the quilt climbed and climbed until it was unbearable. She could only curl tighter, press against Ling, try to smother it with the child's warmth. Agony. The long winter night was a torment to her. She even felt a flicker of envy for Li Shuamei. Cursed Chen foamed with her mouth. Ache inside. At least she had a man shielding her, a broad chest to lean against. Before, when Li Jitsai came pestering, all Lu Lan could do was hide, not daring a single word. Now, with Fengzi here, who'd dare touch her or her child? The more she thought, the more he felt like a mountain to stand behind, and the inner wall sank, brick by brick. She even started to think of Fengzi as her huss. Next morning, first light, the wind outside stopped. I opened my eyes, eased my arm out, and climbed off the Kong. The moment I moved, Lu Lan sat up too. Fengzi up so early? Two dark circles under her eyes, her voice a little hoarse. I looked at her. Didn't sleep well? Her face flushed. She ducked her head to cover it. No. Ling kicks the quilt off. I got up a few times in the night to check. I gave a quiet laugh. So she heard all of last night, then. First night, the quilt had ended up on my side by the small hours to cover the shame, and Lu Lan knew it, played dumb. Second night, pressed close and pulled back on after. Third night, the same. I didn't press. The look made her cheeks burn. I'll heat you some water. She got down quick and put her shoes on, then headed out. I watched her go. Not bad at all. And, thinking it, I reached over and got a handful of Li Shuamei. 8 in the morning. The firebox in the outer room blazed, the pot bubbling and steaming. I sat on the wood block, half a cornmeal cake in hand. The coarse meal scratched the throat, but I chewed it down in a few bites. Lu Lan stood by the stove, gourd dipper in hand, scooped half a dipper of hot water from the pot. Fengzi, have some hot water to wash it down. She held it out, rubbing her hands together in front of her. I took it, blew twice, drank it down. Warmth spread through me. Mountain again today? She asked. South side. I handed the dipper back. Set some snares. She set it on the stovetop, then went to the corner and fetched the battered dog fur hat. Snow's deep out there. Mind the holes. She handed it to me. Come home early. I've got things here. I took the hat, settled it on, and looked at her. The woman was getting more and more capable. Speech and bearing both. All the manner of a wife running a household. I stood. I'm gone. Bolt the door. Don't open it for anyone, no matter who knocks. I'll remember. She nodded. I gathered my gear, tucked a few lengths of thin wire into my belt, pushed open the main room door, and stepped out. Lulan stood in the doorway like a little wife seeing her husband off, watching my back, feeling steadied. With this man here, the days have something to look forward to. South for an hour. This stretch was a broad thicket, sheltered, plenty of dead grass under the snow. Hares and partridges loved it. I got there and bent over the snow, searching. Snow just stopped, animals out feeding, prints clearest now. And there, a fresh set. 2 small round pits in front, 2 long ones behind. Hare. I crouched, touched the snow and the prints. Hares have a habit. They take the old roads. Once one breaks a trail, it runs that trail back and forth. I followed the prints, hunting a hare's eye, a spot pinched between brush on both sides, only a narrow gap to pass through. The hare can't go around, has to thread the gap. A dozen steps on, I stopped. Ahead, 2 thick willow roots with a palm-wide gap between them, the hare prints running straight through. Prime spot. I went over, pulled a wire from my belt, looped one end small, threaded the other through for a slip knot, spread the noose open, just wide enough for a fist. I hung it in the middle of the gap. Height matters, for fingers off the ground. Too high, the hare ducks under. Too low, it steps over. For fingers, and the hare runs in head first. Neck caught, it bolts in fright. The noose draws tight and hangs it. First snare set, I stood, brushed the snow off my hands, and kept on along the prints. I found 5 hare's eyes in a row and used up every wire on my belt. This work runs on experience and patience. Set them right, come collect in the morning. I looked up. Sun well risen. That was enough for today. I turned and started back along my own tracks, a different road this time. Take a chance on some birds. The house ran tight. This meal with no guarantee of the next, and the frugal kind at that. 1 partridge left at home. What's that going to feed? Gathering firewood as I searched. Bagged 3 sparrows, 1 sand partridge. Luck like nobody's. A fine haul. Downhill. At the foot of the mountain I stopped. There were messy prints in the snow, not an animal's, a person's. Deep, the strides wild, like someone drunk or spent, lurching through the snow. I followed them. A dozen steps ahead, a snow mound. Normally flat ground here, no call for a mound that size. I narrowed my eyes, looked close. At its edge, a length of black cotton trousers stuck out. I went over, kicked the loose snow off the top. Underneath lay a person, face down, buried in snow, not moving. I bent, caught the back of the collar, and hauled, flipping the body over. A face frozen blue showed. Joe Hung, a famous bull-headed one in the East Village, just turned 18 this year. Quiet, a hard worker, but stubborn as they come, locked onto his own logic. His eyes were shut, lips gone purple, more breath going out than coming in. I checked under his nose. Faint, on the edge of stopping. Starved half to death, then frozen half the night in the snow, run out and dropped here. I let go and stood. These days, every household scraped the bottom of the pot. A body frozen by the roadside was nothing unusual. I had 3 women to feed at home. Where was the leisure to mind anyone else's life or death? I turned and started for the village. A dozen steps on, I stopped. Looked back. I could hunt now, could get meat. But the 3 women at home, they could cook, warm a quilt, bear children, and that was about it. Real trouble hit, they were no use. I needed a runner. Someone to dig up news around the village for me, handle the dirty, heavy jobs. Zhou Hong had no father, no mother, 1 belly to fill, and the whole family's fed. Most of all, the kid had a hard spine, locked onto his own code. A man like that, give him a mouthful of food, save his life, and he'll hand you that life. I walked back, crouched beside him, dug out a sparrow I'd just bagged, plucked, gutted, gone stiff in the snow. I pinched his jaw and forced his mouth open. Lucky for you I'm in a good mood today, I muttered, and shoved the raw sparrow in. He was out cold, teeth clenched. I put strength into it, worked the sparrow to the root of his tongue. The raw, gamey taste hit. In the grip of starvation, the survival instinct beats everything. His throat moved on reflex. He swallowed. No chewing, just forced the frozen hard raw bird straight down. Meat in his gut, his body convulsed. He coughed hard, gasping. I let go, stepped back, watched him. He coughed a long while, finally caught a breath, cracked his eyes open, vision still blurred. After a moment he made me out. Chun. Phone. Hoarse, barely audible. He struggled to rise, but his hands and feet were frozen stiff, no strength in them. I caught his arm and hauled him up. His legs gave. He braced on a tree trunk to stay standing, gasping, the raw sparrow slowly thawing in his stomach, feeding him a thread of warmth. You saved me. Want to live? I asked flat. Yes. No hesitation. I dug out 2 sparrows and held them over. Do something for me. No big promises. I was barely scraping by myself, in no position to talk big. And talking big depends on who you're talking to. Zhou looked at the 2 sparrows, then at me. No hesitation. He bent his knees and dropped to them in the snow. Fengji, from here on this life is yours. Not loud, every word edged with grit. He knocked his head against the snow, a dull thud. I pulled him up fast, honestly not expecting 3 sparrows to drop a man to his knees. Up, up. A man's knees are gold. He braced on the trunk and stood, tucked the 2 sparrows carefully against his chest. A while later, Fengji, whatever the job, name it. Up a mountain of knives, down into a sea of fire. If I, Zhou, so much as furrow my brow, I'm your grandson. Dead earnest. No need for the sea of fire. I cut him off. 2 things. He pricked up his ears. First, go and get me the bottom line on every household in this village. Who's still got grain? Who's about to run out? Who's hiding something good? All of it, clear. He blanked, scratched his messy hair, looked stuck. Fengji, how do I sniff that out? These days, grain is life. I can't exactly go knocking door to door asking if folks have cornmeal left. They'd club me out. I kicked him in the backside. No force, just a lesson. Use your head. I scolded. Who said ask? What are your eyes for? Decoration. He took the kick without sulking, gave a couple of heh laughs, leaned in. Fengji, teach me. I pointed toward the village. Watch the chimneys. I started laying it out. Everyone's hunkered down for winter, rationing. 1 meal a day now, some 2 days to a meal. A house cooking 2 or 3 times a day. What's that tell you? His eyes lit. Means they've opened up a private stash. They've got reserves. Not all the way stupid then. I went on. Next, watch the kids. The half-grown ones run around outside all day. Look at the corners of their mouths. A house whose kids got color in him, or cornmeal crumbs at the lips. That family's not going hungry. He nodded along, carving it into his head. What else? Watch the outhouses. Blunt as it gets. Snowy weather. Everyone empties the chamber pot. Go look at what comes out. Cornmeal eaters, it's yellow. Folks down to elm bark and cottonseed husk, it's black. And a house where you don't see a single turd for days. That's people choked up on guanine clay, on death's door. He sucked in a cold breath. He'd only ever known how to put his head down and work. None of these twists. How is Fengji's mind put together? Reads a man's situation off his droppings. Nights don't idle either. I went on. Dead of night. Crouch at the wall foot of the big households. Listen at the corner. A house chewing something in the small hours. A couple fighting over half a mouthful of food. Note it all down. Got it. He thumped his chest. Fengji, rest easy. I can do this. I roam the village every day. I'll have every family's underwear sniffed out. I nodded, and my face went serious. Second thing. I dropped my voice. And the most important. Zhou saw the look and held his breath. Find out for me. The production team's shotgun. Whose hands is it in? He startled. Fengji, didn't team captain Zhao Fuliang say back in the fall it was turned into the commune? Bullshit. Cold laugh. Zhao Fuliang's a sly old fox. Mountains snowed shut. A boar herd comes down, or wolves get into the village, and with no gun the whole place is finished. He'd hand over his life-saving piece? Not a chance. Zhou thought it over, and granted it made sense. So you figure Zhao Fuliang's got it hidden away? 8 or 9 out of 10. I worked it through. And if not him, then some old hunter or militiaman in the village. Keep a quiet eye on it. How do I watch it? Watch his youngest, Zhao Yuhua. I named him. The kid's a spoiled good-for-nothing. Can't sit on a secret. If there's a gun at home, he'll have to show it off. Hang around him. Let him brag. See if you can draw it out. I paused, added, and those few old wolf hunters at the east end. Drift past their walls now and then, sniff for gunpowder, look for a powder gourd hung up. He filed it all away. Fengji, I've got it. Grain and the gun. Both down. Remember, don't tip them off. I warned. You're a beggar, an orphan starved half to death. Somebody curses you, you take it. Somebody hits you, you wear it. Don't fight back, don't talk back. Just bring me the news. Understood. He snapped his legs together. He was sold on me now, completely. Not just the life-saving meat, but the calculation in my head, which told him sticking with Fengji meant a way to live. Go. I waved. He turned, drew a deep breath of cold air, and walked off. Steps still a touch unsteady, but the whole of him charged with drive, 2 sparrows against his chest and an anchor in his heart. I watched him vanish into the snow. With Shou hung as my eyes and ears, I'd have the village's situation in the palm of my hand. As for that shotgun, I meant to have it. All I had now was a bow and a slingshot. Pheasant and partridge, fine, but a boar, a wolf, even a black bear, and this gear was nowhere near enough. In an age like this, a gun in hand is what stiffens your spine. With a gun, I could walk this whole mountain range like I owned it and bring back far more meat. That's where survival was. Next day, 6:30 in the morning. Barely gray out, the room an icebox. I woke on time, didn't laze, threw off the quilt, and sat up. Li Xuemei still slept beside me, curled in a ball, no warming the bed last night. I pulled on the sedge-stuffed boots and stood. A faint noise came from the outer room. I pushed the door open. Lu Lan was already up, crouched at the firebox, tending the fire, the flames lighting her face ruddy, the pot steaming. Fengzi up. She heard me and stood quick, scooped half a dipper of hot water, handed it over. Warm yourself with some hot water. I took it, blew, drank it down, warmth blooming in my gut. I'm heading out. I passed the dipper back, went to the wall, slung the bow over my shoulder, pocketed the slingshot. Slippery out, be careful, she called after me. I didn't look back, pushed the door, and left. Today I had to collect yesterday's snares. Snow stopped a full day and night. The animals were out feeding for sure. I followed yesterday's tracks south to the thicket. The morning wind cut like a blade. I picked up the pace. Over an hour, and I reached the spot. The thicket lay silent. I slowed, hunched, worked along my own markers. First snare. Empty. Wire loop still hanging, not a fresh print near it. I didn't mind, moved on. Setting snares is casting a wide net. Second snare, empty too. Third, empty again. My brow knit a little. Did this bunch change roads? I went on toward the fourth. The fourth was set in the gap between 2 thick willow roots, a prime hare's eye. I rounded a snow mound, looked through the dead branches toward the roots, and stopped. From a distance I could see it. Something at the trap, thrashing hard. Today's luck. Not bad. Not bad. Too good. The fourth and fifth both had game. I laughed, undid the snare. A crisp crack, and the little hare went limp, still. The other had been dead a while. 2 hares in hand. Heavy, 5, 6 pounds together at least. In the winter of 1960, that was a windfall, plain and simple. I dropped them in the snow and drew a honed iron blade from my pocket. 4-legged game just killed has to be bled fast, or the meat goes gamey. I lifted the big hare by a hind leg and drew the blade across its throat. Dark blood ran down the fur into the snow, staining a wide patch red. Bled out. I split the belly open. Steaming innards met the cold. Quick-handed, skin off first, the pelt cells, then gutted, heart, liver, lungs, intestines pulled out together. Awful nobody'd want in another age, but here it was life-saving flesh. The intestines held droppings, but rinsed at home with lye water, they'd still stew into a thick soup. Done. I wiped them down with snow, bagged both hares in the sack, and headed down. Gathered firewood on the way. Even 2 sticks earned their keep. Never go down empty-handed. Through the deep snow, nearly at the village mouth, I saw a figure ahead, bent over in the snow with a long pole, poking around. Jodama. 42 this year, the famous loudspeaker of the East Village. Any scrap of household gossip that reached her ears was around the whole village inside half a day. I'd seen her, and she'd seen me. Right now she had a battered willow basket on her back and a dung fork in hand, hunting livestock droppings in the snow. Mountain snowed shut, not a bird in sight. Where would droppings come from? She was just using the dung picking as cover, drifting around the village mouth to see what small advantage might turn up. At the crunch of snow, she straightened and turned. Seeing me, she blinked for a second. Then her eyes shot straight to the sack on my shoulder. The longer she looked, the straighter her gaze went. Meat. Has to be meat. There's red on it. Definitely meat. And fresh-killed live game? She swallowed, every crease in her face crumpling into a chrysanthemum of a smile, and bustled up. Io, if it isn't Fengzi. Bitter cold this early. Where'd you go to strike it rich? Just a walk up the mountain. Flat. She crowded close, eyes glued to the sack, sniffing hard twice. A walk and you walk out a sack this size? She rubbed her hands, smiling, all fawning. Fengzi, your Dama watched you grow up. What's in there, mountain game? Look at the size, can't be small. I gave her nothing, so her eyes rolled, and she switched instantly to a face of misery. Fengzi, you're a man of real ability now, can go up the mountain and hunt. But pity your poor Dama. Riceban's been bone dry for days. Your uncle's groaning on the Kong, no strength to get up. She dabbed at non-existent tears with her sleeve. Dama's not greedy, just wanting to ask, could you lend your Dama a bite? Even a little broth. Come spring, our rations come in, I'll pay you back double. Lent. In this woman's mouth, that was a meat bun thrown to a dog, gone for good. Still, I didn't run her off. Zhou Dama was a small advantage-grubbing gossip, but in this village she was a living intelligence station and broadcast tower both. I could get meat now, but my name stank. The Lees were surely brewing something behind my back, and that good-for-nothing Zhao Yuhua was no easy lamp either. If I could put Zhou Dama's mouth to work, have her spread the word for me, build out the names Crazy Chin's not to be crossed, and Chun Feng's got real ability, it'd save me no end of trouble down the line. Surviving in a time of scarcity, one house standing tallest is no good thing. Everyone else starving while you eat fish and meat. Guess how that goes. A cornered hare bites. How much more a cornered man? So I stopped, planning ahead. I needed allies. Dama, the house really out of the pot. She thought there was a chance and nodded like a pestle. Bone dry. Fengzi, would your Dama lie to you? That's so-and-so. Yesterday he was so hungry he threw up jaundice water. I nodded, set the sack down in the snow. Her eyes stuck to it, her breathing quickening. She fully expected me to pull out a fat chunk of meat for her. I untied the cord, reached in. She rose on her toes, neck stretched long, wishing she could dive into the sack head first. I fished around and drew out something bloody, held it straight out to her. Take it, Dama. She thrust both hands out and grabbed it. The leaf-wrapped bundle was heavy. She couldn't wait, peeled back a corner. Inside, a heap of red and white innards. Hare lungs, hare intestines. She blanked a moment, clearly not expecting awful. But the joy that broke across her face couldn't be hidden. In the winter of 1960, when even tree bark was nearly gnawed clean, never mind hare awful, a single blood-flecked bone was treasure men would brawl over. Take this home, squeeze the droppings from the intestines, blanch it in hot water, chop it, throw it in the pot with half a pot of water and 2 frozen cabbages, and you'd stew a big pot of oil-flecked soup. Enough for the whole family for 2 days. Io, heavens above. She was so worked up her voice cracked, both hands cupping the leaf bundle, terrified of dropping it in the snow. Fengzi, this is life-saving stuff. I watched her. It wasn't much. Half a set of innards, maybe 3 ounces. Dama, these 2 hairs I've got to keep for the mouths at home. Can't spare you meat. Take this offal, stew a pot, build your family back up. She nodded and nodded, grinning ear to ear. Understand. Dama understands. For mouths waiting on you at home, Lanzi and Ling to feed too. You give your Dama this offal, and Dama remembers your kindness all her life. I tied the sack back up, slung it over my shoulder, a little firewood still dragging in hand. Dama, this is nothing. I dropped my voice on purpose, a thread of swagger in it. Few days from now, I'll head deep into the mountains and bring back a wild boar. When that happens, there'll be a bowl of meat broth in it for you. She sucked in a cold breath. A boar? In this village, save those few old hunters with guns who dared go near a boar, who'd even raise the subject. But eyeing the blood-soaked sack on my shoulder and the fearless set of me, she found herself 7, 8 parts convinced. This Chen Feng used to be a deadbeat. Now he's a living king of hell, a man of real ability. Fengzi, rest easy. She was sharp, caught my meaning at once. She thumped her chest, vowing, you know this mouth of mine. From now on, anybody in the East Village so much as choose your name behind your back says half a wrong word about you. Your Dama's the first to fork them with the dung fork. That was exactly the line I wanted. Good, Dama. Go home and stew that while it's fresh. She cradled the offal, didn't even bother with her dung basket and fork, and turned to hurry back into the village. This Chun Feng's a golden thigh now. Even the Li family came off worse against him. I'd best crowd up to him more from here on. Might scoop up more good yet. 2, 3 steps along, I called her back. Dama, this business of me bagging game. She cut me off, her face graver than ever. Rest easy, Fengzi. Only you and I know, heaven and earth know. Even my own household won't get half a word of it. It rots in my belly. Good. Then I'm easy. I had no worry she'd run her mouth, telling it earned her nothing. So, keep everything low. After parting from Zhou Dama, I headed home, a few dry branches dragging in one hand, the hair sack on my shoulder, tramping through the deep snow. Soon enough, I reached my own yard. The gate stood open. I walked in and knocked at the main room door. Thud, thud, thud. Who? Lu Lan's voice inside. Me. One word. The bolt rattled. The door opened. Not Lu Lan, Li Xuemei. She looked at me, said nothing, eyes going straight to the firewood dragging in my hand. She stepped forward half a pace, reached for the branches. I didn't let go, raised an eyebrow at her. She flushed, put some force into it, and yanked the firewood away, turning for the firebox in the outer room. I watched her go, cold smiling inside. This stinking hard stone's finally warmed a little. Going hungry works better than anything. Long as she'll do the work, the days can go on. The drinker's heart isn't in the wine. It's not the labor I'm after, it's the obedience. I carried the sack across the threshold and shut the door tight. Lu Lan was crouched at the firebox. She looked up at the noise and smiled at me. Back. I nodded. She came closer, looked me over, dropped her voice. Snow that deep up there. Run into any danger? No, fine. I was about to set the sack down when crunching footsteps came from the yard. I turned to the door. Feng Ji, you in? A pressed low voice outside. Zhou Heng. I opened the door, slung the sack back over my shoulder on the way out, and pulled the door shut behind me. Zhou Heng was shivering, but he stood ramrod straight. News already? I set the sack at my feet. He stepped close, voice very low. Feng Ji got something. Let's hear it. Last night a couple fought, over half a dried sweet potato. Old Wang split his wife's head open. Fast. And there's a house with no outhouse activity, probably choked up on guanine clay. This morning I heard his woman crying in the yard. I didn't pick that up, asked. The gun, anything? He shook his head. Zhao Yua didn't come out today, stayed holed up. The other houses, I've still got to work slow. Fine, no rush. I flicked at the offal. Anything else? He hesitated, glanced at the door behind me, dropped his voice. Feng Ji, I was around the village today and turned up something. I figure you can use it. The Li family's sitting on an empty house, east and west room layout. My brow lifted. East and west rooms? The wreck I lived in now was one main room off a back room, for people crammed on a single com. Wanting to do anything at night, with Lu Lan and the kid right beside, was genuinely awkward. Exciting, but awkward. I'd been chewing on how to get somewhere roomier, and Zhou Heng's news landed at the door. East and west rooms? Tell me more. He leaned in, voice pressed low. The house was built by Li Xuemei's own elder brother, Lu Lan's dead husband, that is. So how'd it fall into Li Dahuai's hands? What else? Bullying an orphan and a widow. He spat. 3 years back, the second Lu Lan's man died. Li Dahuai jumped right out, said as the elder uncle he had to manage the family estate for the niece. Drove Lu Lan, Li Xuemei, and Ling out into that little broken mud brick house, and took the big one himself. Now it sits empty, Li Zhizai and Li Jiming using it as a storeroom, piling junk and firewood. These days everything's short, so the Lis crowded together to save what they could, which left that house empty. I gave a cold laugh inside. This Li family eats an orphan's estate clean and knows just how to do it. The Li family's east-west rooms sitting empty, blocking the latrine without taking a dump. Better cleared out for people to live in. Zhou Heng caught on at once. Feng Ji, if you want to move on that house, I'll go scout it tonight. See how the wall climbs, what the lock's like. No need. Flat. I've got my ways. He knew my mind ran quick and surely had a plan. I crouched, untied the sack. His eyes followed my hands. The mouth opened and a smell of blood and meat drifted out. I drew out a set of innards and held it over. I'd meant to give half, but this news was good. Worth a whole. Take it. He froze. He stared at the meat, throat working hard. Fengji this. Not daring to take it. He wiped his hands on his ragged coat. Take it when I tell you to. Where's all the chatter? I pressed it into his hands. You do good work, this is yours. Half a pound and more of innards in his hands. He stood stunned a long moment. He said none of the pretty grateful words, just tucked the meat against his chest and straightened up. Thanks. 2 words squeezed out. He was a man of action, no honey in his mouth. All right, head back. Get on with it. I waved. He nodded, turned, and walked off through the snow, his steps a good deal steadier than coming. I turned, carried the sack, and pushed into the main room. Lulan was still busy at the firebox and stood at the sound. I drew the contents out for her to see. Fengzi this, these are hairs. Her voice shook. Li Xuemei heard from the inner room and came out. Catching sight of the 2 big hairs, she froze too. I set the sack on the stovetop with a heavy thud, pointed at it. Eat well today. Do up half the offal, slice half a pound of hair, stew it all together. 2 hairs together ran 4 pounds. Slice half a pound and 3.5 were left. Had to go careful. Lulan was so worked up she hardly knew what to do with her hands, crowding over to look. The hairs were dressed clean, the meat firm. The sight set you swallowing. I'll get to it. Her rims went red. Since her man died, she hadn't seen this much meat. Harsh-tempered as he was, this man could really rake food into the house. Li Xuemei stood in the inner doorway, looking at the meat, a tangle of feelings in her. Xuemei, come help. Lulan called. Oh, pulled from her thoughts, she hurried to help. The outer room. Li Xuemei crouched at the firebox, snapping the dry branches I'd dragged back, feeding them in length by length. The flames licked the pot's bottom with a low roar, baking her thin, sharp face red. Lulan stood at the chopping block, cleaver in hand, working the half-pound of hair careful, 1 cut at a time. The water in the pot warmed, white steam rising. She set the cleaver down, rinsed her hands in the basin, crossed to the firebox, leaned to Xuemei's ear, and dropped her voice. Xuemei, the water's hot. Ladle a basin and take it in for Fengzi to wash his feet. The firewood in Xuemei's hand stalled. Her head snapped up, disbelief all over her face. I'm not going. Flat refusal, plain resistance in it. Lulan sighed long and poked her forehead, exasperated. You girl, how are you this stubborn? I'm stubborn. Sister-in-law, what rights he got to my waiting on him? Her rims reddened, wrong, tears welling. Lulan glanced at the shut inner room door, made sure I couldn't hear, then caught Xuemei's arm and pulled her up. These few days, your sister-in-law's seen it clearer. She looked at her, helplessness and hard reality in her voice. That Shinfeng took your innocence. That's on me. I didn't shield you. But one thing's one thing. Your innocence is given now. From here on you're his woman too. I am not his woman. Xuemei cut in, frantic. Lulan shook her head. How is she this slow to it? What times are these? Still trying to live off that scrap of pride. She looked her in the eye and put the question straight. Then tell me, whose woman do you become from here? It landed like a club. Xuemei's mouth opened. For a long moment nothing came. Right. Whose woman? These days, when food itself can't be had, who'd want a woman with her innocence gone? And even if someone did, could he, like Shinfeng, haul meat home every few days? Could he keep the 3 of them from cold and hunger? Lulan saw her go blank and figured she still couldn't see it. Fine. Can't see it, leave it. She shook her head, turned for the wooden basin in the corner. Rest. I'll go wash his feet. Sister-in-law, don't. Xuemei caught her by the hem. How could she let her do a serving job like that? Lulan already had it hard enough raising Ling alone, shouldered every chore big and small, and now she'd go wait on that bastard too. Xuemei couldn't sit with it. Lulan stopped, turned, spoke from the heart. Xuemei, hand on your conscience. Bitter cold like this, snow out there past the knee, Fengzi heads into the mountains at first light through the wind and snow. For what? So the 3 of us can get a mouthful of meat, can live. Shuamei looked down at the flames, silent. Lulan pointed at the hair on the block. We sit in the house, warm Kong under us, broth to drink. He's out there alone risking his life, and you can't bear even to carry in a basin of foot water. Does your conscience sit easy with that? Shuamei ground her teeth, fingers picking at the hem. She hated his domineering, his shamelessness, but every word of Lulan's hit true. If not for Chin Feng, Ling would have starved long ago, and she and her sister-in-law wouldn't have lasted the winter. These 2 4-pound hairs of pure hair meat and bone, swap in any man in the village who'd bear to put it out for them. Lulan patted her shoulder, softened a little. We women, we ought to do a woman's part. A man who can keep the household fed, bring home grain and meat. We women wait on him in the house. That's the rule, never changing through the ages. Shuamei lifted her head, a flicker of struggle in her eyes. This temper of yours, it really has to change. Lulan waited it, a note of warning in it. Fengzi takes soft, not hard, but heads with him day in, day out. What do you get out of it? One day he truly loses his temper, and he's gone for good. By then, the 3 of us can only wait to die. Shuamei blurted, but the ground was clearly soft under her. He'd dare. Lulan said it for her. Then her voice climbed a notch. One belly to fill and the whole family's fed. What makes him have to drag along us few dead weights? Shuamei, accept your lot. Going with him, the one losing out is him, not you. At that, Shuamei deflated completely. She looked at the hair on the block, then at Ling crouched on the floor waiting wide-eyed for meat, skin and bone. A little color back in her face only after these few days of broth, and the pride in her chest was finally crushed under the weight of the real. She stood, went to the crock, took up the dipper, and silently ladled hot water into the basin. Lulan watched her back and let out a breath. The girl's finally come around. Long as she'll bow her head, the days can run steady. The inner room. I sat cross-legged on the Kong, a rag in hand, carefully wiping down the hunting bow. Old as it was, the draw was strong, the handiest piece I had. Bagging 2 hairs today was all luck. Tomorrow's mountain run would still lean on this bough for some birds. Creak. The door pushed open. I looked up. Li Shuamei came in carrying a steaming wooden basin, head down, a few strands of hair at her cheeks, her face unreadable. My brow lifted. This woman possessed? Usually wants to be 8 yards off me, and today she carries water in herself? She came to the Kong edge, set the basin on the floor, voice thin as a gnat. Wash your feet. I set the bow aside and looked her over with interest. Her face was flushed, from the firebox or from shame, hard to say. She stood there, hands twisting together, reluctant and resigned both. My mind turned and I had it at once. No way Li Shuamei talked herself into this. Proud and prickly as she was, she'd starved before she came waiting on me of her own will. Had to be Lulan. I nodded inside. Lulan's a clear-headed one, knows the rules, knows how to handle things. With her smoothing the middle, this house runs with a lot less trouble. This sister-in-law, genuinely not bad. Then what are you standing around for? I swung my feet to the Kong edge, a thread of mockery in it. Water's here. Aren't you going to take my shoes off? But this woman, she had to be trained. I sat cross-legged at the Kong edge, one leg stretched long, foot hanging in the air. I had Li Shuamei standing in front of me. She held the basin of hot water in both hands, the steam billowing up into her face, flushing that cold, sharp face of hers red. We stayed locked like that. I didn't rush her, just watched, all interest, to see how long she could hold out. A long while passed before she cracked. She bit her lower lip, her chest rising and falling, and her voice came out thin as a gnat's whine. Can't you take them off yourself? By the last few words it was barely audible, all grievance and reluctance. I tilted my head, looking at her with a smile that wasn't quite one. What? Not willing. She turned her face away, not looking at me, not making a sound. Fine, not willing, then forget it. My face went indifferent. I've got plenty of people to wash them for me. And on the spot, I pitched my voice at the shut door. Sister-in-law, come help. Don't. Li Shuamei jolted all over, the basin swaying in her hands, hot water nearly slopping onto her foot. She stamped, frantic, cutting me off. If she really let her sister-in-law come in and wash my feet, where would she put her own face? Lulan, raising a child alone, Circling the stove all day? Was tired enough? What right had she to come wait on this scoundrel too? Outside, through the door, Lulan asked, "What is it, Fengzi?" Li Xuemei panicked, terrified I'd say more, and rushed to answer first. "Nothing. Sister-in-law, you go on with your work." The outer room went quiet a moment. Then Lulan, all right, call me if you need." Hearing it go still outside, Li Xuemei let out a long breath. She turned and shot me a fierce glare. I smiled, a flash of white teeth, the look as deserving of a beating as a look could be. She drew a deep breath, forced the anger down, and bent over. "Off you go," I ordered lordly. Her face was none too good. She'd never once washed even her own brother's feet in all her life. And here she was crouched before a deadbeat who'd taken her innocence, peeling off his shoes to wash his feet. But thinking of her sister-in-law and Ling, she swallowed it. She put out 2 fingers, pinched the lace of the woolly boot in distaste, and tugged it down bit by bit. The boot, worn all day, dragged through snow, had frozen stiff. She worked at the lace, and it wouldn't come loose. "Haven't eaten? Put some strength in it," I prodded from above. Teeth itching with rage, she went at it with both hands and yanked. Rip, the lace gave. She pulled the worn boot off, and a sour stench of sweat and sedge grass wafted out. She turned her face away in disgust, held her breath, and dug the broken corn husk and sedge grass patting out of the boot, flinging it aside. "So foul," she muttered. I raised an eyebrow. "Run around outside all day and not stink. Then I'd wash yours." Choked, she went back to work. Both boots off, I planted my big, cold-reddened feet straight into the hot basin. HSSSS, the hot water on my feet. I sucked in a satisfied breath, the whole of me loosening. Li Xuemei crouched beside it, hands hovering, slow to dip them in. "What are you frozen for?" "Washington." I splashed my feet in the water, spattering her. She gritted her teeth, shut her eyes, and put her hands in. My feet were big, rough. Her hands weren't delicate, but pale, maybe from the winter holed up indoors. She rubbed at them a couple of careless times in the water, wanting to fob it off. "You call that washing? Scratching an itch?" Not having it. I cocked a toe and flipped a handful of water onto the back of her hand. "Faster. Quit dawdling." The splash startled her, and the grievance she'd been holding finally broke loose. I've never washed a man's feet before," she mumbled, head down. The line lit my conquering streak right up. I leaned forward, close over the top of her head, and dropped my voice. "Never washed before, no matter. Wash every day from now on, and you'll get used to it." Her head snapped up, glaring at me, puffed with anger. "What are you looking at? Put your back in it." "No mercy." Her brows knotted tight. She gritted her teeth, gripped my feet, and scrubbed for all she was worth. Slosh. Water flew up and down in the basin. She poured every ounce of hate and choked grievance into those hands. Her nails even raked a few red lines across the top of my foot. I wasn't angry. If anything, it felt good. "That's it, scrub like that. Put your strength in," I directed, eyes shut, like a lord. She scrubbed, cursing me 1,000 times over inside. The outer room, a door away. Lulan crept to the inner door, pressed her ear to the crack, and held her breath, listening. That shout of mine just now had given her a real scare. She was terrified Xuemei's stubborn streak would flare, and she'd lock horns with me again. Bitter cold like this. If I lost my temper and threw the 3 of them out, there truly was no way to live. She listened a while. Inside, past the sloshing water, only the occasional jab from me. Xuemei made no sound, but wasn't kicking up a fuss either. Phew. Lulan let out a long breath, set fully at ease now. As long as Xuemei came around and stopped butting heads with me, everything else could be talked through. If she stayed stubborn, I could blow up any moment, and then the consequences didn't bear thinking about. She turned back to the stove. In the big iron pot, the half-pound of hare and half-set of offal were already stewing, bubbling away. The rich smell of meat pushed out through the seams of the lid, boring domineering into the nose. Not fragrant, just meat. Ling crouched by the firebox, both little hands propping her chin, eyes glued to the pot, swallowing without pause, her belly growling its protest. "Mama, I'm hungry." Lulan stroked her daughter's dry, yellowed hair, crouched, and gathered her in. "Ling, be good. Wait a little longer." She pointed at the inner door and dropped her voice, coaxing. We have to wait till Uncle Fang's washed his feet. We wait for him to start eating first. Then we can. You understand. Ling tipped her face up, big eyes full of confusion. Why, Mama? My tummy's so flat, I want meat. Because Uncle Fong is our great benefactor. Lulan looked into her daughter's eyes and taught her, word by word. Mountains snowed shut. If not for your Uncle Fong going into the hills to hunt, the three of us would have starved long ago. The meat in that pot, he traded his life for. In this house, he's the biggest. He hasn't picked up his chopsticks, so no one eats first. Remember? Ling nodded, half understanding. She turned, looked at the shut door, then at the steam rising from the pot, whatever turning in her little head. After a moment, she suddenly looked up and tugged Lulan's hem. Mama, what is it? Lulan looked down. Ling blinked her big eyes and asked, crisp and clear, then, can I call him Daddy? On the Kong table in the inner room sat 4 bowls of hare meat broth, the portions laid out plain. The one in front of me was biggest, the most meat in it, broth near brimming over. Lulan's and Li Shuamei's bowls were a size smaller, mostly broth with a few stray bits of meat floating, most of those bone-edged scraps. Ling's bowl was smallest. Lulan had picked her a few boneless, soft-stewed pieces, easy for a child to chew. The room hung with the smell of meat. Not that it was fragrant. These days you couldn't get a meal, let alone spices, peppercorns, scallion, ginger, garlic. Nothing in the pot but water and a pinch of salt. And the hare carried not a trace of fat, pure lean stewed up, that earthy, grassy gaminess boring straight into the nose. Ling knelt at the Kong edge, both little hands gripping the table rim, big eyes fixed on the bowl in front of me, her throat going gulp, gulp swallowing. Lulan sat beside her, but her eyes weren't on the meat. They were locked on her daughter's mouth, her heart drumming. Out in the outer room just now, Ling's "Can I call him Daddy?" had broken a cold sweat over her. Children speak without filter. If, right in front of Li Shuamei, Ling suddenly cried out, "Daddy," at me, she couldn't even picture the scene. She stole a glance at me, and something odd stirred in her. If Ling really did call it, how would I feel? She asked herself, and found, to her surprise, she didn't dislike it at all. If anything, her cheeks heated, an unspeakable flustered shame in her. She ducked her head fast, not daring to think further. "Eat," I said. I picked up the chopsticks, plucked the biggest piece of hair from my bowl, and put it in my mouth. The moment it hit my tongue, my brow creased. Genuinely bad. Wild hare runs the mountains all day, the meat tight to begin with, stewed plain with no oil, no spice. It came out dry and stringy, chewing about like wood pulp, that gaminess spreading through the mouth. Hardly a delicacy, but there was a little salt to it. At least, you could get it down. I chewed a few times, swallowed. Seeing me start, they picked up their chopsticks. Ling first, unable to wait, grabbed a piece straight from the bowl, never minding the heat, shoved it in, and wolfed it down. "Slower, don't choke," Lulan said, breaking the meat up for her with her chopsticks. Li Shuamei sat at the foot of the Kong, head down, the coarse bowl in both hands, lifted a small piece to her mouth. Tonight she was unusually quiet, maybe she'd thought it through. And she was truly hungry. She drank the broth in big mouthfuls, chewed the meat. Lulan ate slowest, picking the meat out of her own bowl and quietly dropping it into Ling's, eating less herself. I saw it, said nothing. A mother's love, truly something. I ate my own bowl down in big bites, filling the deep deficit in this body. Most of a bowl in, I stopped, lifted it, and drank some broth. I smacked my lips and turned to Lulan. "Sister-in-law, how come there's no salt taste to this meat? Why not put more in?" Lulan was mid-sip. She set the bowl down fast. "Fengzi, it's not that I begrudge it." Voice low, careful. The salt crocks already scraping bottom. I looked at her, said nothing, waiting for the rest. She swallowed and went on. "That bit of salt dregs. I scraped it today, 2 or 3 meals worth at most. Use it all today, and tomorrow, the day after, we won't taste a speck of salt. Go too long without salt, and the whole body goes weak, can't even walk." Terrified I'd misread her, she raised a hand, urgent, vowing, "Fengzi, I swear, I absolutely did not sneak any salt." She looked into my eyes, afraid I wouldn't believe her. I nodded. I'd only asked in passing. "Fine, I understand. Looks like I need to get some household supplies." Seeing it was nothing, Lulan let out a long breath and picked her bowl back up. I took up my chopsticks and worked at the last few pieces, turning things over in my head. A while later, done. I set the chopsticks down, wiped my mouth with the back of my hand, and looked at Lulan. Sister-in-law, let me ask you something. She stopped her chopsticks, sat up. Asked, I hear you used to have a house, east and west rooms. The words out, the air in the room seemed to stall. At the foot of the Kong, Li Shuamei froze mid-bite and turned her head to me. East-west rooms, that had been their home. Lulan blinked too, not expecting me to raise it. Right, there was one. Her voice dropped. East and west room layout, mud brick. She sighed and went on. But the uncle's family took it. 3 years back, the second my man passed, he came over with Jitsai and Jiming. Said he feared a widow and orphans couldn't hold the estate and forced us into this broken place. Li Shuamei, listening, gripped her chopsticks tight. And it's empty now? I went on. She lifted her head. Right now the uncle's family crowds into their own house to save what they can, so the east-west rooms sit empty. Jitsai and Jiming use it as a storeroom, pile some junk and firewood. I rubbed my chin. Empty makes it easy. The furnishings all there, she thought. Except the big iron pot in the outer room, which the uncle dug out for his own use. The rest should still be there. Kong table, Kong chest, the table and stools in the main room. All wood. I had it now. As long as there was a Kong, a table, somewhere to live. I had a big iron pot here, just right. Most of all, the east-west layout. Li Shuamei and I in the east room, Lulan and Ling in the west, the main room between. Doing anything at night would be a great deal easier. Plow however I pleased. Li Shuamei and Lulan traded a look. Neither was a fool. Me raising that house just now was no idle chatter. Lulan's heart sped up. She looked at me, testing. Fengzi, what are you asking this for? Li Shuamei watched me too, even her breath gone soft. Tomorrow I take it back. Calm, but certain. 9 in the morning. Fed and watered, I pushed open my gate and tramped out into the thick snow. A few chimneys around the village were already trailing white smoke. I brought no bow, no slingshot, empty-handed, striding for Li Dehuai's place. The Li gate stood open. These days, every household was dirt poor. Gates mostly went unlocked by day. I crossed the yard, walked straight to the main room door, and rapped on it. Who is it? Li Jitsai's voice from inside. I didn't answer. No one showed. I glanced through and saw only half a person, no face. Creak. The inner door opened, and I pushed in on the motion. You. Li Jitsai made out who it was and stumbled back 2 steps, his spine hitting the doorframe. I strode over the threshold, big as you please, into the east room. Roomy inside. Li Dehuai sat cross-legged at the head of the Kong, dry pipe in hand, about to pack in tobacco. Wang Hohot crouched at the Kong edge holding a chipped bowl with a little withered cornmeal in it. Looked like she was about to mix dough for breakfast. Li Jiming was hunched at the foot of the Kong, bundled in a ragged coat, his color poor, probably still not over the beating from days back. The 4 of them hadn't even had breakfast yet. Seeing me burst in, the air in the room froze solid. Li Dehuai's hand jerked, tobacco scattering across the Kong mat. He glared, pointed at me. You, what did you come to my house for? Nothing much. Just here to tell you. Clear out that east-west house on the west side. The words out. The room went silent enough to hear a pin drop. Li Dehuai blanked, like he hadn't caught it. Wang Hohot's bowl hit the floor with a clang, cornmeal scattering everywhere. Never minding the spilled grain, she shot to her feet, jabbing a finger at my nose, cursing. You damned deadbeat. What madness are you raving in my house? Clear out the house. Clear out what house? My brow furrowed. Bawling about what? The east-west house Lulan's man built. You've squatted in it 2 years. You've had your fill. Today you haul your junk out smartly. I'm using it. Now Li Dehuai got it, shaking with rage, his pointing finger trembling. You, the gall of you. That's my Li family's house. What right have you to it? Your Li family's house? I gave a derisive snort. Li Dehuai, can you keep a shred of face? That house was built by Li Shuamei's own brother, Lulan's dead husband. 3 years back, the year after the man passed, you used managing the niece's estate as cover to drive the 3 of them into a broken mud brick shack and seize the big east-west house for your own family. Now it sits empty, and you'd sooner pile firewood in it than let a widow and orphans live there. Who in this village doesn't know it? Struck where it hurt, his old face flushed crimson. He held it a long moment and squeezed out. I'm her elder uncle. Managing my brother's estate is only proper and right. To hell with proper and right. I cursed back. No quarter. Manage the estate right into your own pocket? Li Xueme and Lu Lan are mine now. Their things are my things. I didn't come to discuss it with you today. I came to notify you. Before sundown, clear the West House out for me, or I'll help you move it myself. Hearing that, Wang Hoha wasn't having it. She dropped onto the floor, slapping her thighs, and wailed at full volume. Io, there's no justice. A deadbeat's bullying his way into our house. Stealing the house. Everyone come look. There's no living like this. Her voice was enormous, carrying, riding straight out the open gate. I sat on a stool, watching her tantrum cold, not moving a muscle. The brothers Li Jitsai and Li Jiming traded a look, both reading fury in the other's face. Bullied right into their own home now. Say nothing. And how would they hold their heads up in the village again? Li Jitsai, trading on his size, stepped forward and stiffened his neck at me. Chen Feng, don't get too arrogant. This is my house. No place for you to run wild. Get out. Li Jiming chimed in, though he didn't dare come close, only propping up the noise from the foot of the calm. Right? Get out. Out, or we lay hands on you. I turned, ran my eyes over the pair of them. I said nothing. Just stood slowly, rolled my wrist, the joints cracking sharp. Seeing the set of me, Li Jitsai's heart lurched, and most of that bluster scattered. He'd watched with his own eyes how I'd handled Li Jiming. That ferocity, he knew he couldn't stand against. Li Jiming shrank further, spine pressed to the wall, terrified I'd come give him another kick. Lay hands. I stepped forward, bearing down on Li Jitsai. Come on, try one. I'd like to see today which of you least has the nerve. He swallowed, his feet backing up on their own. Seeing both sons cowed, Li Dahuai slapped the Kong edge, furious. Useless things. Two grown men, scared of one deadbeat? Get him. Throw him out. Li Jitsai and Li Jiming looked at each other. Neither dared move. The standoff over the house dragged on. Wang Hoha wailed on the floor, her voice climbing, and the noise pulled the neighbors in. Everyone hunkered down for winter, bored stiff, came crowding into the Li yard at the first hint of a show. Before long, a dozen people ringed the doorway, craning to see in. What's going on? Old Li's place blowing up this early. Heard Crazy Chen came to take the Li family's house. Take the house. Chen's that bold now. You don't know the half of it. That house was the widow's man's to begin with. The Li squatted on it 3 years. Now Chen Feng's tied up with Lu Lan. He's come to collect. The crowd buzzed. Zhou Dama had wedged herself to the front. She'd taken a set of hair awful off me, and now was her moment to earn it. She cleared her throat and pitched her voice loud. Way I see it, the least didn't do right here. Drove a widow and orphans out into that broken shack to freeze. And now Fengzi's stepping up to take back what's his. What's wrong with that? A few others chimed in. That's right. The east-west house sits empty anyway. What the least did was rotten. Li Dahuai sat on the Kong, listening to the talk outside, his face cycling green and white. He prized his face in the village most of all, and getting cursed behind the spine in front of everyone. His pride couldn't take it. What are you all babbling about? He barked at the door. This is my Li family's business. No place for outsiders to butt in. Then a stir at the gate. The crowd parted on its own. Zhou Dama's voice rang out. The captain's here. I looked up. Zhao Fuliang strolled into the yard, hands clasped behind his back. Captain, you'd best handle this. The Lis are about to bring the roof down. Zhao Fuliang ignored the others and stepped over the threshold into the east room. The moment Li Dahuai saw him, he shot off the Kong. Didn't even get his shoes on. Barefoot on the floor, a few quick steps, and he grabbed Zhao Fuliang's arm. Captain, you're finally here. You've got to settle this for me. He jabbed a finger at me. Look at this deadbeat. Comes to rob my house at the crack of dawn. Is there no law? There's no living like this. On the floor, Wang Hohat saw the captain and rallied. She slapped her thighs and wailed afresh. Captain, just and merciful Lord, Chen Feng's bullying us. He means to drive our whole family to the grave. Zhao Fuliang frowned and pulled his arm free of Li Dahuai's grip. He eyed the cornmeal spilled across the floor, then eyed me, calm as a mountain. What's all the racket this early? He cleared his throat, put on the official tone. Chen Feng, What did you come to the Lee place for? Village not chaotic enough for you. Captain, good timing. I kept it level. I was just wanting you to weigh in. Weigh in on what? Stone-faced. I pointed at Li Dahuai. Li Xuemei is mine now. Lu Lan is my sister-in-law. So the three of them. Their business is my business. 3 years back, when Lu Lan's husband died, Li Dahuai used managing the estate for his niece as cover to drive them into a little mud brick shack and seize the east-west house her husband built. Now it sits empty, piled with junk. I'm here to take it back for my women. Tell me that's not on the right side anywhere you go. Li Dahuai panicked, jabbing a finger at me. Nonsense. That's my Li family's estate. I manage it for my brother, proper and right. I gave a derisive snort and slapped the pipe down on the table. Manage the estate right into your own pocket? A widow and orphans freezing half to death, and you, the uncle, never once handed over a cornmeal cake. Now I keep them fed, so the house comes to me. You squat on it and won't let anyone live there. What's the scheme? Choked silent, Li Dahuai's old face went crimson. He stammered, I'm her elder uncle. I have the say. You've got nothing. I gave it no quarter. Zhao Fuliang understood it now. He'd come thinking to lean on me a little, but the Lees really were in the wrong, and the watching villagers were all murmuring and pointing. From the crowd, Zhou Dama hollered, Captain, Fengzi's right. That house was Lu Lan's to begin with. The Lees holding it and not giving it back. That's rotten. With someone leading, others followed. That's right, a widow and orphans. What the Lees did was too much. Fengzi stepping up for the house. Nothing wrong with it. Zhao Fuliang shot Zhou Dama a glare. She pulled her neck in and shut up. He coughed twice, going for the easy patch over. All right. All one village here, see each other every day. Oldly, the house is empty. Lend it to Fengzi a few days. Fengzi, quit making trouble, head home. That didn't sit right with me. Living there under the word lend, that wasn't my style. Captain, I don't like that word. Lend. That's the widow's house to begin with. I take back what's mine. Since when do I borrow it? Zhao Fuliang's face darkened. This deadbeat dares cross me in front of everyone? I didn't give him room to flare. I stepped close, pitched my voice for just the two of us. Captain, Kaoshan Hamlet's an advanced brigade in the commune. You've always run things fair, got high standing. Word gets out there's bullying of widows and orphans and seizing of property here. Reaches the commune. And that's your model brigade raiding next year, isn't it? Something clenched in Zhao Fuliang. The man prized his face as captain and the commune's regard above all. Blow this up, commune cadres come down and investigate. Li Dahuai seizing his niece's house is plain fact, and a captain shielding his relatives gets disciplined. I stepped back and raised my voice. The commune's calling every day to sweep out bad customs. This, eating an orphan's estate, is exactly that. Captain, you're the brigade's bellwether. You don't handle this. Who does? Settle it here for everyone. You won't. I'll go to the commune leaders myself tomorrow. He was thoroughly on the fire now. He looked at me, not just hard, but quick-witted, stringing out reasons, even pulling commune policy in. He waited. I was a thorn, barefoot, nothing to lose. Li Dahuai was already in the wrong. To protect his own name, Li Dahuai was the one he'd sacrifice. Enough, all of you. Zhao Fuliang bellowed. The yard went silent. He turned on Li Dahuai, stern. Old Li, you handled this wrong. The house the widow's man built is the widow's. As uncle, looking after it 2 years is one thing. No sense in squatting on it forever. They want it back. That's fair and reasonable. Li Dahuai gaped. He'd thought the captain would help run me off, never expecting him to take my side. Captain, how can it go to him? He's a deadbeat. Give him the house, and it's his. Deadbeat or not. Zhao Fuliang's eyes went wide. He keeps Lu Lan and Li Shumei now. That's one household. Get moving. Clear that east-west house out today. Haul the firewood and junk out. Don't make a spectacle for everyone. Li Dahuai held it, his old face flushed, lips trembling, no words coming for a long moment. He didn't dare cross the captain. The captain was the sky in this village. Anger him, and you'd find tight shoes at ration time and labor assignments forever. Wang Hohat didn't dare wail anymore either. She scraped herself off the floor, dusted her pants, glared hateful at me, but didn't dare a peep. The brothers Li Jitsai and Li Jiming stood at the foot of the Kong, heads down, fists clenched, faces full of frustration. Li Jitsai stepped forward, like he meant to move. Zhao Fuliang jabbed a finger at his nose. What do you think you're doing? Want to fight? You dare twitch. Tomorrow you're hauling night soil at the brigade office. Li Jizai shrank his foot back fast and bowed his head. I smiled and cupped my hands at Zhao Fuliang. The captain handles things fair. Everyone saw it. With sense like that, you'll be model brigade again next year. Flattered into a better mood, his face eased considerably. He waved at the villagers in the doorway. All right, break it up. Dead of winter. Quit crowding here. Get on with your day. The show settled. The villagers drifted off chattering. I turned to Li Dehuai, my voice flat but loaded. Heard the captain. Before sundown, clear the house out. One stick of wood short, I come find you. Hands in my coat pockets. I walked out of the Li yard big as you please. Behind me, Li Dahuai sat down hard on the Kong, buried his face, and sighed long. A curse. A real curse. He pounded the mat. Wang Hohot jabbed at his nose. You useless lump. Watched the house robbed and didn't dare a peep. How did I marry such a waste? He jerked his head up and roared. Shut your mouth. The captain spoke. What could I do? Go argue with him yourself. She slumped onto the Kong edge, wiping tears. Li Jiming leaned in low. Dad, we really moving it? Move it or what? Li Dehuai gritted. Go clear it. Haul everything over here. That madman's not to be crossed right now. Steer clear of him. The four of them set glumly to it, the brothers grudgingly carrying timber, Wang Hohot cursing through her tears. I tramped home through the deep snow. Cold wind on my face, but my whole body felt easy. House taken back. The days ahead got a lot smoother. The east-west layout, main room in between, meant we'd no longer be four people crammed on one Kong. Next was stocking winter supplies, salt, kerosene, and bedding. One quilt for four wasn't nearly enough. I reached my own yard and knocked. Who? Lulan's voice, tense, from inside. Me. The bolt slid. She stood behind it, a cleaver still in hand. Seeing me backhole, she let out a long breath and set the cleaver down fast. Li Xuemei came out of the inner room too, stood in the doorframe watching me, saying nothing, but a thread of worry in her eyes. I took both their reactions in and nodded inside. These two are finally getting some sense of belonging. I stepped over the threshold, shut the door. Lulan leaned in low. Fengzi, no fight broke out. No fight. Even. Her held breath eased. She'd feared I'd lose my temper and hurt the least bad enough the brigade would haul someone off. Li Xuemei couldn't help asking. In the house. I turned, looked at her, then at Lulan, and announced it. Pack up. We're moving. The east-west house. The four Lis were hauling their things out. The place was genuinely roomy, the yard big, a woodshed off each side. 3 years they'd used it as a storeroom, packed with broken timber, old farm tools, and junk. Wang Hohot came out of the main room with an armful of sorghum stalks, cursing as she walked. Damned crazy Chun. Wretch will die badly. Robbing our Li family's house. Isn't he scared of judgment? Enough. Quit wailing. Li Dehuai snapped. The captain spoke. Cursing here does what? Move it. Before that madman shows, who knows what fresh trouble he'll kick up. Li Jizai came out of the east room, shouldering a wooden chest, all reluctance. He dropped it in the yard and turned to his father. Dad, we really just hand him the house. He gritted his teeth. The furniture in there's good hardwood. We leave it all. Why not haul it off? Li Dehuai glared. Haul it where? Our place is packed as it is with this many people. Drag these big pieces back, and there's nowhere to set your feet. Then we can't let that deadbeat have it easy. Li Jizai stiffened his neck. Dad, let me take an axe to the tables and stools. Chop them for firewood, better than leaving them for him. Shut your mouth. Li Dehuai dropped his voice, cursing. Quit making trouble. These scraps of wood can't be eaten. What are you fussing for? You smash his stuff, and that madman comes for your life. What do you pay with? You think you can beat him? Choked silent by his own father, Li Jizai swallowed a bellyful of rage with nowhere to put it. Li Jiming came out of the west room with an armful of junk, neck pulled in. Brother, Dad's right. Chen Feng's a walking bandit with a death wish right now. Best not provoke him. My hand still hurts. Looking at his brother's cowed look, Li Jizai's temper flared, but he had to swallow it. Back and forth 5 or 6 trips, they got the yard and rooms mostly cleared. Li Dahuai clapped the dust off. Woman, come haul this home with me first. Jizai, Jiming, you two get that last cabinet out of the east room. then clear off quick. Grudging, Wang Hohot followed Li Dahuai out of the yard. That left the two brothers. They went into the east room. Li Jizai stood at the Kong edge, looking over the roomy's space, and the more he looked, the more it galled. Mingzi, he turned suddenly to his brother. What is it, brother? Li Jiming was about to go heft the cabinet. Li Jizai pointed at the Kong and dropped his voice, floating the idea of leaving me a mark, fouling the place out of spite. No effort, no broken furniture to answer for. Li Jiming's eyes lit a moment. The idea was mean enough and easy. But then the picture rose in his head, me with a foot on his back, nearly wrecking both his hands. A shudder ran through him. Brother, forget it. The madman finds anything off, he'll know it was us too. He comes around, he'll skin us both. Li Jizai's hand stalled. Hate or no hate, faced with my fists, he balked too. So damn galling. He cursed, yanked his thoughts back, and gave it up. They lifted the broken cabinet against the wall and carried it out to the main room. The main room connected to the outer room. To the left was the west room's door. Li Jizai set the cabinet down and looked at that half-shut door. He knew the layout meant I'd take the east room with Li Xuemei, Lu Lan, and Ling the west. The thought of Lu Lan stoked the resentment in him. He'd carried a thing for her for years, always angling for an opening, and it had gone to me instead. Loss of the woman piled on loss of the house, and he half lost his head. He started toward the west room, set on fouling it instead. Brother, are you mad? Li Jiming hissed. That's Lu Lan's room. You do that, Chen Feng blows up just the same. Shut up. Li Jizai shoved the door open and went in, leaving his little spiteful mark in the corner. Li Jiming stood in the main room, stamping, too beaten down to follow a single step. A while later they grabbed the cabinet and bolted, Li Jizai snickering to himself the whole way. 3 in the afternoon. In the yard of the reclaimed house, I was stacking the firewood dragged over from the old mud brick shack into the woodshed, length by length. This yard was a good deal roomier than the old one, woodshed right on the left. Quick work, before long it was stacked neat. Inside, Lu Lan and Li Xuemei were cleaning, Ling helping. 2 years empty with the lease only ever piling junk in and never tending it. The place was thick with dust everywhere. Lu Lan swept cobwebs from the corners with a sorghum tassel broom. Li Xuemei knelt on the west room Kong with half a basin of water, scrubbing the Kong mat. She worked it hard today, wiping the woven mat over and over, even pressing the curled-up edges flat. Sister-in-law, the West Kang's so roomy. She straightened and wiped her brow with the back of her hand. The 3 of us sleep here at night, no crowding at all. East room's left to him alone. Finally a peaceful night's sleep ahead. Saying it, she let out a long breath, like a stone that had sat on her chest for days finally lifted. For people crammed on one Kong, these past nights had been its own kind of torment. 2 rooms now, a main room between, 2 doors that shut, and no one in anyone's way. Lu Lan, pushing a wooden chest into a corner, paused at that. She turned and looked at the rare ease on her sister-in-law's face, and sighed inside. The girl's thinking too simple. Lu Lan was older, had watched cold-eyed these few days, and had a good read on me by now. The man was domineering, his sense of ownership strong. He'd gone to all this trouble, even crossed the team captain, to take this house back. Was that so he could sleep an empty Kong alone? She'd have bet the east-west layout was exactly so the nights would be more convenient, with her and Ling no longer right beside. But looking at how pleased Li Xuemei was, she opened her mouth and, in the end, couldn't bring herself to say it. The girl had swallowed enough hardship these days. Let her be happy a while longer. It is roomy, she answered vaguely, and turned back to her work. Wipe the mat dry. I'll bring the quilt over and lay it out. Right, Li Xuemei answered crisp, her hands moving faster. In the yard, I stacked the last branch and clapped the dust off my hands. I crossed to the main room door and pushed in. Dust still hung heavy in the air, but it was a good deal cleaner than before. I stood in the outer room, looked left and right. Both room doors stood open, Lu Lan sweeping the west, Li Xuemei wiping the Kong. I went and leaned in the west room doorframe. About done. Lu Lan straightened, set the broom aside. About. Dust swept, mats wiped. Get the stove lit, warm the place through, and it's livable. I nodded, ran my eyes around, and announced it straight. Good. Settled, then. East room's mine and Xuemei's. West room, sister-in-law, You take Ling quilt goes in the west for you too. The west room went silent. Lulan had braced for it and just lowered her head, saying nothing. Li Xiumei, though, froze on the calm, the rag dropping into the basin with a splash. She whipped around, eyes wide, disbelief all over her face. What did you say? I said you sleep the east room with me. Even, like the most ordinary thing in the world. Her mind went to mush, all those bright little daydreams shattering at once. She came down off the calm, didn't even get her shoes on, pointed at me. I won't. Why would I share a room with you? I'm sleeping the west room with my sister-in-law. I raised an eyebrow, ignored the protest, turned for the east room. It's settled. Bring your things over. I won't. She rushed to the doorframe to block my path. Chinfeng, don't push it. There are 2 rooms now. Why are you still hanging on me? I'd sooner sleep the outer room floor than be alone in a room with you. She shook with anger, rims red. Finally a chance to live apart, and the bastard still meant to force it. I stopped, turned, looked down at her, stepped forward, my frame backing her into the doorframe. Why? I gave a short laugh. Because I keep you fed. Because every day you eat the meat I bring home. She tipped her face up, breathing hard. I cannot eat your meat. There, I won't eat it. Too late. I cut her off. Eat my food and you're mine. In this house I have the say. You don't get to choose. The robber's logic left her speechless, panting. She wanted to curse, to swing, but looking at my face with no give in it, she knew she couldn't fight it. Fight, and Ling and her sister-in-law would suffer for it. I let it drop and turned to Lu Lan. Sister-in-law, check the light. Past 3 already. Get the fire going, stew half a pound of hare, eat, and turn in early. Then a smell reached me, something sour and off. I glanced at Ling on reflex. She ducked behind Lulan. Lulan caught it. Oh right, we'll cook now. She moved to pull Li Xiumei out with her. I stopped them. Hold on. Li Xiumei tensed. What do you want now? But I just said, nothing to do with you. And turned to Lulan. Sister-in-law, come here a second. I need to ask you something. I stepped into the west room, leaving the door half open, and looked toward the corner. My brow knit at once, the source of the smell. That half-open door, though, Lulan read wrong. These past days she'd half-braced herself for the shape of things, and the gesture set her mind racing down the worst path. She thought I'd called her in to settle something between us, and before I could get the question out, she'd shoved Li Xiumei back, slipped into the west room, and shut the door behind her. Sister-in-law, I started. She stood with her back to the door, breathing hard, cheeks scalding, clearly having steeled herself for something else entirely. I cut it off plainly. I pointed at the corner. Sister-in-law, I asked you in for this. Is that you? She blinked, still half-braced, and followed my finger. In the corner, on the packed earth, a damp patch hadn't dried, giving off a faint reek of urine. Her own preoccupation had kept her from noticing the room's smell. The flush on her face shifted from one thing to another entirely. She shook her head fast, hands waving. No, not me. How could I do that in here? Then was it Xiumei? Or Ling? I asked serious. She shook her head like a rattle drum. Impossible. Xiumei's clean about herself, and Ling calls for me when she needs to go. It's not them. My face went cold. Not the 3 of them. And the lease just moved out. This was the lease doing, no question. Couldn't beat me, so they pulled this gutter trick to foul the place. Lulan caught up to it too, disgust crossing her face. Fengzi, it has to be that wretch Li Jizai. He's eyed me for years, always crowding up. Driven out today, he'd have it in for us. I know. My voice went cold enough to chill. Outside, the door rattled under fists. Li Xiumei, having badly misread the shut door and the 2 of us alone inside, was pounding on it, frantic, calling for her sister-in-law not to do anything foolish, that they could just leave. I crossed and pulled the door open. She'd had a fist raised to strike and nearly fell in. One look at Lu Lan in the corner, flushed, riding her collar, and Li Xiumei jumped to the worst conclusion, eyes flooding red. You animal. You won't even spare my sister-in-law. She flew at me, nails out. I caught her wrist and gave it a light twist, turning her half around. Bawling at what? You know exactly what I'm capable of and what I'm not. Nothing happened. There's piss in the corner, the least parting gift. That's all I called her in for. It took a moment, but the 2 of them came down off it. Lu Lan, mortified, righted her clothes. Li Xiumei, still suspicious, finally registered the damp patch and the smell, and the fight drained out of her into plain disgust at the lease. I straightened. The lease wanted to play in the gutter. Fine. I'd play it to the end. I walked back out toward the road, heading for the Lee place to settle the matter. I'd barely reached the alley mouth when I spotted Li Jiming. Perfect. I'd had nowhere to vent. I hauled him back by the collar the whole way, ignoring his protests, and pushed him into the main room. Li Xuemei and Lu Lan startled, pulling Ling behind them. Take Ling outside for a walk, I told them. The scene about to play out was too foul. The girl was 4, and she'd dream badly. Lu Lan nodded quickly, scooped Ling up, and pulled Li Xuemei out, drawing the heavy door shut behind them, retreating to the gate. Inside, only Li Jiming and me. Fengji. Fengyi. He felt the foot on his back press heavier and hollered. It really wasn't me. It was my brother. Li Jizai did it. Jealous you took the house. Holed up with a grudge. Pissed in the corner while we moved. I even tried to stop him. He wouldn't listen. To save himself, he sold his own brother out clean. I gave a cold laugh. Wait forward. I don't care which of you did it. You're the one in front of me. Your brother ran, so the debt's yours. Clean it. Fengji, it's filthy. His stomach lurched. Filthy. I had Li Xuemei bring in a basin of cracked ice water from the crock, then sent the women off with Ling so the girl wouldn't see. I made Li Jiming scrub the corner clean. Wipe it with snow, soak up the wet, haul the dirty snow out, scour the floor with the ice water until not a trace of smell remained, his hands swelling red and raw in the cold. By the time he finished, the corner was spotless, the dirt floor wiped flat. He stood, smearing mud off his face with a frozen hand. Fengji, it's clean. No smell at all. Can I go? Go? I asked. Go where? I made him march that foul muck out through the village in his cupped hands. Luck for him that the cold had everyone holed up, the path empty, and on to the Li gate. At the gate, Lu Lan held Ling, Li Xuemei beside her, the two of them watching Li Jiming run himself ragged like a beaten dog between snow and main room. Handled into total submission, not daring a peep. Li Xuemei watched, a tangle of things she couldn't name. See that? Lu Lan murmured at her ear. That's what real capability is. Swap in anyone else in this village. Who'd dare handle the lease like that? Who could grind Li Jiming down to this? Li Xuemei pressed her lips, silent. Lu Lan sighed and went on. Xuemei, I know you feel wronged. But look at the world we're in. Mountains snowed shut. Every house cinching its belt waiting to die. Does reason get you anything? It doesn't. Li Dahuai squatted on our house 2 years. Did reasoning win it back? Li Xuemei shook her head. So a hard man like Fengzi is the only kind that can stand in this village, the only kind that lives through this famine. She looked at my tall frame inside, an odd light in her eyes. He's domineering, he's rough, but he's genuinely hard. He brings home meat. He took our house back. That beats everything. She paused, her tone going grave. Xuemei, think it through. Fengzi took your innocence. He could have pulled his pants up, denied it, thrown the 3 of us out to starve. He didn't. He kept us. He feeds us. He even crossed the lease and the captain for us. What does that say? It says he's a real man. He's got a bottom line. He's got principles. Li Xuemei listened, her head a muddle, thinking back over the days, from the despair of being tricked at the start, to the full belly of pheasant, to today's hard reclaiming of the house. Chen Feng was a bastard, but he was their only thing to lean on now. Cornering herself into trading meat with him at her wits' end had been humiliating, but the outcome, somehow, had been right. Without him, Ling would have starved long ago, and she and her sister-in-law wouldn't have lasted who knew how many days. The hate and the resistance in her, without her noticing, had thinned by half. Inside, Li Jiming finally got the corner clean. He wiped the mud off his face with a frozen hand and looked at me, miserable. Fengji, it's clean. Not a trace. Can I go? I looked over the corner, genuinely spotless, the floor wiped flat, and gave a cold laugh. Go. I cocked my head. I could take a piss right here and have you wash it down again. How's that? He gaped, choked, no answer. Get out. I went first. He sniffled and trotted after. In the yard, Lu Lan and Li Xuemei made way. Fengzi, where are you off to? Lu Lan couldn't help asking. Get the Kong lit. Slice half a pound of hair and stew a soup. Wait for me to come back. I didn't stop, Li Jiming trailing behind, head down, no face to show. The three of them watched me go until I vanished. Lu Lan's eyes held alight. This man is genuinely hard. Shuame, let's get back and make supper. Mustn't let Fengzi go hungry. The village road lay buried under snow. Li Jiming walked ahead, cupping a lump of the filth scraped from the west room corner, mixed with his own brother's doing, the reek of it sharp in the cold. His hands were swollen red, fingers long past feeling, but he didn't dare shift his grip. I followed 2 steps behind, saying nothing. Inside, he cursed Li Jitsai's ancestors back 18 generations. If the worthless wretch hadn't gone fouling someone else's house, would he be wearing this? Good thing the cold had everyone holed up. The path was empty, not a soul to see his march of shame. We reached the Li mudbrick place. Knock, I said, stopping, hands in my pockets. His hands full, he kicked the door twice. Who is it? In a hurry to die? Li Jitsai's cursing voice from inside. Li Jiming's blood rose at the sound. It's me, shuffling steps, then the bolt drawing back. The door cracked open. Li Jitsai poked half his head out, still grumbling. Where'd you run off to? Dad was looking, and the words jammed in his throat. He took in his brother, mud-soaked and wretched, both hands cupping a foul black lump. His gaze lifted past, straight into me, watching with a half-smile. His scalp went taut, cold sweat down his back. He knew exactly what he'd done, and exactly what kind of king of hell I was. His brother's state plus me at the door. A toe could have worked out the game was up. Run, the one thought in his head. He lurched back, grabbing the door to slam it. I didn't let him. The instant he retreated, my right leg snapped up and kicked the door. It crashed open, slamming his shoulder. He cried out, lost his balance, staggered back, and sat down hard on the main room floor. I stepped over the threshold. Li Jiming trailed in, cupping the muck, neck pulled in. What do you want? Li Jitsai scrambled backward, voice shaking. This is my house. Don't you go wild in here. I didn't waste words. 2 steps, bent, hauled him up by the collar like a chick. He thrashed, swinging at my arms. I twisted the collar hard, choking him, and drove a knee up into his gut. NGH. His eyes bulged, his whole body folding like a boiled shrimp, hands clutching his stomach, no sound left. I flung him down at Li Jiming's feet. Dad, Ma, help. Li Jitsai got a breath back and howled. The inner door flew open. Li Dahuai and Wang Hohat rushed out, shoes half on. Oh heavens, what curse is this? Wang Hohat took in her eldest writhing on the floor, her youngest standing there mud-caked like a fool, and slapped her thighs, wailing. She charged to help Li Jitsai, and I stepped forward to block her. She jolted to a stop, jabbing at my nose. Chen Feng, damn deadbeat. Robbed our house, and now you beat your way in. Is there no law left? Li Dahuai shook with rage, glancing from me to his son on the floor, forcing his fear down. Chen Feng, what is it you want? We cleared the house for you. You still won't let my family be? Push us too far, and I'll report you to the commune. I didn't spare the old pair a glance. I turned to Li Jiming. Open your hands. He shuddered, looked at his howling brother, at his furious parents, and last at my eyes with no warmth in them. He didn't dare hesitate, thrust his cupped hands forward, palms open. That lump of urine and snow-fouled muck laid bare for everyone. The cramped room filled with its reek. Li Dahuai's brow nodded. Wang Hohat covered her nose. What is that? Li Dahuai stared, baffled. I ignored him, bent, and seized Li Jitsai by the back of the head. He was still clutching his gut, moaning, when his scalp went tight and a hard force hauled him up. What are you? Let go. His hands clawed. I dragged him to Li Jiming. You like pissing in other people's houses? I said, flat as small talk. What you put down, you clean up yourself. That's the rule. He understood at once and went white with terror, hauling his head back, clawing at my wrist. I won't. I was wrong. Fengji, I was wrong. I won't ever again. Dad, save me. Li Dahuai caught up to it then, didn't know the details, but the shape of it was plain. His eldest had fouled my new house. Chen Feng, even killing stops at a bowed head. Don't go too far. He rushed 2 steps to pull me off. I whipped my head around, my eyes raking his face like a blade. Hold still. For words. They nailed him in place. He looked at the kill-ready set of me, his legs gone to lead, unable to move a step. Wang Hohat forgot even to cry, hand over her mouth, shaking. I turned back, and made Li Jitsai eat the consequence of his own filth, pressed his face into the muck, the urine and grit fouling his mouth, until his stomach heaved and he was retching it all back up, mud and bile, tears and snot down his face. Cleaner stops at this. I held nothing in reserve, but I'll spare the worst of the detail. The point was made, in front of his own parents. Li Jiming cowered in the corner, arms over his head, not daring to look at his brother, terrified he'd be next. Li Dahuai watched his eldest retch, his heart twisting. He'd prized his face his whole life, somebody of standing in Kaoshan Hamlet. When had he ever swallowed humiliation like this? He shook, lifted a finger at my nose, and cursed. You go too far. I stood there without a blink. I turned and fixed a hard stare on him, a stare like he was livestock for slaughter. The killing edge of it chilled him to the bone. His pointing finger trembled and dropped. I go too far. Heh. Anger turned to a laugh in me, ringing through the room. Li Dahuai, your fine eldest son went and pissed in my house. I made him eat back what he put down. That's only proper. How does that come out of your mouth as me bullying him? Choked red-faced, he opened his mouth and couldn't squeeze out a word. He was in the wrong, and he knew his son's character. What I'd said was surely true. Who'd have guessed this king of hell would answer it with something this humiliating? Even if he needed teaching, a beating would do. Wang Hohat wailed, slapping her thighs. Making him eat that filth, you mean to take his life? I gave a cold laugh. A beating? I'd dirty my hands. Your Li family likes gutter tricks. Then I'll play the gutter with you to the end. I turned my gaze past Li Dahuai, toward the east room, their sleeping room. I walked toward it. Something cold dropped in Li Dahuai's gut. What are you doing? He lunged to throw his arms across the doorway, bluster over fear. This is my house. Don't you go wild. I didn't even slow. I reached him and drove my shoulder forward. His old frame couldn't take it. He stumbled aside, his back slamming the earthen wall, mouth twisting in pain. I stepped into the east room. It was warm from the Kong, warmer than out front. On the Kong lay a worn mat, 2 patched-on patches quilts folded at the foot, a peeling Kong chest in the corner. I went to the Kong edge, pushed the quilts aside, and made the same gutter answer the lease had given me, paying their filth back in their own coin, on their own Kong. The racket had pulled the neighbors. Li Jitsai's slaughter pig screams from before had carried. Mountain snowed shut, everyone holed up and bored, and at word of a show at the Li place they'd thrown on coats and crowded over. Zhou Dama got there first. She'd taken my hair awful and meant to earn it again. The crowd packed into the main room. Li Dahuai grabbed a door bar. Wang Hohat a rusty cleaver. The pair planted in the doorway in a show of fight. But I paid them no mind, and they didn't dare actually swing. Li Dahuai knew the truth. His eldest had started it by fouling my house. This was tit for tat, and laying a blade on me would change the whole nature of the thing. The villagers' eyes on me had all changed. They'd thought him an idle deadbeat. Now they knew, a king of hell you didn't cross. The lease had numbers in this village, and I'd handled the lot of them alone, not one daring to swing back. Among the watchers, more than a few women's looks lingered, murmuring behind their hands. I paid it no mind. Half-starved, and they've still got the spare thought for this nonsense. When I came out, the crowd parted, squeezing me a path, none daring to touch my temper at this moment. I've left water on the boil at home. Best get back, Zhou Dama said, hands tucked in her sleeves, first to find an excuse and slip off. The rest followed her lead and scattered fast. Inside 2 minutes, the Packley main room emptied clean. Footsteps faded down the alley, and the place fell to dead silence. Li Jitsai still sprawled on the floor, retching sour water. Li Jiming pressed into the corner, arms over his head, wishing he could vanish into the wall. Li Dahuai looked at his eldest, and a fury shot from his sawls to his skull. He snatched up the door bar. Old man, what are you doing? Wang Hohat, just up off the floor, hadn't caught up before he was on Li Jitsai with the bar. Doing what? Today I'll beat this troublemaking wretch to death. He swung the bar down across his son's back. Thud. Ugh. Li Jitsai screamed. Had enough retching? I asked had enough. The bar fell like rain. Dad, stop. It hurts. Li Jitsai shielded his head. Why are you hitting me? I'm hitting you, you brainless wretch. I told you 1,000 times to leave that madman alone. You took my words for wind. You had to go piss in his house. You think you've lived long enough. Li Jitsai, a few blows in, his frame near falling apart, jerked his head up, mud all over his face, and roared back, "Dad, all this temper. Why didn't you hit the madman just now? He climbed on the whole family's heads, pissed on your Kong, and you didn't dare a peep. Now you take it out on me." It struck Li Dahuai's lungs dead on. His old face went purple, the hand on the bar trembling. "You dare talk back? Undutiful wretch. Today I'll beat you dead. Told you not to provoke him, and you went and provoked him. You've thrown the whole Li family's face away." Thud. Another blow, across the thigh. Af. A father's love runs deep. Cherish it while it lasts, Li Jizai might have thought, somewhere under the bar. The Nuchin yard. The fire in the firebox licked the pot's bottom. Lulan stood at the stove with the dipper, staring into space. The water had long boiled, bubbling, the hair smell threading up into her nose, but she didn't catch it. Her head was full of the West Room, of the way she'd misread the half-shut door and steeled herself for the wrong thing, and the relief and the complicated shame of it. That domineering, rough man who'd brought meat and grain into a starving house, who'd taken their home back, who'd left the one quilt to her and Ling. She couldn't fit him into a single box. The hate had thinned. The fear had thinned. Something else had crept in under it. Sister-in-law? Sister-in-law, Li Xuemei, crouched at the firebox with a stick of wood, had called several times. Lu Lan's hand jerked, the dipper nearly into the pot. What is it, Xuemei?" She came back to herself, wiping at a brow with no sweat on it. "Time for the salt." Li Xuemei stood, eyeing her oddly. "Sister-in-law, what are you thinking about?" "Oh, right, salt." She turned fast, scraped a little from the crock in the corner into the pot, stirred it twice. The crock was nearly bare, the salt was running out. She'd have to tell Fengzi. That night, with the rooms sorted, the arrangement held. The women were resigned to the shape of things, the house quiet under the wind, and I'll leave the night where it lies. The east-west layout was what I'd wanted all along, and it would matter for what came after. What stayed with me as I lay there was the next move. The lease were handled, cowed for now. But cowed wasn't finished, and I had bigger things in view. Supplies for winter and the gun. Across the wall, in the West Room, Lu Lan lay awake a long time. A tangle of shame and something warmer she couldn't name before sleep finally took her. And Li Xuemei, beside me in the east, had stopped fighting the shape of the days. The resistance in her had worn down to something quieter, not affection, not yet, but the beginnings of reliance. In a snow-sealed, dog-eat-dog winter, a man who could hunt and haul meat home was a terrible kind of safety. She'd even started to fear the thought of me not coming back. Next morning I headed out and met Zhou Hung on the road, shivering but standing ramrod straight, his spirit oddly high. "Fengji, those tricks you taught me, they work. What did you turn up? Give me the important parts." He stepped close, voice low. "Fengji, I lay at the wall foot of Zhao Fuliang's place half the night. They've got a hard piece in there." My hand stilled. "A gun, right? Old powder hunting gun, single barrel, shoots iron shot." He nodded hard. My brow creased a touch. A homemade piece, a little beneath a team captain. But something beat nothing. The beasts in those mountains were fiercer than men, and my bow and slingshot were fine for pheasant and partridge, nowhere near enough for a boar, a big roe deer, or wolves. Short of a crossbow, and a crossbow needed materials, a ready-made gun was the thing. With one I could go deep into the mountains with real safety, and a big kill would feed the house a long while. "You sure of it?" "Dead sure," he vowed. "Last night that good-for-nothing Zhao Yuhua was kicking up a fuss indoors, sick of pickled cabbage with no oil, hollering to take the gun up the mountain for meat. Zhao Fuliang cursed him down. No skill, what are you hunting?" "True enough. No skill in the mountains, and even a good gun won't save you. You'll drink the old crone's broth quick." "Where's it hidden? Catch that." He scratched his head. Didn't hear it clear. "Zhao Fuliang's guarded. Won't even let his own son near it. But I guess it's in the storage chest in his east room, or the cellar." I said nothing. By rights, for one homemade gun, why all the precaution? Unless there's a better gun. Or guns in this village are scarce to that degree. From the original's memory, there really weren't many guns around. A mountain-foot hamlet with no guns. How do you live off the mountain? Strange. "Fengji, what do we do?" he ventured. "I find an opening tonight. Slip into his cellar and look? Tired of living?" I shot him a look. Zhao Fuliang's wall's a head taller than anyone's. You get caught, they slap a stealing collective property charge on you. beat you dead on the spot, and nobody'll care. He pulled his neck in, silent. Leave the gun to me. I've got it handled. I laid out. Your job now is to keep eyes on Zhao Yuhua. Still got legs in you. I do. Then come up the mountain, gather firewood, and we'll bring back something to eat. I started up. He trailed after, eager. Whatever I asked, he'd do. I'd saved his life. We worked our way into the woods. As we walked, I gave Zhou Heng the basics. Not much, just scraps. How to read the three-pronged pheasant tracks heading off through the snow. How hares gnaw a ring of bark and never take the straight road, ducking through the brush instead. He listened wide-eyed. He'd been into these hills before and never known the snow held this much to read. A stretch in, I stopped and raised a hand. He froze, breath held, eyes darting. I drew the slingshot, sighted a sparrow hunched on a branch ahead, and loosed. It dropped without a sound. That, Zhou Heng gaped. Fengji, from that far you hit it? Go, fetch it. I put the slingshot away. He trotted off and came back cradling it. All worship. Fengji, right in the head. Luck held over the next hour. 3 more sparrows down. He grinned ear to ear, gathering them up, his heart settling. He'd only ever come into these hills for bark. The thought of eating meat had never crossed his mind. This kind of luck, Fengji, if we bagged this much every day, who'd worry about going hungry? He chuckled. Hunting goes by heaven's will. A bad day, you walk the whole mountain and don't see a feather. I said it plain. An hour on, we came under a slope and I dropped into a crouch. Quiet. He followed my eyes. Under an old elm 20 meters off, a gray-brown bird scratched at the snow, rounder than a sparrow, a little crest on its head. That's a sand partridge, he breathed. Thick on meat, one's worth several sparrows. I'd drawn the slingshot. The partridge was wary, lifting its head between scratches. I waited for it to bury its head in a hard dig and loosed. The stone took it square in the neck. We dressed it, and a while later I sent him down to bundle the firewood while I drifted off to read the tracks alone. Near a stretch of dense brush, my eye caught a strange set of claw prints. A bird's, but bigger than a partridge's, the prints a little blurred. Birds keep to their routes. Whatever it was would come again. I marked the spot. Later we met up and headed down, Zhou Heng's loaded sledge dragging behind. Near the village mouth, a few old men squatted under a big tree, necks pulled in, soaking up the thin sun. Oh, Fengzi's back. A gap-toothed old man eyed the sledge. Up the mountain hauling firewood again. Snowed shut like this. Only a young buck like you's got the strength. Not a kind word. Winter wood was long since laid in. It was a sideways jab at me as a layabout. I didn't answer, walked on. A few steps, and the women's cluster murmured. See that? Last night, that was him. TCH, you didn't see it, Li Jitsai's whole mouth was. And I heard he gave the Lis such a thrashing. Serve them right. Who told Li Jitsai to go pissing in another man's house? Still, this Fengzi's got real iron in him. Handled both Li brothers alone. The chatter ran on, voices low but carrying on the still air. I kept my face even. Half-starved, and they've still got the spare thought for this. Behind me, Zhou Heng straightened his spine, walking like the wind followed him. We reached the new yard. Without my telling him, Zhou Heng undid the ropes and stacked the big bundle of firewood neat in the shed. I watched, fairly satisfied. Sensible, capable, brings value. I can feed a man like that. Take it. I handed him 2 sparrows. He cupped them, looked at me. Too few. I raised an eyebrow. No. He waved fast. I feel it's too many. He tried to hand one back. 1 feeds me a day. Take what I give you. Run with me. There's not much, but you won't starve. I said it straight. 2 sparrows were 2 bites. For all that work, 3 wouldn't have been unfair. But a man feeds himself first, then keeps others alive. Thank you, Fengji. He took them and left, dragging a small bundle of his own. I turned for the door. Creak. Lu Lan had it open ahead of me, a thread of worry in her eyes. Fengzi, you're back. I stepped into the main room, warm from the calm. She shut the door behind me, took my gear, and set it away, fussing over the cold. I nodded inside. This woman knows how to keep a household, give steady labor, and an easy presence. Not bad. I'd barely turned when a small figure pressed up, both little hands cupping a steaming bowl. Uncle Feng, drink some hot water, warm up. Ling glanced at her mother as she said it. Not at me. Lu Lan had clearly taught her. I smiled at the girl, took the bowl one-handed, and rubbed her dry, yellowed hair with the other. Ling's a good girl. I drank. I glanced at Lu Lan and offered her a word of praise. Sister-in-law, you do well. Her pupils tightened. She'd already been off balance under my eye. Fengzi just said, I do well? What does he mean by it? Is he praising how I raised the child? Or, the thought heated her face till she didn't dare look at me. I hadn't meant anything layered by it. I drank the water down, handed the empty bowl back to Ling, rubbed her hair again. Go play with your mother. Ling chirped and trotted back to Lu Lan with the bowl. I tossed the sand partridge and a sparrow onto the stovetop. We eat these two tonight. Mince them, plenty of water, make a meat bit soup. Go easy on those two hairs. No telling when the next kill comes. Right? I'll listen to you. Lu Lan ducked her head and reached for the cleaver. I'll do it now. Stew it good and soft so Ling and Shuamei can both get a hot mouthful. Quick-handed, she had the partridge and sparrow minced in no time and added water to the iron pot. A while later, 4 bowls of soup sat on the West Room Kong table. Shuamei, careful. Lu Lan steadied her. I'm fine, sister-in-law. Li Shuamei mumbled it, shooting me a sidelong look across the table. All his fault. Auntie, what's wrong with your leg? Ling looked up suddenly, big eyes blinking. Li Shuamei went stiff, her face flushing, no answer ready. Lu Lan coughed, awkward, not daring to pick it up. Last night I heard Auntie saying it hurt. Mama said Uncle Fong was pressing her bones to cure her. Eat up. I cut in, before the child's repeated half-story could go further. I picked up my bowl and drank slow. Hot soup down the throat, genuinely good. Lu Lan and Li Shuamei ate too, holding each mouthful, reluctant to swallow. Ling licked her bowl clean, not a fleck of meat left. Fengzi, have another bowl, there's more in the pot. Lu Lan moved to rise. I waved her off. Save it for morning. This weather, going easy's never wrong. Soup it was called, but it was water with a little mince and the taste of meat in it, still better than plain hot water. I came down off the Kong and told Li Shuamei, eat and get back to the room, no dawdling here. She bowed her head, silent. Lu Lan glanced at her, a complicated look passing through, and said nothing. After supper, full dark. Kaoshan Hamlet's winter nights came early. To save kerosene, every house was lamp dark and burrowed in by now. I'll leave that night where it lies, as I have the others. What matters carried into the next day? Salt nearly out, the gun still to get. Zhou hung on Zhao Yuhua, and the mountains to keep working. By morning, Li Shuamei had stopped fighting the shape of things. Lying there in the early gray, she found she didn't hate this man the way she had. Watching his face slack in sleep, the harshness gone out of it, she'd even thought, against herself, that he wasn't bad to look at, that he had a vigor the hollow-faced young men of the village didn't. The hate had thinned, the fear had thinned, and under them, without her quite noticing, the first thread of reliance had taken root. In a frozen, dog-eat-dog winter, a man beside her who could hunt and haul meat home was a terrible, steadying kind of safety. She'd even started to fear, quietly, what would happen to the 3 of them if he didn't come back one day. I drew my arm out and sat up. She woke, shrank back, and tidied her clothes. No cursing this morning, just a bowed head. Resigned, more or less, to the days. I got down off the Kong and pushed into the main room. The fire was up. Lu Lan stood at the stove, dipper in hand, dark circles ringing her eyes. She hadn't slept, though she'd not say why. Fengzi, you're up. She lifted a bowl of reheated soup. Last night's leftover, drink it hot. I took it, drank most, left half. House is nearly out of salt, she said quietly. You work hard. No salt, no strength. I know. I set the bowl on the stovetop. Need to get some household supplies, salt, kerosene, bedding. You're up the mountain again today. Be careful. She followed me to the door, watched me out, then bolted it behind me. Outside, I tramped south through the deep snow. Heavy going, but my strides were long, and an hour put me into the woods. I didn't push deep. I followed yesterday's markers to the slope of wild fruit trees and bent over the snow. The wind had filled in the shallower prints, but under a few old elms I found that strange set of bird tracks again. 3-pronged, narrow front, broad behind, the stride tight. Short legs, a ground bird. Beside them, scratched open snow pits showing withered grass and fallen leaves. I pinched up a bit of the turned earth, still soft, not frozen hard. The bird had left not long ago, or worked this patch often. Birds feed on fixed routes. Barring a real scare, it would come back today. I found a windbreak hollow, packed the loose snow underfoot, and set a few leafy dead branches in front to break my shape. Hunkered in, the cold climbing my legs, hands in my sleeves, I steadied my breath. Hunting runs on patience. Whoever loses their nerve first goes hungry. About an hour in, a faint rustle came from the brush ahead. I didn't move, slowing even my breath. Out of the snow hollows came a small flock, 7 birds, gray-brown, bigger than sparrows, while bigger than partridges, black and white barring on the tails, a little crest on the head. The biggest led, scratching a withered seed from the snow and pecking it down. The rest fell to copying it. I had it then. Hazel grouse. The villagers called them flying dragons. Good eating, said to be dragon meat from the heavens, tender enough to stew without seasoning. More to the point, a hard currency on the black market. A flying dragon that fetched a couple yuan in normal times could bring 6 to 12 now, near half a month's wages for an ordinary worker. Most couldn't afford it. They'd buy grain first, but there were always some with a craving and money to spare. I eased the slingshot up and waited for the lead bird to dip its head. I watched the flock, in no hurry to move. I'd wait until the dragons relaxed and clustered, so even if they flushed, I'd see which way they ran. I drew the slingshot, loaded a smooth stone, every motion slow, terrified of spooking them. Left hand steady on the fork, right hand drawing the pouch back, the band whispering taut. I held my breath and sighted the biggest one out front, head down, oblivious. Snap! The stone took it square in the head. It dropped without a flutter into the snow. The other 6 startled up, wings beating. I didn't rush to stand. I knew this bird too well. They called the flying dragon the roe deer of birds. It could fly, but short-winged, not high, not far. Spooked, it goes 5 or 6 meters and lands on a nearby branch. And it's curious, slow in the head. Once perched, instead of fleeing, it cranes its neck and peers down, trying to work out what happened, why its companion fell. Sure enough, the 6 landed in a big pine just ahead, neck stretched, staring down at the dead one in the snow. I crept forward under cover of the brush. Close enough. I raised the slingshot, drew full, sighted the fattest one. Snap! It dropped straight off the branch into the snow. The remaining 5 flushed again. I followed. They flew a dozen meters, landed in another tree. Third draw. Snap! The 3rd dragon fell. This time the last 4 finally caught on to the danger. They beat their wings frantically and scrambled deep into the woods, gone. I straightened, put the slingshot away, and gathered the 3 from the snow. Heavy in the hand, better than half a pound each, plumage handsome, smooth to the touch. I looked them over a while and gave up the idea of selling. Mountain snowed shut, getting out was hard, and the timing wasn't right, and I wasn't sure anyone could afford a flying dragon at price. 3 together barely made 2 pounds, and sold cheap, they'd fetch almost nothing. Better to bank more first. I didn't bleed them, just stripped the feathers and skin, gutted them with my iron blade, squeezed the muck from the intestines, kept the heart, liver, the rest. These days, anything edible was life. Meat in the sack, I clapped the snow off, bundled a little firewood, and headed down. Evening, not yet full dark. Every chimney in Kaohsiung hamlet trailed smoke. I pushed open my gate. In the west room, Lulan had been sitting on the Kong edge, stitching a shoe sole, ear cocked. At the crunch of snow, she dropped her work and peered out the window crack, saw it was me, and hurried out in her slippers. Fengzi, you're back. Low but glad. She took the firewood. I handed her the sack. Stew it. She opened it and froze. This flying dragon? Her voice shook, her hands trembling around the sack. Ran into them. I went inside. She followed, heart pounding. Flying dragon, a delicacy the old hunters might not meet a few times a year. The elders said it stewed up, so fresh you'd swallow your tongue. Watching my broad back, her admiration climbed another notch. This man, genuinely capable. Others come back from the mountain without a feather. He brings home flying dragons. She minced 2 of the dragons with the offal and put them on, leaving the 3rd in the yard's icebox. Before long, a thick, domineering meat smell threaded out from under the lid and filled the whole yard. Ling had come running at the smell, draped over the stove edge, swallowing hard. I sat on the wood block in the main room, wiping down my bow. Lulan ladled a brimming basin of dragon soup and carried it to the west room. Four of us around the Kong table. I dished myself a big bowl, one for Ling, left the rest for Lulan and Li Xuemei. Ling never minded the heat. A big slurp, then a piece of meat. Wow, so good, eyes shining. I managed a rare smile at the greedy cat look of her. Uncle Feng's amazing, she mumbled around the meat. Uncle Feng's meat is the best. I drank my soup. The dragon really was fresh, the meat tender, far better than that stringy hair. Lulan sat watching me and Ling, something going soft in her chest. A widow 3 years of cold looks and bullying with Ling and Xuemei in tow. And just these few days with me, the house roomy, meat on the table daily. Her heart sped for no reason she'd name. For one moment a thought surfaced. If he were Ling's real father, how good that would be, and startled her so badly, she ducked her head and hid behind her bowl. Li Xuemei sat at the foot of the Kong drinking her soup, a tangle of feelings in her. Days ago she'd have stabbed this deadbeat who'd taken her. Now she found, to her surprise, she didn't dislike him anymore. And did she even have the standing to? Lulan stacked the empty bowls and carried them to the outer room to wash. Lifting the lid afterward, she found a bowl of dragon soup still in the pot, fat flecking the top. She'd saved it on purpose. The man went into the mountains before dawn in the bitter cold. He needed something hot in him. It struck her how, every morning, he drank half a bowl and left the rest, never saying who it was for. But she knew. These days who didn't want to lick the pot through? A big man like that. One bowl wouldn't fill the gaps in his teeth. He couldn't not finish it. He was leaving food for her, Ling, and Xuemei by a roundabout route. She ran a fingertip along the bowl's rim. This man, his mouth could choke you, his methods ride roughshod. But his heart runs honest. The line from earlier surfaced, "Sister-in-law, you do well," and her face heated again. "Lulan, what are you muttering about?" She scolded herself and pressed the lid down tight. Some things settled in the East Room that night. I'll leave where they lie. The days had their shape now, and the women were resigned to it. What stayed with me afterward was the salt running low and the next move on the gun. Across the wall in the West Room, Lulan lay awake a long time, a tangle of shame and something warmer she couldn't name. The husband she'd buried had been an honest, mild man. 3G couldn't beat a word out of him. And alive, he'd only ever said bear it. It'll pass, while the least bullied them. Chen Feng was nothing like that. He didn't reason, he rode roughshod, but he could shield his own. The more she turned it over, the more he seemed to her like a real man, and the more she found herself wishing, against herself, that she had someone to lean on too. She'd carried this house alone 3 years. She was tired. Next morning, first light. I woke on time. Li Xuemei slept deep, a tired flush on her face. I dressed quiet and got down. In the main room, Lulan was already at the stove, the firelight on her face. She'd combed her hair neat today, smoothed her coat. Fengzi up. She came over with a coarse bowl. Reheated the dragon soup. Drink it hot. I took it, glanced at her. Faint dark circles under her eyes. But her spirit was oddly high. Didn't sleep well again? I asked. Her face heated. She avoided my eye. No, slept fine. I didn't think more of it. Drank half, set the bowl down. She reached for it on reflex, her hands landing on the back of mine, and her pupils tightened. I looked up. She ducked her head, pulled her hands back, red in the face. I went to push the main room door. A crack opened and wind drove snow straight in, stinging. The drift was half a knee deep now, the door 3 times harder to shift than last night. Fengzi, maybe, don't go, Lulan ventured. It dumped snow all night, and it's still coming. I'll go look first. I stepped out anyway. She walked a few steps after, watching me off. This man, always that domineering, sturdy thing about him, like a mountain. She found herself hoping I wouldn't go up the mountain, that I'd stay home with snow like this. 2 or 3 minutes, and I didn't come back. She sighed, drank some soup, woke Li Xuemei, and the two of them went to clear the yard. Ling built a snowman. Half an hour on, a figure came through the gate. Ling spoke first. Uncle Feng, you're back. Building a snowman? I came over smiling. Fengzi, Lulan called. Snow's too heavy out there, so I came back, I said. Good that you're not going, she said, and something eased in her. Call it a rest. Li Shuamei tightened her grip on the snow shovel, paused a few seconds. I'll get you some hot water. She went in ahead and set a bowl on the stovetop. The gesture was abrupt, even a little forced, but for her to go that far was no small thing. I drank a few mouthfuls, warmer for it. I'll go shovel, she said, and went out. Ling tugged me to build the snowman with her, and my mood was good enough that I did. 2 kids on snowmen, 2 women clearing snow, the snow coming down with no sign of stopping. It snowed 3 days and 3 nights. Kaoshan Hamlet was buried, the drifts thigh-deep in places. Those 3 days the village was frighteningly silent. No one out, not even a dog barking. Every house was enduring. The thin autumn ration had been pitiful to begin with, and the snow killed even the hope of digging grass roots or bark in the woods. 2 meals a day became cornmeal gruel thin enough to mirror your face. Hunger. The whole hamlet sat under a pall of it. Except my house. 3 days, my broken chimney trailed smoke daily, and not just smoke, scent. The freshness of dragon soup, the meaty stew of hare, rode the northwest wind across half the village. To empty bellies it was torment. People passing my wall swallowed at the smell, feet rooted, unable to move on. But no one dared knock that half-shut door. Crazy Chun crossed the team captain, doused the old Lee couple's bedding. Who'd touch his temper? And yet, in their hearts, they wondered, follow a hard man like that. And maybe you live? The outer room. Fire crackling. Lu Lan in a worn apron stirred the iron pot. 2 ounces of minced hare, a couple handfuls of corn cob, cooked to a thickish meat gruel. If I hadn't traded half a pound of hare for a pound of cornmeal, there'd be no cob at all. No oil, no spice, and the salt down to its last meal. But the meat smell bored into the nose. Li Shuamei crouched at the firebox feeding wood, her color much better after 3 days of soup. I sat on the wood block working new wire snares. Snow stopped. I could go in tomorrow. Fengzi, food's ready. Lu Lan dished me a brimming bowl, all the meat on top, handed me chopsticks, her fingers brushing the back of my hand. She jerked back, flushed, ducked to dish for Ling. How much grain's left at home? I asked. She sipped. 1.5 pounds of hare, 1 flying dragon, 6 ounces of cornmeal. I nodded. Li Shuamei spoke up. Fengzi, maybe we eat 1 meal every other day. That way it lasts longer. I looked at her. The hate and refusal were gone from her eyes. Fully come around now. Only a hard mouth left for the calm. I swallowed the last bite and set the bowl down. Don't worry. Run with me, and I won't let you starve. I turned to Lu Lan. Out of salt. This meal had tasted of nothing. This is the last of it, and only because I rinsed the salt crock for the taste. Her voice dropped, worried I'd resent how much they'd eaten. I rinsed the bowl with water and drank it down. Need to get some salt. Just then, crunching footsteps in the yard, and a knock. Who is it? Lu Lan glanced out the window. The knock came harder. Fengji. Open up. It's me. A weak voice, careful. My brow lifted, genuinely surprised. Li Jitsai? Li Dahuai's eldest, the coward I'd pressed into the floor days back. The nerve. I looked toward the door, and my mouth curled. How short on salt? Here it comes. I'll go look, I said and stood. Lu Lan's face went dark at the name. She loathed the man. Li Shuamei stopped her chopsticks, tense. I pulled the gate open. Li Jitsai was hunched, frozen, hands in his sleeves, an icicle of snot at his lip. The door opening, he stepped back on reflex. He feared me. The shadow of that day still circled his head. But he had no choice. That morning Li Dahuai had kicked him out to gather firewood, grudging the white rice he ate at home. Mountain snowed shut. Where do you gather firewood? He'd wandered numb half the day and drifted to my wall, and the hair smell had nearly killed him. He couldn't help knocking. Fengji. A smile worse than crying. Few days back, moving out, we left in a hurry. Spit it out. No patience for it. He rubbed his hands. The woodshed. There's a pile of split logs. My family cut them in autumn. My dad sent me to take them back. My mouth twitched. These least remember the meal, never the beating. Thrashed days ago, and the gall to come asking for things today. Yours. I looked him over. Got your name on it. He pulled his hands out, gesturing. Fengji, that's hardwood we hauled from South Mountain in autumn, split and stacked neat. Moving out, we left it by mistake. Seeing me silent, he hurried on. Fengji, have a heart. My dad swore this morning. No firewood back, no food for me. Snow this deep, where do I gather? His eyes flicked toward the woodshed. Whether you starve, what's it to me? Flat. He gritted his teeth, gave ground. Feng Ji, a big man overlooks a small one's faults. I don't even want all of it. That pile's 100-odd pounds. I'll take half. 50 pounds. The rest yours, you come out ahead. He looked at me expectant, certain I couldn't refuse free hardwood. I come out ahead. I stepped forward. Li Jitsai, frozen stupid? Moving's days passed, and now you tell me the firewood's yours? Why not say I've got a few 100 pounds of grain in there you forgot to take? He stammered. But we split it in autumn. The neighbors all know. I don't care who knows. I cut him off. This house is mine. The yard's mine. So what's in the woodshed is mine. You come to my house wanting my things and tell me I come out ahead? That's some abacus. He had no answer. Feng Ji, still begging. Want firewood? Not impossible. I drew it out. His eyes lit. Thank you, Feng Ji. I'll go haul it. Hold on. Cold. This isn't a charity house. Want firewood? Bring something to trade. His smile froze. Then trade what? Salt. One word. His eyes bulged. What? Salt. Are you mad? That firewood's ours. I'm taking back half. And I have to trade salt for it. Seizing their house wasn't enough. Now their own split would cost salt. Where was the justice? Don't trade, then get lost. I put a hand on the door. No, no, no. He grabbed the frame, sweating. Empty-handed. Li Dahuai really would withhold his food. His mind raced. They had salt at home. His father had a stash from somewhere. Grab a small handful while his parents weren't looking. Not impossible. Feng Ji, I'll trade. You give me a third of the wood to take back and answer for it. I'll bring you salt later. Half a pound of salt. I opened high. His eyes nearly popped. Half a? You might as well rob me. You know how precious salt is now. The co-op's out. Half a pound buys how much cornmeal? Too dear? Then go cut your own up the mountain. Feng Ji, that wood's enough. I waved him off. Want the wood? Bring salt. Bang. I shut the gate on his pleading. Half a pound was impossible. With a deadbeat clingy as him, 3 ounces would be good. So opening high was no mistake. Feng Ji, will he really bring salt? Lulan asked, doubtful. Buy her red. Never. The lease were famously tight. Li Xuemei thought it impossible too. She knew the family's character cold. Li Jitsai wouldn't bring it. He'd more likely run home telling everyone how Chen Feng had tried to cheat him and broadcast that we were sitting on their firewood besides. Feng Ji, he won't come trade, she warned. Oh, I raised my eyes to her, and the look made her flush. It was the same look as when he'd. How about a little wager? I leaned in, voice for just the two of us. If he brings the salt, tonight you come to me willing. How's that? The line scorched Li Xuemei's face. She stepped back, widening the distance. Willing? What is in this man's head all day? But thinking it over, the odds were hers. She'd lived in this village years. She knew exactly what Li Jitsai was. That whole family were iron roosters, not a feather plucked from them. Mountain snowed shut, everyone short, salt golden, the co-op out. Li Jitsai, however much he feared Li Dahuai, would never have the nerve or the heart to trade half a pound of salt for a pile of split wood. Confidence came up in her. And if I win? I raised an eyebrow, a little surprised she'd take it up. She drew a breath and dared it. If I win, from now on I sleep the west room, with my sister-in-law, Enling. The air in the outer room seemed to stall. Her heart drummed, afraid I'd flip on the spot. Instead I laughed lightly. Fine. You win. You sleep the west room, I won't stop you. She blanked. Couldn't believe her ears. Just like that? The devil's this agreeable? The thought of escaping the nightly fate of being hauled into his arms sent a rush of joy through her. Your word holds. One spit, one nail. I tossed it off, turned, and pushed into the main room. She watched my back, delighted. That's what you said. No backing out. I picked the wire back up, twisted a slip knot, tested the spring, smooth, and turned the wager over with a quiet laugh. So what if Li Xuemei wins? I tossed the snare aside and started another. Am I a man who plays fair? I'm a bandit. What faith does a bandit keep with his own woman? What's she going to do, bite me? The thought of her furious and helpless gave me a mean little pleasure. Woman, you'd best hope Li Jitsai comes today. Evening came. Fire roaring. Lulan mincing hair on the block. These days meat was too dear. Minced into the gruel, Every mouthful caught a little of the savor. Li Xuemei crouched feeding the fire, her face ruddy in the light, working brisk, even humming a tune. 3 days fed, her spirits were up. Xuemei, why so cheerful? Lulan wondered. The girl had been resigned but sad-faced lately. This was rare. Li Xuemei came to the block and, lo, told her the wager. Then, on purpose, pitched her voice at the east room. Sister-in-law, you think an iron rooster like Li Jitsai would trade half a pound of salt for firewood? He won't come. Tonight I'm moving to the west room with you. Said for me to hear, to lock it in. Lulan stood frozen with the dipper. She looked at her excited sister-in-law, then at the shut east room door, and sighed inside. Silly girl. Sharp enough usually. How does her head stop turning the second it touches Fengzi? What kind of man was he? One who crossed the captain to his face, doused the old Li couple's calm, a living king of hell. Would he let you slip his hand that easy? Spit out meat already in his mouth. She knew his kind, domineering down to the bone. He'd taken the wager precisely because he had no intention of letting her go. He was toying with her. Even if Xuemei won, even if Li Jitsai never came, a man like that would simply welch, plant himself in the west doorway, and haul her back. What could she do about it? Lulan saw it clear and didn't say it. Watching Xuemei's joy, a hidden envy stirred in her instead. Fengzi's teasing her, in his roundabout way, which means he's got her in his heart, willing to spend the trouble coaxing her. If only he'd carry on like that with me too. She caught the dangerous thought and killed it, cheeks warm, and turned back to the pot. That's right, she said lightly. Tight as Li Jitsai is, he won't part with salt. Looks like we three get a roomy night's sleep. Reassured, Xuemei crouched back at the fire, content. The sky darkened. Wind and snow picked up again, rattling the window paper. The gruel bubbled, fragrant. Lulan poured the last of the salt crock rinse water in. The meal was done. Xuemei, get the bowls. Fetching them, Xuemei couldn't help glancing through the window crack to the yard. The gate was shut tight, nothing out there but white. Relief washed through her. See, I said Li Jitsai couldn't come. Near dark. If he were coming, he'd have come. I won. Tonight, I don't go to the east room. No more being bullied by that man. She set the bowls on the main room table, planning to gather her few rags after supper and move to the west room. But, glancing again at the east room, a feeling she couldn't name welled up. I should be happy. I should be jumping. So why, looking at that shut door, does it feel hollow? If I really go to the west room tonight, will Fengzi just not care about me anymore? Will he not want me?